I was just live streaming some toy inventions. And almost sparked the Third World War. Our neighbors were so frightened that they begged for our country's forgiveness overnight. The Eagleland even went as far as to demolish the Statue of Liberty, with a little boy indicating that the Eagleland would henceforth be moved to Dragon Nation. However, Dragon Nation's officials stepped forward to clarify that these were just toys and not military weapons. Yet when I showcased weapons like the particle beam weapons, warp-armed mechas, and spatial nuclear propulsion, all nations trembled in fear. All because I had traveled through time and inherited a toy factory. Thinking I could slack off and enjoy a rich second-generation lifestyle. Little did I know the financial statements showed a debt of $5 million, just when I was disheartened. I suddenly awakened to the multiverse model factory system, which could be upgraded with technology and unknown powers from other worlds. Due to the commotion caused by the Russians in another country, a group of Russians now stood in the factory hall, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the Gauss electromagnetic rifle models. Goncharov held the Gauss electromagnetic rifle in his hands, aiming proficiently at a steel plate in front of him. When he pulled the trigger, a burst of continuous fire ensued. The bullets sparked off the steel plate. Even in continuous firing mode, the noise was only comparable to that of an electric drill, nearly negligible on the battlefield. The group of burly Russian men behind him boiled with excitement, shouting and glowing with admiration. Technology and weapons are irresistible temptations for men, and the perfect combination of both makes them even harder to resist. A group of tall men couldn't help but beg pitifully, "Mr. Lin, do you have more of these models? Can I try it too?" Reluctantly, I distributed a Gauss electromagnetic rifle to each of the burly men, letting them explore on their own. Like children with a precious toy, they played delightedly. "This Gauss electromagnetic rifle is fantastic," Goncharov said, shaking with excitement. Lin Hai immediately corrected him, "No, it's a model of a Gauss electromagnetic rifle. We are a legitimate model factory." The electromagnetic rifle nearly pierced through the steel plate, and you call this a model? Goncharov felt somewhat speechless but didn't dare offend Lin Hai. He had to agree. "Yes, it's a model, Mr. Lin. Your model is really fantastic. But how much is it?" Lin Hai chuckled, "That depends on your order quantity. If you order 10,000 units, I'll give you a wholesale price of 23,333 per unit. For 1,000,000 units, it's 11451 each. More than 100,000 units, I can go as low as 10,000 per unit." Goncharov swallowed hard, his eyes widening in disbelief. 10,000 yuan per Gauss electromagnetic rifle? Could it possibly be in dollars? Lin Hai waved his hand casually. In response, he added, "The bullets are charged separately, though. Today's price is just to make friends with your country. If it's very successful, I believe our cooperation will increase in the future." "Mr. Lin, I need to make a phone call," Goncharov said, his body trembling with excitement, nodding and bowing excessively to Lin Hai, a towering figure displaying an obsequious demeanor. Goncharov returned to his Hummer. "Mr. Shevanov, I've tested the goods. It's a real Gauss electromagnetic rifle," he said excitedly. Spittle flying and his face flushed red. "The moment I handled it, I knew the specs of this firearm. The bullet speed is about 500 meters per second, and the effective lethal range is definitely over 2,000 meters. Most importantly, it's almost noiseless when firing. Even when shooting like a machine gun, the sound is only slightly louder than normal speech." Listening to Ganchalov's introduction, Shevanov was initially excited over the phone but quickly calmed down. Frowning as he asked, "The bullet's velocity is only 500 meters per second, so its lethality is just slightly more than an ordinary pistol. Won't the bullets be expensive?" Ganchalov hurriedly explained, "Although the bullets are specially made, they are very affordable. Although the lethality is relatively low, this Gauss electromagnetic rifle weighs only 1 kilogram. It can carry several thousand rounds at a time. With its rapid firing rate and such a large ammunition capacity, it can be used like a machine gun." Shevanov's body trembled with excitement at these words, and he quickly inquired, "Then how is the price set?" Ganchalov could hardly conceal his excitement. $10,000. As long as we order in large quantities, they are willing to offer us each rifle for $10,000. Hearing the figure Ganchalov revealed, Shevanov was stunned. $10,000 each, less than 1/10 the price of the Eaglelands. With just a little modification, they could be issued to soldiers on the battlefield. Indeed, it was a surprisingly good price, and Shevanov finally showed a hint of a smile. "No sir, you are thinking too much," Ganchalov said, shaking his head. "It's 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan? Are you sure you heard right? How is that possible?" Shevanov's face froze in place, filled with disbelief. "Everyone knows that on the entire Earth, only the Eagleland has developed this kind of technology. Therefore, other countries wanting to import Gauss rifles from Eagleland would have to pay extra. Especially the Russian and Xia nations. as a weapons expert from the Bear side. Shevanov had once negotiated with the Eagle Land to purchase some Gauss electromagnetic rifles. However, the Eagle Land was so arrogant that they initially asked for $150,000 per rifle, not including the cost of bullets and accessories. Shevanov was so angry that he almost flipped a table, nearly causing an international diplomatic incident. Ganchelov chuckled, "Sir, I definitely did not hear wrong. It's 10,000 yuan per rifle, but Mr. Lin insists that we must purchase at least 100,000 units to get such a favorable price." Shevanov's roar came immediately. "Order 200,000 units, go sign the order now before he changes his mind. Transfer the money immediately so he can't back out." Ganchelov nodded respectfully, "Yes sir." Not until a group of satisfied Russian officials disappeared out the door did the secretary in Jiaojiao still look incredulously at the check in her hand. She swallowed and looked over the check hundreds of times, but she still couldn't believe the numbers in front of her. 2 billion, and just a moment ago Lin Hai was still a debt-ridden boss with losses of 5 million. Lin Hai smiled slightly, patted her shoulder and said, "I promised to raise your salary when we made money. How about doubling your salary for now?" And Jiaojiao nodded eagerly, excited like a cute hamster. "Thank you, boss." Lin Hai shook his head somewhat helplessly. This girl, although loyal, was really too muddled. "Stop smiling foolishly, get back to work. Our factory's production capacity is totally inadequate. We need to expand. First pay off the 5 million IO," Lin Hai specifically instructed. A month later, 50,000 models of Gauss electromagnetic rifles labeled as toys were shipped out on a cruise ship to Russian. And for the second batch, Shevanov sent a private plane to pick up the goods. Meanwhile, the conflict between Russian and Crow Nation escalated to a new level. This time, with the support and operations of Eagle Land and several other powers, Crow Nation surprisingly deployed a fleet of drones, causing astonishing destruction within Russian nation territory. The commander of the Russian nation looked at the report in his hands and was so angry that his beard almost blew up. Where is Shevanov? Didn't he purchase 100,000 Gauss electromagnetic rifles, assemble them all immediately and counterattack? The next day, on a frontline battlefield, several soldiers from Crow Nation laughed heartily. Suddenly one soldier stopped laughing. "Did you hear something?" Everyone shook their heads. The soldier's face was filled with doubt. "I think I heard something." Before he could finish, he was shot and fell to the ground, yet none of them even heard where the gunshot came from. Enemy attack, enemy attack. In an instant everyone realized and began searching around with their guns. "Damn, are their guns silent?" In a moment, desperate cries and roars rose together. Bullets, like a silent grim reaper, recklessly harvested lives, yet they still had no idea from which direction the enemy was attacking. The battle ended as quickly as it started amidst the desperate roars of the Crow Nation soldiers. Shocking. Russian nation launched a surprise attack on a Crow Nation military garrison with no casualties on their side and the complete annihilation of the enemy. The Russian nation's assault team was suspected of using Gauss electromagnetic rifles made in Eagle Land. Eagle Land responded, stating that the Gauss electromagnetic rifles were not made in Eagle Land but in a Dragon Nation's factory named Pingqiao Model Factory. Within just a few hours, the news of Russian nation sweeping through a Crow Nation military garrison topped the hot search list in various countries. People were buzzing. "Look at this video. The Gauss electromagnetic rifles used by the Russian nation soldiers seem to have some Dragon Nation's characters on them. It's actually from Dragon Nation. They've kept it very hidden." Meanwhile, in his office, Lin Hai looked at the production line of Predator drones in front of him and felt a headache coming on. He thought he had made a decent 20 billion yuan, but just one production line cost 10 million yuan. It seemed that just buying a few production lines was unaffordable, not to mention the huge cost of decoding the model. "I still need to make money," Lin Hai thought, and dialed a phone number. The phone rang once before someone answered. "Dear Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?" A warm but slightly awkward voice came through. "Mr. Shevanov, nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you're still comfortable with that batch of goods," Lin Hai said with a smile. "Your rifles are fantastic, Mr. Lin. You must have seen the news, right? Crow Nation and Eagle Land are almost driven mad. Thanks to your rifles, we were able to achieve this," Shevanov replied enthusiastically. Lin Hai smiled slightly. "That's good to hear. It's my honor. The next batch is almost ready, and also, would you be interested in discussing a new deal?" Shevanov exclaimed excitedly. "A new deal, Mr. Lin? Do you have any new models? Just so you know, Russian nation isn't short of money as long as the product is solid. We people in the Dragon Nation are very honest in our business and will definitely recommend you good things." Lin Hai chuckled. "I heard you took a big hit with drones. Would you be interested in the Predator 390? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and after a while Shevanov slowly spoke, his voice trembling. "Mr. Lin, you're not joking, right? The Predator 390 is a drone from Eagle Land, extremely advanced on the entire blue planet. It has multiple long-endurance missions, high-altitude surveillance and other features, with a full load capacity of 5 tons and can fly continuously for 14 hours when fully loaded. It's also equipped with AGM-114 Hellfire missiles, GBU-12 Paveway 3 bombs and GB-38 Joint Direct Attack Munitions bombs. It's precisely because of this terrifying drone that Crow Nation was able to cause such destruction on Russian nation's territory. Due to joint sanctions from countries like the Eagle Land, chip technology has been severely underdeveloped, which in turn has limited the development of high-tech drones. Thus to this day Russia still cannot produce a decent drone technology. Although they have numerical and strength advantages on the battlefield, a drone strike can still put them at a disadvantage. Of course, Russia has interception systems and anti-aircraft systems, but these technologies are generally used to intercept bombers or even nuclear bombs. Using them to intercept drones is too costly, and even if they do intercept them, Russia can't always be in a position to be hit. "When have I ever lied to you? Do you want the Predator 390 or not?" Lin Hai intentionally emphasized his tone a bit. Sure enough, Shevanov's breathing suddenly became rapid, and he hurriedly apologized. "Yes, sorry Mr. Lin, it was my fault, please forgive me." On the phone Shevanov almost wanted to slap himself to punish his own recklessness. But then Shevanov hesitated again. "Mr. Lin, about the price for this time, how much are you asking for? The Predator drone is no longer the top drone technology in the world, thus the Eagle Land has also sold it to other countries. This information is easily accessible online." Lin Hai, after doing a quick search, negotiated the price confidently. General Atomics rarely exports this type of military weapon. Their only export record was to their allies. The price is $100 million per unit. Even if it's for the US military, General Atomics pricing is at least $30 million per unit. Lin Hai continued, "Although their drones are so expensive, we are a legitimate toy factory and we only produce models. How about $10 million per model?" Upon saying this, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Shevanov seemed to be frozen. Lin Hai thought about lowering the price, but after a moment of silence he decided to probe further. "Mr. Shevanov, to be honest, producing these things is also very costly for us." And Jiao Jiao, cracking sunflower seeds nearby, couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing this. "High costs? Just using a bunch of scrap metal to produce a model, and this greedy boss dares to sell it for 10 million. Let me add some flair to our business. I will include a laser-guided system and a ground-to-air missile system. With these additions, $10 million per unit isn't too much, right?" On the other end of the phone Shevanov was completely stunned, his face showing disbelief, his mouth wide open, unable to close. If all of this was true, then it meant that they could get a fully equipped Predator drone for just 20 million. Considering that the US military buys Predator drones for around 10 million each, but with all the guidance and electronic control systems it would cost about 30 million. Now they could get a complete Predator drone for just 10 million each, which was like a pie falling from the sky. In Russia, the most they could do was mount a few missiles on them. 10 million, are you sure? Is this what I can get for that price? Maybe I should add a bit more money, or perhaps I should bow a few times to ease my mind. Shevanov finally spoke, his tone full of excitement and deep shame. "Mr. Lin, even though I represent the Russian Ministry of Defense, we don't want such a conscientious arms dealer, no, a toy businessman, to suffer losses. Maybe I should add a little more? This price, according to General Atomics, is even lower than the manufacturing cost." Shevanov believed Lin Hai was selling at a loss to them. To support Russia, he was willing to sell drones at a loss, even hiding his true identity as a military factory owner. This was the spirit of internationalism. In a moment Shevanov was moved to tears, nearly sobbing. "Hold on, Mr. Shevanov, I haven't finished yet." Lin Hai hurriedly said, "You know I'm not making any money on this deal, so you'll need to provide the materials." Without hesitation Shevanov slapped his chest and assured, "That's only fair, Mr. Lin. Whatever materials you need, even if it's enriched uranium, I can get it for you." Lin Hai couldn't help but smile wryly. "It's not that exaggerated, just some metals and engineering plastics." On the other end of the phone Shevanov nodded vigorously as if afraid Lin Hai would change his mind, quickly agreeing, "No problem, whatever you need, we have plenty of it. From now on you are like a brother from another mother to me, Mr. Lin." Shevanov was quick to act. The very next day they delivered the materials. He even made the trip from Russian nation himself, with several heavy trucks entering the factory premises. A tall man over 2 meters tall, dressed in uniform, jumped down from the truck. As soon as he got off, Shevanov gave Lin Hai a bear hug, laughing. "Mr. Lin, my dear brother, I've missed you. This here is the material you wanted, including some high-energy engineering plastics." Shevanov pointed enthusiastically at the trucks behind him. Some materials were not accessible for Lin Hai's small toy factory, but they were abundantly available in Russian nation, easily procured. Lin Hai was almost out of breath from Shevanov's tight embrace, coughing twice before he could catch his breath. Mr. Shevanov, I've heard so much about you. Shevanov, excited, rubbed his hands together, occasionally glancing at the factory behind Lin Hai, clearly eager to take a tour. Seeing the expression and attitude of such a burly man, Lin Hai found it quite amusing. Mr. Shevanov, since we're practically old friends now, would you like to take a tour of my factory? Lin Hai asked helplessly. Sure, Shevanov replied cheerily, grabbing Lin Hai and striding towards the factory. Upon entering the workshop, Shevanov's eyes widened in amazement. Oh my, your toy factory is automated? The whole process doesn't need a single person, just a few for packing. This level of automation might be rare even in Eagle Land. The assembly line was full of robotic arms and machinery, dazzling Shevanov, who couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. No wonder you could replicate Predator drones, Shevanov marveled. Mr. Shevanov, these are models, not replicas, Lin Hai corrected. Right, models, just models of Predator drones, Shevanov quickly agreed, nodding. But internally he was speechless. All the specifications matched the original, and you're telling me these are just models? Who are you trying to fool, Mr. Shevanov? This production line can produce 1 or 2 Predator drones a day if it runs 24 hours. That is, no matter how large an order Russian nation needs, we can handle it, Lin Hai said with a smile. Shevanov was baffled again. 1 to 2 Predator drones a day, truly mass production on an assembly line. It turned out that Dragon Nation's technology had reached such a level, hiding such a gem seemed almost unfair. Shevanov promptly ordered 100 more units, quickly signing the contract, fearing Lin Hai might change his mind. With the materials on hand, the production line began operating at full capacity. The next day, Shevanov was invited back to the workshop. Mr. Shevanov, the first model of the Predator drone is about to be successfully assembled. You can check the quality, Lin Hai said. Before them, a large drone with a wingspan of over 20 meters was mounted on a stand. Around it, the assembly line continuously produced various materials which were conveyed to platforms surrounding it. At the end of the line, there were hundreds of robotic arms methodically picking materials from the conveyor belt and installing them onto the drone's frame. The tentacles worked together in a tight and bustling rhythm, yet without a moment of idleness, presenting a distinct sense of artistry. Shevanov's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. What kind of technology is this? How come I've never seen it before? Are they really not filming a movie? Shevanov was deeply shocked and couldn't help comparing his country's technological capabilities with the technology before him. Feeling helpless and saddened by the vast gap, the aircraft was 11 meters long with a wingspan of 20 meters, a maximum takeoff weight of 476 tons, an internal payload of 360 kilograms, 6 external points, and a total ammunition capacity of 4 tons. It could cruise at a speed of 313 km per hour, reaching up to 482 km per hour, with a combat radius of 852 km, a combat altitude of 5 km, and a practical ceiling of 15 km. The nose was equipped with an advanced optical image capture and recognition module. It featured a NAP-8 type small synthetic aperture radar and an L3 full-spectrum signal intelligence ISR function. In short, Lin Hai was endlessly introducing the specifications of what a Predator drone should have. Shevanov was utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, the drone, now fully assembled, was pushed out. Seeing the Predator drone with its dark gray body and metallic sheen, excitement and thrill filled Shevanov's eyes. He approached and inspected the drone's accompanying operating system and various data, and he couldn't help but repeatedly admire. Good, I've visited Predator drones in Eagle Country before, and this is just like the original Predator drone. Shevanov, being a weapons expert, knew immediately whether something was real or fake. Mr. Lin, may I test fly it? Shevanov timidly requested. Lin Hai shrugged. I don't mind, but if this big fellow really took to the skies, it would probably be shot down within a minute. Then tomorrow's newspapers would be reporting on a war between Eagle Country and Dragon Nation. Shevanov quickly waved his hands. Haha, never mind then. Can I take this drone back to Russian country now? Lin Hai nodded. This is also one of your goods, and if you've paid and want to take it early, I have no objections. Shevanov was overjoyed, waving over several heavy trucks, and it took quite an effort to transport the drone. 3 days later, at a combat center in Russian country, on an empty field, Shevanov called out, General Artyom, what do you need me for? Don't you know I'm busy with combat command? A general with stars on his shoulders scolded the man in front of him without politeness. Shevanov, unfazed by the scolding, cheerfully said, General Artyom, please don't be angry. I came to report on the progress of the Predator drone tests. Major General Artyom frowned, his voice cold. You dare mention that? Last time, although you somehow acquired electromagnetic rifles, which was commendable, this time you spent a huge sum of money ordering a batch of models without applying. I haven't even settled the account with you yet, and you're already seeking me out. Shevanov gestured with his hands. General, please hear me out. In these past few days I've tested the parameters of this Predator drone. And they are exactly like the original Predator drone, with no exaggeration. Moreover, this so-called model possesses all the functions of the original drone. Sevenov grew more and more excited as he spoke, his saliva even spraying onto Artyom's face. What? Major General Artyom's face was full of shock. Start the drone and let me see. Yes, Admiral. With a wave of his hand, Zvanov signaled the pilots and sensor operators behind him to sit down and start the system. Soon after, the drone roared into the sky, only stopping when it reached 1,500 meters. Then the drone launched 2 missiles at a target ahead. Instantly, one side of the open field turned into a sea of fire. The ground shook. This time, Major General Artyom finally believed what had been claimed. Is this really a Predator drone? How is that possible? Shock was written all over Artyom's face. Those damn Eagle Landers, they never export these things to us. How did you manage it? Artyom asked, his face full of astonishment. Zvanov smiled proudly and said, you might not believe this, but I acquired these drones from the Dragon Nation, and they were found in a toy factory, not from the Dragon Nation's military. The electromagnetic rifles last time were also produced by this company called Pingqiao Toy Factory. Pingqiao Toy Factory. Artyom made a mental note of the name. Suddenly, as if he remembered something urgent, he grabbed Zvanov and anxiously asked, how much does each of these drones cost? $100 million each. Zvanov shook his head. 200 million. Artyom frowned. Zvanov continued to shake his head. $300 million each. That's too expensive, but given the circumstances, it might be acceptable, sighed Artyom. Zvanov, you've done well this time. I plan to leave this in your hands, he said just as Zvanov finally spoke up. $10 million. Artyom was stunned. He froze, his expression solidifying. After a long moment, he finally shouted, what? What did you say? Major General Artyom, almost crazed, grabbed Zvanov's shoulders and shook him vigorously. It was a scene that would have dropped jaws if others had witnessed it. The Major General, at this moment, was as distraught as a wife discovering her husband's infidelity. Sir, I said the price of these drones is $10 million each, Zvanov slowly stated. Despite having braced himself, Artyom still gasped, his eyes wide open, breathing heavily. It took him a long moment to calm down slightly. Zvanov, how did you manage this? Artyom pressed. Zvanov sighed and said, it all started with an email from Dragon Nation that caught my attention, and it took a while before Zvanov explained the dealings with Lin Hai. After hearing this, Artyom couldn't help feeling a chill. Dragon Nation? It was indeed Dragon Nation. A small toy factory in Dragon Nation had managed to produce world-advanced drones. Had Dragon Nation become so formidable? As is well known, Dragon Nation has some excellent traditions. Serve one generation, conceal one generation, and pre-research one generation. They could easily produce such drone technology, even flowing into the civilian market, which means the military uses even more advanced ones, considering Dragon Nation's tradition of concealing things. Could it be that Dragon Nation's drone technology is already at least 3 generations ahead of the world? Artyom murmured to himself, utterly shocked. Dragon Nation, a country that decades ago still needed the technology support from us and hadn't even developed a complete industrial system. And in just a short time, their technology has reached such heights. Dragon Nation's civilian technology is something even we have not been able to break through. It's simply incredible. Dragonia, a nation that must be befriended in the future, is truly a country with a 5,000-year heritage. Aljum sighed. Just then, General, it's bad. An anxious voice rang out. Irmo has started their sudden attacks again. Their equipment is too sophisticated, including anti-drone jammers. Our drones just flew over and lost signal immediately. The losses are severe. Aljum's face darkened upon hearing this. What? This is happening too? Relying on Eagle Land technology, this Irmao group is getting too arrogant. Good, our Predator drone has passed the tests. Send it for high-altitude reconnaissance right away. I refuse to believe, Predator drone, that you also can be jammed. Aljum paused, his face filled with a cold smirk. Also, once their troops are marked, immediately dispatch the team equipped with Gauss electromagnetic rifles. Today, I will use Eagle Land's technology to strike at Eagle Land's favored son Irmo. In Dragonia, Jiangzhou, Lin Hai was lounging in a chair, blissfully sipping a beverage and scrolling through videos of beautiful women. Watching a clip of a lady in black stockings dancing, Lin Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Yet when faced with his sister urging him to send gifts, he turned a deaf ear. Money? It's safer in my pocket. Just then the phone rang. Picking it up, he heard the guard's voice. Boss, a convoy has arrived saying they want to talk business. Should we let them in? Business coming to us? Lin Hai was momentarily stunned, then quickly said, of course, let them in, they are customers. The guard, however, replied with a wry smile, but boss, their cars are several meters long each. I'm afraid our little toy factory can't accommodate them. Stretch limos? Wealthy people? Lin Hai's eyes lit up immediately and he eagerly asked, what are these people's identities? Did you ask? Any distinctive features? The guard replied, "They're all foreigners, talking in an incomprehensible language, boss, but each of them has a cloth wrapped around their head." "Don't know what that's about." A cloth wrapped around the head? Lin Hai pondered for a moment, then suddenly sprang up, thrilled. Who else could it be? Those with a cloth on their head are the wealthiest in the world, surely the tycoons from the United Arab Emirates. Quick, let them in, these are big customers. Oops, I mean really big customers. Don't neglect them, remember this well. Lin Hai anxious rushed out the door, although unsure how these people found out about this place, but visitors are guests, especially when they are exceptionally wealthy visitors. He ran out to the factory entrance and saw a group of people with white cloths on their heads, sandals on their feet, and draped in white robes walking into the premises. As they walked, their eyes shone brightly at the sight of the Predator drones parked in the factory area. Looking outside, Lin Hai saw a dozen stretch limos too long to enter parked outside. His sharp eyes immediately noticed a vehicle shining brightly in gold, exuding an air of opulence. Could that be made of pure gold? Swallowing his saliva, Lin Hai licked his lips and hurried forward. "Hello, I am Lin Hai, the director of this toy factory. May I know the purpose of your visit?" Lin Hai spoke in English, though he was still worried they might not understand. To his surprise, the leader, a big bearded man, replied haltingly in Dragonian, "Hello, I am Abdullah from the United Arab Emirates. We were referred by Mr. Tsvanovich and would like to discuss some matters with you." Lin Hai's heart leaped with joy. Referred by Tsvanovich? Then the nature of the discussion was clear. You also want to buy Predator drones? Or perhaps you're interested in some Gauss electromagnetic rifles? Lin Hai smiled, resembling a stinky tofu vendor greeting customers at a university entrance. Abdullah shook his head. "Mr. Lin, we are looking to buy real drones, the kind that can fly up into the sky. But your sign says toy factory. Are we at the wrong place?" Lin Hai shrugged. "If that Tsvetanov you know is the same Tsvetanov I know, then you are not mistaken. We are indeed a toy factory, but for some reason, the models we produce have the same specifications as the originals, I assume. Tsvetanov has verified this with you." Hearing this, Abdullah and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. Models with the same specifications and capabilities as the originals? Isn't that just the original then? Why use a toy factory as a front for a military factory? This boss is really something. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Hai added, "Dear Mr. Abdullah, your country isn't lacking in drone technology, right? If you want to buy drones, Eagle Land would probably sell them to you just at a higher price. But have you considered technologies that Eagle Land doesn't sell? Technologies not for sale?" Abdullah was momentarily stunned and asked with confusion, "What are you implying?" Lin Hai got straight to the point. "Strategic bombers, any interest?" Abdullah's mouth fell open. If he hadn't been studying the language of the Dragon Nation for nearly 10 years, he might have doubted his own ears. Strategic bombers. Is that something money can buy? To note, there are only 3 countries in the world capable of manufacturing strategic bombers: Eagle Land, Bear Nation and Dragon Nation. Strategic bombers hold a unique significance in modern warfare. It can be said that whoever controls the strategic bombers controls the capability for aerial carpet bombing. Even the Emperor of Bear Nation has a famous saying, "1,000 diplomatic protests do not compare to the flapping of a bomber's wings once." This shows the status of strategic bombers. Internationally, possessing strategic bombers is also a symbol of status and military power. After all, if a conflict arises with a country that possesses strategic bombers, one must carefully consider how many regions can withstand a carpet bombing assault. Swallowing hard, Abdullah was truly tempted, more so than when he first owned a pure gold sports car. "That, can you really sell us strategic bombers?" Abdullah asked cautiously. Lin Hai slapped his chest confidently. "Of course, we people of Dragon Nation value integrity in business. We never engage in deceit. If we say strategic bombers, we won't give you a fighter jet instead. Tell me, what do you want?" Abdullah hesitantly spoke. "Well, I want the B-2 bomber." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "The B-2 bomber, you really dare to dream?" The B-2 bomber, officially known as the Northrop Grumman B-2 stealth strategic bomber, is the only one of its kind in the world today. Its feature is its low detectability, commonly known as stealth capability. It can safely pass through dense anti-air systems to launch attacks. It's said that on radar, a B-2 bomber's signal is about the same size as a bird's, hardly a viable target. It's this terrifying stealth capability that gives Eagle Land the global air supremacy. Even today, Bear Nation and Dragon Nation have no clue how to replicate it. The chiefdom itself is almost technologically ignorant, relying on its wealth to import from abroad. They want a B-2 bomber. That's just a pipe dream. Lin Hai paused before continuing. I'm sorry Mr. Abdullah, but I simply can't produce that. I would need authorization to produce such a model, and currently I don't have the authorization for that model. Moreover, even if I did, I wouldn't dare give it to people from the Emirate. Do you understand what the world's only stealth bomber means? Every move it makes attracts global attention. If I were to bring out something like that, the Emirate would immediately become a target, and once the source is pursued, both Lin Hai and Dragon Nation would face tremendous pressure. It's better to stay safe. Abdullah looked greatly disappointed. Didn't you say you could provide me with a strategic bomber? Why are you backing out now? Lin Hai shook his head. No, Mr. Abdullah, I'm not backing out. The B-2 bomber is just too expensive, of course, for you. That might not be an issue, but we are just a small private enterprise and can't afford such costs. The cost of a B-2 bomber reaches a staggering $2 per billion. If calculated by weight, it's 3 times more expensive than gold at that time. According to the system's materials, even if Lin Hai were squeezed dry, he couldn't gather enough money for mass production of the B-2 bombers. Abdullah sighed. It seemed he would return empty-handed today. However, Lin Hai paused before asking, but what about the B-52 bomber? Are you interested in that? Although he didn't have the authorization for the B-2 model, he did have it for the B-52. Abdullah's eyes lit up immediately. The B-52 bomber, officially the Boeing B-52 Stratofortress, has been the mainstay of Eagleland's strategic bombers for decades. Its reliability and power have been proven by history. If it has been used consistently by the old rice, a colloquial term for America, for so many decades, its performance must be solid. A B-52 strategic bomber. Abdullah's excitement was evident, and he was visibly trembling with excitement. For him, even though the strategic position of a B-52 bomber wasn't as prestigious as that of a B-2, it was still better than not having any bombers domestically. Mr. Lin, are you really not joking? Abdullah wanted to confirm. Lin Hai smiled broadly. Of course not, I always conduct business with integrity. I would never deceive anyone. However, his tone shifted as he became serious again. But let me be clear, this is a strategic bomber, its significance is extraordinary, and it won't be as cheap as a drone. Abdullah nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, that's not a problem. Having money makes things straightforward. Lin Hai nodded and then led the group towards the office to discuss the details. During this time, Lin Hai silently called out to the system in his mind. System, analyze the B-52 model data. Analyzing the system beeped. Analysis complete. Immediately a stream of data flowed into Lin Hai's mind. Model, B-52 strategic bomber. Pinduoduo automatic production line, able to produce Pinduoduo version model products. Price, $100 million each. Standard automatic production line, can produce up to standard version model products. Price, $1 billion each. Enhanced automatic production line, can produce up to enhanced version model products. Price, $5 billion each. Otherworld automatic production line, can produce up to Otherworld version model products. Price, $50 billion each. So expensive, Lin Hai thought to himself. The $10 billion he just earned might now have to be handed over. If he wanted to make money and get rich, he still had to work hard. Exchange for the standard production line. Currently, the enhanced and Otherworld versions of the production lines were of no use to him, and he wouldn't even glance at the Pinduoduo version. Why bother with substandard products when he's not short on money? Only products that match the original in capability and specifications will get the big clients to open their wallets. Upon arriving at the office, everyone took their seats as Jiaojiao served tea. Just after taking a sip, Abdullah eagerly asked, Mr. Lin, may I ask what price you plan to sell the bombers for? Price is of utmost importance. Lin Hai recalled that there had been no export record for the B-52 bombers, hence there was no reference price. It seemed he had to set his own price. Eagleland claimed the cost of a B-52 bomber was about $74 million, so selling them for $100 million each wouldn't be too much, would it? That margin should be acceptable to the big clients. After a moment's thought, Lin Hai said, Mr. Abdullah, this is your first visit to Lone Country and I am willing to offer you a very favorable price. If you order B-52 bombers from me, I am willing to sell them to you at $100 million per unit. Upon hearing this, Abdullah was once again shocked. His eyes widened and the cloth on his head seemed to flutter in the wind. How much? $100 million per unit? That's so cheap. Abdullah stood up, staring intensely at Lin Hai, his eyes filled with gratitude. Mr. Lin, from now on you will be an honored guest in our emirate. Whenever you come to our emirate you will have a status equal to mine. Abdullah was overwhelmed. To think one of his pure gold sports cars was priced around $300 million, and here a strategic bomber was going for less than a third of his sports car's price? What a deal. Abdullah even thought that Lin Hai was intentionally offering him a low price. After all, since these products from Eagle Land were not sold internationally, Abdullah would have had to accept any price however high, but Lin Hai did not do so. If this wasn't a great benevolent act, what was? I have always heard that the people of the historic Long Country are very kind and honest, and seeing it today, it is indeed true, Abdullah joyfully declared. From now on I wish to develop Long Country as a friendly nation to our emirate. May our friendship last forever. The contract signing went smoothly. Abdullah immediately ordered two B-52 strategic bombers and also placed an order for 100 Predator drones. To express his friendliness, he paid all the money delightedly, a total of $1.2 billion in one go. Lin Hai couldn't stop smiling. Big clients are indeed straightforward. After sending Abdullah off, Lin Hai did not relax but instead called in Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, I asked you to handle the land acquisition. How is it going? The current Pingqiao toy factory is too small. Fitting a few production lines is already a stretch, and even the big client's car couldn't fit today. We must expand. Naturally, expansion requires buying land. Lin Hai targeted several surrounding wastelands, planning to discuss these matters with the relevant departments. With his current finances he was ready, and Jiao Jiao frowned and complained, "Don't mention it, boss. You don't know the land around here, because of its low price, has also been targeted by other companies, and they are now competing with us." "Oh, which companies?" Lin Hai asked, and Jiao Jiao counted on her fingers. Eagle Land's Tesla, Little Sun's Tianfeng, and Germania's Boma all want these cheap lands to build their factories. Lin Hai nodded. In recent years, the development momentum of new energy vehicles has been very strong globally, especially in Long Country where the market share of new energy vehicles continues to rise. To cater to the market, all major automakers have set up factories in places like Long Country and Tianju. It's no surprise that this area, due to its cheap prices, has attracted attention. We have plenty of money, just offer a bit more to secure the deal. What's the trouble with that? Lin Hai asked, and Jiao Jiao shook her head. "Boss, you don't understand, they are all foreign enterprises, they have advantages in acquiring land, you know." Upon hearing this, a nameless rage surged in Lin Hai's heart. It was one thing for him to be at a disadvantage as there was plenty of land to go around, but on the soil of Longwa, why should he, a Longwa native, yield to these foreign companies? What kind of logic was that? Seeing Lin Hai's displeased expression, and Jiao Jiao felt helpless. "Boss, there's nothing we can do. Nowadays, Trasa's electric cars are the best-selling internationally, and the officials also hope to attract high-tech enterprises locally. Most of our Longwa companies like BDA are concentrated in other cities. We can't compete with foreign capital here." Lin Hai took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a cold light, and he couldn't help but sneer. "It's just electric cars, right? It's not like we can't make them." And Jiao Jiao was stunned. "Aren't we just making toys? Why are we making electric cars now?" Lin Hai did not explain but simply waved his hand. "Don't worry about these things. In the next few days you contact companies like Balma and Tras and get their model licensing agreements. Don't worry about the expense, I'll make them cry later." Although Jiao Jiao didn't understand, she obediently left the office without further questions. Just as Lin Hai was about to ponder his next move, an unexpected visitor arrived. The office doors suddenly swung open and a tall man in a green uniform entered. Lin Hai. The visitor sat directly in front of Lin Hai, his expression a mix of smile and seriousness. "You really have some nerve, a small toy factory daring to deal in arms." Lin Hai immediately realized who it was. It was someone from the military. Lin Hai had never intended to hide his dealings with model arms, as it was impossible to conceal anyway. Being approached by the authorities was only a matter of time. He just hadn't expected it to come so soon. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hai tentatively asked, "May I know which department you're from?" "Not from the military, I'm from the National Security Department. If this were in Eagle Land you might say I'm from the FBI," said the man in uniform indifferently. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Shu, specially assigned to handle this matter." "Lin Hai, are you going to confess on your own, or shall we gather evidence and prosecute you?" Li Shu's tone was very calm, but his words carried an authoritative weight that was convincing. It was clear he held a high position. "Me? I'm just running a toy factory. What big crime of arms dealing are you talking about?" Lin Hai argued stubbornly. Li Shu laughed. "You haven't been dealing in arms. Ha, all you did was create infrared guidance systems, unmanned drone control systems, optical Image capture recognition modules and in /APY8 type small synthetic aperture radars, that's all. The more Lin Hai heard, the more guilty he felt. I'm running a legitimate business. Lin Hai tried to argue some more. But Li Shu simply waved his hand. Tell me, where did you get your technology? Lin Hai coughed and said, Aham, developed it ourselves. Li Shu slammed his hand on the table and stood up, furious. Lin Hai, I'm giving you a chance here. Don't be foolish, an ordinary person independently developing predator drone technology. Who are you kidding? Lin Hai quickly tried to calm him down. Commander Li, please, let's sit down and talk this over. After Li Shu calmed down a bit, Lin Hai then seriously said, Commander, I can't go into detail about these technologies for certain reasons, but I assure you they come from legitimate and legal sources, and I would never engage in acts like treason. Li Shu snorted coldly. Of course we know this. Otherwise you wouldn't be greeted by me but by our country's top special forces. According to Li Shu's investigation, Lin Hai's previous behaviors had been normal, his activities mostly confined within Jiangzhou, showing no signs of espionage. But as for the source of these technologies, they had racked their brains and still couldn't figure out where they came from. It surely couldn't be that General Atomics simply decided to give them away out of charity, could it? Lin Hai's face immediately brightened. So, you actually have no evidence of me trafficking arms, are you? Here to bluff me? Li Shu's face stiffened in an instant. He had let himself be tricked into revealing too much. The head of the security department outwitted by a youngster. Just as he was about to get angry, Lin Hai suddenly changed the topic. Commander Li, since what I'm doing is all legal and above board, and you currently have no way to touch me, why don't we consider a collaboration? Li Shu was taken aback, then a smirk formed on his lips. It was a bitter smile. I am here investigating you, and you still think about doing business with me? That's audaciously bold. I'm not talking about your security department, Lin Hai said seriously. Rather, it's about our Dragon Nation. To stand strong internationally, Dragon Nation must develop cutting-edge technologies, and it is precisely these high technologies that are our biggest stumbling block, be it materials, precision processing or semiconductors. Every year our country has to pay trillions in patent fees to import these high-tech equipments, significantly dragging down our economy. Upon hearing this, Li Shu fell silent. After a long pause, Li Shu said, I also came from that era and I do know something about the development of semiconductors. Our country's semiconductor industry started in the late 60s, only a decade behind Eagle Land. Later, the first integrated circuit DTL developed by our country was only 7 years behind Eagle Land. Although our development wasn't always at the global peak, it could still be considered at the forefront of the world. However, when the West saw the momentum of our country's development, it was only a matter of time before we became a tech superpower. They then started an unscrupulous price war, capturing the market with extremely low prices. This caused our domestic semiconductors to be in a lethargic state. Even with state support, we were still lagging far behind. Internationally, Li Shu sighed, reminiscing about those times. Lin Hai said earnestly, what if I told you that now I have the capability to turn the tables? I can break through technological blockades and disrupt the Western semiconductor market with pricing, in return blocking them, not just semiconductors but military technologies and arms too. They dare sell for 30 million, I'll sell for 10 million. They dare sell for 300 million, I'll sell for 100 million. In the long run, what of General Atomics? Wouldn't they go bankrupt? Li Shu was silent again. Honestly, he didn't believe that Lin Hai could achieve this alone, but he felt it was too early to reject the proposal outright. Lin Hai continued, Commander, since you can't prosecute me now, why not take a good look first? If later on there really is evidence of treason or espionage against me, it wouldn't be too late to arrest me then, right? Li Shu stood up and said indifferently, I understand. Watch your actions, Lin Hai. As he walked to the door, just before leaving, Li Shu turned around and softly said, your proposal, I will pass it on to the relevant leaders. With that, he left the place. Lin Hai finally took a deep breath. In a small room within the Jiangnan military region, a group of people sat together, discussing something. Li Shu, are you serious? He broke through the defenses of Eagle Land General Atomic Corporation's Predator drones by himself, and he can even produce something like the B-52 bomber. At the table, an elderly man frowned and asked aloud. Li Shu took a deep breath and replied, he did say so, and according to our investigation it seems he really did achieve this. Moreover, I've secretly visited their workshop and those production lines are very advanced. They are even more advanced than our military factories by a generation. Therefore I dare not say that his claims are merely boasts. Upon hearing this, various expressions appeared on the faces of those present. Some sneered, some disdained, some hesitated, but most of all there was skepticism. It is known that the Dragon Nation Science Academy has been focusing on developing semiconductors and cutting-edge technology since the last century, yet until today we have not been able to break through Eagle Land's technological embargo. Now an unknown young man claims he can lead Dragon Nation to break this blockade. Isn't he this just boasting? The room then filled with diverse discussions. What do you think? It must be fake. I remain skeptical. Maybe it's true. There's no harm in trying. Finally one person made the decision. Suddenly an elderly man sitting in the corner stood up. As he moved, the entire conference room quieted down, looking at him with respect. The elder spoke gravely. We have also investigated this Lin Hai. His activities have always been confined to Jiangzhou and he has not made any unusual moves during this period. Whether what he says is true or false, why not give it a try? After all, he hasn't done anything out of line so far. Even if we lose the bet, at most we lose a hope. But what if what he says is all true? I am willing to give him a chance. The elder's words echoed in the meeting room loud and clear. Then he looked towards Li Shu. Li, didn't he say he has the capability to produce the B-52 bomber and Predator drones? Place an order for 1 bomber and 100 drones. I refuse to believe that this brat can sell to Bear Nation, can sell to the Chief Nation, but can't sell to Dragon Nation. And watch him, see if he really has the capability to produce these things. If he can make them, I will give him a vast stage. Li Shu's face lit up with joy and he saluted respectfully. Yes, sir. With that he hurried out of the door. Meanwhile at Pingqiao Toy Factory, Lin Hai was troubled by the expansion issues. The current production was far from meeting the demands of Bear Nation and Chief Nation. If this continues, the factory area might not even have enough space for storage. At that moment, hello dear Lin Hai. The door to the office was again pushed open by an uninvited guest. A burly Caucasian man walked in, staring at Lin Hai with a hostile gaze. I didn't expect that a company capable of replicating Predator drones and B-52 bombers would be so small in scale. Lin Hai instantly understood the man's intent and tentatively asked, "Are you from General Atomics?" The Caucasian man laughed heartily. No, I'm not one of those General Atomics guys. I'm from the Eagle Land military, to be precise, the Eagle Land Air Force. Do you realize the crisis you brought upon us? Damn it!" The Caucasian man's words grew increasingly angry, even cursing, and his gaze became severely hostile. What happened? Lin Hai was somewhat baffled. He remembered not having any dealings with Eagle Land, so how had he created a crisis for the Eagle Land Air Force? The white man sneered. "See for yourself." He then handed over his smartphone. It was broadcasting a news report. Irmo is at war with Bear Nation. Initially Irmo had the upper hand thanks to Eagle Land's technology. However, Bear Nation somehow got their hands on a batch of Gauss electromagnetic rifles and Predator drones, turning the tide of the war to their favor. Now they are triumphing in battle after battle and the situation is becoming clearer. The Gauss rifles and Predator drones are well-known models, all products of Eagle Land's technology. Consequently, international opinion suspects that Eagle Land is involved in this war, secretly aiding Bear Nation, leading to a barrage of condemnation. Eagle Land is like a mute swallowing bitter herbs, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Who on earth supplied Bear Nation with such advanced weapons to frame us? An emergency press conference was called overnight to clarify that they had never participated in the war between Damo and Irmo. After all, they are officially neutral, but no one believes them and the criticisms are growing louder by the day, with global opinion strongly condemning Eagle Land. Countless netizens are relishing the drama online while also taking the opportunity to bash Eagle Land. I knew it, Eagle Land and Bear Nation must be colluding to take down Irmo. Evidence? The Predator drones and Gauss rifles are the evidence. Without Eagle Land's help, where would Bear Nation get such weaponry? Just look, Damo's situation was at a stalemate and now suddenly it's broken open. Irmo is doomed. Eagle Land always profits from war. Oh God, please destroy this evil nation of Eagle Land. The netizens' condemnation is harsh and it's agony for Eagle Land, who can't even voice their side. Therefore, internally, there was a demand for a thorough investigation and Air Force Major Horace was dispatched to look into it. Eventually, they traced it back to Toy Bridge Factory based on the markings on the models. At this point Lin Hai finally understood. He had unwittingly dealt a heavy blow to Eagle Land, yet he felt no guilt. Instead, he asked with a smile, "So what do you want to do about it?" Horace frowned. Lin Hai, you have caused severe damage to our Eagle Land's image. I need to take you in first and then Hai Eagle Land's image, damage. Am I hearing this right? Lin Hai deliberately shouted exaggeratedly, Eagle Land's image? Warmongers, oil specialists, human rights defenders, which of these are commendable? Does this image even need damaging? Is there room to fall further? Hearing this, Horace's face turned red and he coughed twice. Even he, a true Eagle Lander, couldn't deny that Eagle Land's international image was indeed difficult to defend. But duty called and Horace continued, regardless, you must come with me today, as this is also a request from General Atomics to our Air Force, otherwise they will increase the price of the military supplies they provide us. In the end it all comes down to money. Lin Hai smiled slightly. Major Horace, if General Atomics can do business with your Air Force, so can I. Horace scoffed. Do business? On what basis? Even if you could replicate Predator drones and B-52 bombers, what about it? Your cost $20 million per unit. Before Horace could finish, Lin Hai interjected. $20 million for one Predator drone, how about that? Horace was stunned. Seeing Horace's silence, Lin Hai continued, $17 million for one. Horace swallowed hard, his heart trembling slightly, the temptation growing stronger. $15 million. Plus a full set of missile systems, electronic controls, infrared guidance systems, drone electronic control systems, and optical image capture recognition modules. In short, everything a fully equipped Predator drone should have. I can provide. You take these back, just need to load them with explosives. Lin Hai, with a grand gesture, offered a hefty discount straight away. Horace's eyes widened in shock, his heart pounding in his chest. He had intended to refuse, but what was this irresistible urge? $15 million for a fully equipped drone? That's over $10 million cheaper than buying from General Atomics. Swallowing hard, Horace suddenly felt a bit amnesiac. What was I here for again? Why can't I remember? Oh right, it seems I came to purchase drones. No wonder that's all I can think of now. Cough cough, Mr. Lin. Horace's attitude changed in an instant, his face breaking into a smile as he bowed and nodded. May I make a call to the General for instructions if you don't mind? His tone was extremely humble, a stark contrast to his swaggering entrance earlier. Why make a call when you can ask it all at once? Lin Hai said with a smile. B-52 bombers, do you want them too? You folks in Eagle Land have only 76 of them in service, right? Surely the more the merrier. $100 million each. I have as many as you want. Horace was left dumbfounded, standing frozen in place for a full 2 minutes. After a long while he asked with a trembling voice, how many? $100 million each. Am I dreaming? Horace felt like his worldview was being turned upside down today. Alright. I'll call right now, as long as the General approves. I will. Horace, as if waking from a dream, took out his mobile phone, his hands trembling as he tried to make the call. You will what? However, at this moment a cold, hard voice came from outside. Li Shu walked in, his expression stern. Behind him, a dozen soldiers armed to the teeth followed. Upon seeing Horace, they immediately cocked their Type 95 rifles and aimed at him. Major Horace, what a coincidence, since the last Eagle Land Technology Expo, this is our first meeting, Li Shu sneered. Horace's eyelids twitched violently as he raised his hands in surrender. Mr. Li, I came to Dragon Nation legally this time. You have no grounds to arrest me. Li Shu wasn't surprised. Our records show that you came to Dragon Nation for tourism. You really have a taste for sightseeing, visiting a small toy factory in Dragon Nation, huh? Horace spread his hands. Just curious. That's all. That's not illegal, right? After a moment's silence, Li Shu waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him lowered their guns. Horace was right, the toy factory was still nominally a private enterprise, and a foreign friend visiting a toy factory couldn't be considered illegal. Humph, consider yourself lucky today. Get out, Li Shu said gruffly, but Horace was shamelessly unwilling to leave. No Li, I'm here to do a big deal with Mr. Lin today. I won't leave early. A $10 million Predator drone, a $100 million bomber. Horace had already forgotten about life and death. Compared to money, what was a little life worth? Li Shu snorted coldly. Behind him, the soldiers were restless. Horace quickly learned his lesson. Alright, then I'll just wait outside. With that he quickly scurried out the door. Commander Li, what brings you here this time? Lin Hai rubbed his hands together, grinning sheepishly, somewhat guiltily. Doing business with someone from Eagle Land, that couldn't be considered treason, right? Absolutely not. After all, he had said it himself, it was just to monopolize the Eagle Land market with low prices. Moreover, he always paid his taxes in full, never defaulting. An absolutely conscientious businessman indeed. Li Shu didn't say much else, but went straight to the point. The directive has come down from above, and regarding the specifics I'm not at liberty to discuss them. In any case, our southern military region hopes to place an order with you for a batch of military hardware. No, I mean models. As he spoke, Li Shu handed over a list. It detailed the items to be ordered: 100 fully equipped Predator drones and 1 B-52 bomber. Since it's an internal order, I'll definitely give you the best price. Upon realizing that Lin Hai was not here to bring accusations but to place an order, Lin Hai was overjoyed and slapped his chest, declaring, for the Russians and the Emirates, I charge $10 million per drone. But for our own people, just $5 million each. At these words, Li Shu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As someone from the security department, he was practically an expert on weaponry and knew full well the frightening price tags of Eagle Land's Predator drones. The few export orders that went to Indostan were priced at $100 million each by Eagle Land. Even for their internal orders, they needed $30 million each. But here at Lin Hai's it was only $10 million per drone, and for their own people it was even less, just $5 million each. Isn't that less than the cost of the materials? Are you serious? Li Shu, who disliked repeating himself, found himself making an exception this time because he simply couldn't believe his ears. Of course I'm serious. When have I ever lied? Lin Hai replied, his face returning to its usual smile. Of course, there's one condition: you have to supply all the materials. After all, we're just a small private enterprise. Lin Hai sighed, his expression somewhat helpless. Li Shu almost rolled his eyes to the back of his head. A small private enterprise? Which small private enterprise produces drones and bombers? Oh, and about the bombers, the strategic bombers sold to the Emirates were priced at $100 million. For domestic sales, I'll give a discount. $50 million will do, Lin Hai said magnanimously, waving his hand. Li Shu's ears doubted themselves once again. Even domestically, the cost of a bomber was roughly between $40 to $50 million. Yet Lin Hai was selling Eagle Land's main bombers to them at this price. Wasn't this practically giving them away for free? In a flash, Li Shu's favorable impression of Lin Hai increased significantly. He had thought Lin Hai was just a boastful guy, but now he seemed to be a five-star good citizen. It seemed he had made the right bet by speaking up for Lin Hai this time. Lin Hai, Li Shu's eyes showed admiration. If you really sell them at this price, I'll recommend you to the military region. Even if it doesn't work out later, I'll make sure you're safe. Lin Hai chuckled. You flatter me, sir. By the way, would you like to take a look at our production line? A drone is about to be assembled, and you can see for yourself whether I'm telling the truth. Li Shu did not hesitate and nodded, following Lin Hai to a workshop. As he entered the workshop, Li Shu was immediately astounded. Before him, mechanical arms were methodically assembling components, and in just a short while the Predator drone was produced. On the assembly line, everything was orderly, yet not a single person was present, just some workers packing the newly produced drones and pushing them towards the warehouse. This equipment, this level of automation, is this really a private enterprise? Li Shu was silent for a long while before he couldn't help but speak out. His tone was full of awe. Even aerospace and military industries don't have this technology, and here your private enterprise has reached this level. Lin Hai smiled faintly. Commander, do you finally believe what I said? Li Shu sighed and suddenly asked, how did you come by these technologies? Military technology is generally a decade ahead of civilian technology. Moreover, your company doesn't seem large enough to develop such formidable technologies. Lin Hai responded directly. What if I told you I developed them myself? Would you believe me? If you don't, I can demonstrate all these technologies for you to verify. After purchasing the production lines, the system directly instills the necessary knowledge into my brain. So now I can actually explain it all in detail. Li Shu stared intently at Lin Hai, observing his clear and fearless eyes. After a long moment, he sighed, turned away and said, if you don't want to say it, let it be. It's not necessarily a bad thing. As long as you're not betraying the country, it's not my place to interfere. Just then, a brand new Predator drone was rolled out in front of Lin Hai. Boss, the warehouse is full. What should we do? I have no idea where to put these goods, a worker said with a worried expression. Hearing this, Li Shu was speechless and almost choked with laughter. Others are troubled because their countries can't produce drones, and here you are worried about not having enough space to store them. You must be showing off, right? Is this what they call a luxury problem? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hai also began to pour out his troubles. Commander, Our toy factory has always wanted to expand, but the surrounding plots of land have been allocated to foreign companies by the city government. We are completely insufficient in production capacity to fulfill the national task assigned to me. What do you think?" Li Shu was speechless. He hadn't even received anything yet, and here he was being asked to resolve issues. However, after thinking it over, Li Shu said, "Your toy factory is supported by our military and security departments. We'll handle the city's issue." Relieved, Lin Hai thought, can foreign capital compete with the military? The military is famous for protecting its own. Who dares to touch the military's assets will have someone knocking on their door the same day. With the military's intervention, his problem was as good as solved. "In that case, thank you in advance, Commander," Lin Hai said cheerfully. "Don't thank me, I have a job for you," Li Shu said. "The Dragon Nation Science Academy is planning an industrial survey soon, and I want your toy factory to be among the first batch we inspect. I will bring a few people over for a visit. Any objections?" Lin Hai shrugged. "I'd be most welcoming." Within 2 days, the land from the city was approved. It was said that a certain major general personally met with the relevant city officials and decided on the spot. The factory began its expansion. However, Lin Hai faced another problem: insufficient electricity. Jiangzhou had abundant hydropower, but each production line was a major power consumer comparable to some medium-sized enterprises. Together, they caused the factory to lose power for several days. Many from the power department came requesting Lin Hai to stop the expansion as the city could not bear such a terrifying power consumption. Lin Hai was deeply concerned, but the next day he looked relieved. From that day on, the toy factory had an additional chimney and resumed production as usual. Until today at Jiangzhou Pingqiao Toy Factory, several cars parked inside the factory and dozens of people in white lab coats stepped out. Lin Hai had been waiting early and greeted them warmly. "Mr. Qian, I have been awaiting your arrival for a long time." An elderly man, his face crinkled into a smile, nodded his head. "Xiaolin, thank you for this. We just wanted a few old fellows to take a look around, but when my students heard about your work, they insisted on coming along." This elderly man was Chen Donglai, an academician at the Dragon Nation's Academy of Sciences. After hearing about Lin Hai's achievements from the military, Chen Donglai developed a keen interest in this young man and took the opportunity of this industrial survey to pay a visit. Behind him, a group of young people in their 20s and 30s, his students, followed. Upon seeing Lin Hai, their eyes conveyed skepticism and indifference. They had heard about Lin Hai from their teacher and naturally chose not to believe. A single person creating a predator drone? It sounded like a tall tale. The Science Academy had been researching for over a decade, and although they managed to replicate drones of similar performance, the high costs led to the projects being shelved. A mere private company claiming to have manufactured top-tier military drones seemed preposterous. Therefore, most of the students held a dismissive and contemptuous attitude towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai, however, was unconcerned. Words were useless. Only facts could prove them wrong. Thus, Lin Hai simply said, "Professor Chen, let's skip the talk and head straight to the workshop." Leading the way, he ushered everyone inside. Initially, the group could understand some of the processes they observed. "Is this integrated stamping and molding? This requires precise experimental data on materials and mechanics, something usually mastered only by the military. It's surprising that such a small private enterprise possesses this technology. Well, our academy could achieve this too. What's there for a private company to boast about?" However, as they delved deeper, the students began to feel unsettled. "What is this technology? 3D printing? No, this is additive manufacturing with cold spraying. Cold spraying itself isn't rare, but why is it featured on an assembly line? That's impossible. Such a level of automation, even the Eagle Land military might not possess it." Shouts of astonishment burst from the students' mouths. Their expressions shifted from disdain upon entry to shock and confusion. They couldn't understand how a mere private company could hold such formidable technology. Even Shen Donglai was visibly shaken, his old face filled with amazement. "Xiaolin, this is aluminum alloy material, right? You actually managed integrated stamping and forging in one go. How is this possible? We haven't even mastered such precise data. How did you do it?" With his heart racing, Chen Donglai pointed towards the production line. Lin Hai responded, "I have plenty of this data, Professor Qian. I'll send you some later." "Good. Thank you so much, Xiaolin. What do you need? I can arrange anything for you," Chen Donglai said, tears welling up in his eyes, and if not for Lin Hai's support, he might have had a heart attack right then. They continued to watch. In just half an hour, a predator drone transformed from a semi-finished skeleton to a gleaming whole. The entire process involved no human workers, only automated production lines. This scene once again astounded everyone from the Dragon Nation Science Academy, and just at that moment Lin Hai, Li Shu strode in grandly approaching Lin Hai after a few steps. Lin Hai, didn't you say a few days ago that there was a power shortage and that the production line couldn't start? I've applied for a special high-voltage power line for you which should arrive within half a month. But isn't your factory running smoothly now? Li Shu looked at the bustling production line and couldn't help but question deeply. Lin Hai could only sheepishly reply, I figured that shutting down for even a day would cost us a lot, so I took the initiative and installed a small power generator to temporarily meet the factory's electricity needs, so the military doesn't need to worry about us anymore. A small power generator? Li Shu was stunned, then shook his head. I wondered why there was a new chimney at your toy factory. Since you've solved the power issue yourself, then I know. Wait a minute, something's off. Li Shu, having thought it through, glared at Lin Hai and demanded, your factory, when fully operational, couldn't possibly be supported by the city's power supply. What kind of power generator have you built that allows all your production lines to run at full capacity? All the students, including Qian Donglai, turned their curious eyes towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai, stuttering and with an awkward smile, said, oh, that power generator, it's nothing much really, nothing to see here. Li Shu immediately frowned. Lin Hai, do you think I'm that easy to fool? What exactly have you done? Qian Donglai also analyzed. Lin, according to what Li Shu said, if your factory's power consumption can't be met by a whole city district, then your generator can't be something simple like thermal, wind, or hydroelectric power. If it were thermal power, there wouldn't be enough space in this small factory area. Thus a thought simultaneously struck everyone's minds: nuclear power. Li Shu's mouth fell open, clinging to his last bit of hope. Lin Hai, tell me, did you install a nuclear power station here? Lin Hai, embarrassed, nodded slightly. It's not really a nuclear power station, just a reactor not that big. The room fell into a dead silence, so quiet you could hear everyone's heartbeats. Their worldviews were being reshaped at that moment. A private enterprise that, due to a lack of electricity, just whipped up a nuclear power station. Screams filled the air. A nuclear power station? Nuclear power? We're not going to die here, are we? The group of students cried out, their faces filled with terror. The destructive power of nuclear weapons, well known to modern people, could be described as earth-shattering, and right beside them, mere hundreds of meters away, sat this terrifying weapon of mass destruction. Even though they were well-educated folks from the Science Academy, they couldn't help but feel terrified. Lin Hai, you're incredibly bold. Li Shu, furious, pointed directly at Lin Hai's nose and scolded, you didn't go through any approvals and you dared to build a nuclear power station here? Look at this place. It's just a toy factory. What qualifications does it have to build a nuclear power station? And how did you get uranium? Where is the nuclear waste being discharged? Tell me. Lin Hai chuckled, hehe, his face somewhat awkward, rubbing his hands together. Commander Li, don't worry, let me explain slowly. This nuclear power station has been running for several days now, very stable, no issues at all, no need to panic. Lin Hai hurriedly tried to soothe him. Hearing that everything was running smoothly, Li Shu finally relaxed a bit, pointed at Lin Hai and sighed again. I don't even know what to say about this guy, claiming to be a small private enterprise, always playing the victim at the military's expense. What are you doing, exporting drones, bombers, and now you've created a nuclear power station? Is this what a private enterprise should be doing? Hold on, Lin, I have a question. Qian Donglai spoke up. Even if your homemade nuclear power station is running smoothly now, how do you handle the nuclear waste? How is uranium-235 extracted? Uranium-235 and nuclear waste are both extremely harmful to human health, emitting radiation that renders the surrounding area uninhabitable for miles. A slight mishandling could turn a nuclear power plant into a buried mini-nuclear bomb. Lin Hai scratched his head and said apologetically, nuclear waste? We don't have that stuff, and I don't use uranium-235 at all, no nuclear waste, and the fuel isn't uranium-235. At that moment Qian Donglai suddenly had a terrifying suspicion. His lips trembling, his voice shaking, he asked, could it possibly be that you are using controlled nuclear fusion technology? As you know, nuclear power stations involving uranium-235 fission always produce waste. There's only one type of nuclear power that doesn't generate polluting waste, that's controlled nuclear fusion. Lin Hai nodded straightforwardly. Indeed, it is controlled nuclear fusion. Instantly, the room fell silent, everyone's mouths were agape, staring at Lin Hai with a look of disbelief, as if they were seeing an alien. Qian Donglai, clutching his chest, nearly had a heart attack, hurriedly took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and swallowed several pills before he could calm down. No wonder their reactions were so intense. Controlled nuclear fusion was indeed beyond belief. Since the concepts of nuclear fusion and fission were proposed, the world has never ceased its pursuit of controlled nuclear fusion. Nearly a century has passed and not a single country has made even a slight practical breakthrough. And now, this century-old problem was solved by a mere toy factory. It's absolutely unbelievable. This is impossible, impossible. Chen Donglai stepped forward, grabbed Lin Hai's arm. You must take me to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes to believe it. Controlled nuclear fusion. At this moment Chen Donglai had lost his initial composed and scholarly demeanor. Instead he was overtaken by madness and excitement. His eyes seemed to emit light, white and round his face and neck flushed, clearly overwhelmed with extreme excitement. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I'll take you there right now, Lin Hai said with a wry smile, leading the crowd out of the workshop and towards the power station inside the toy factory. A small room of just 200 to 300 square meters was Lin Hai's nuclear power station. The door was rusty and not even locked, carelessly left ajar. Just as Lin Hai and the imposing crowd approached the door, an old man came out from inside. Seeing Lin Hai, the old man nodded politely. Boss, the 5 generators are still running normally today, each with an efficiency of 5 GWh. Lin Hai casually waved his hand. It's fine, you can rest. I'm just showing some people around. The old man then left, and turning around Lin Hai saw that the group had turned to stone again. 5 GWh per generator, that makes 25 GWh for the 5. Chen Donglai was once again stunned. At this moment he could no longer maintain the image of an academician, he was nearly going mad. 1 GWh is the abbreviation for 1000 megawatt-hours, equivalent to 1 million degrees of electricity. You should know a large city's average hourly electricity consumption is only about 1 million degrees. This means Lin Hai's power station, occupying just over 200 square meters, could supply over 20 large cities. Its power generation even surpasses the Three Gorges Dam. Is this something a private enterprise should be able to achieve? Li Shu also couldn't help but question his life on the side. Mr. Qian, Commander Li, let's go inside, Lin Hai said. A group of people carrying their excited hearts walked into the interior of the power station, inside the control room. As they stepped into the control room, the group of students went wild, each throwing themselves onto various components, inspecting them meticulously. Their eyes, green with greed, resembled those of people who had been thirsty for 3 days in the desert and had just spotted a bottle of water. They occasionally let out shrieks of excitement. It's real nuclear fusion. My God, look at this equation. Who would have thought of this approach? It's simply marvelous. Is this what controlled nuclear fusion looks like? It's beautiful, don't stop me, I want to go inside and see. Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh at this spectacle. No wonder they say scientists are mad. Li Shu, who didn't understand much of this, stayed by Lin Hai's side and asked, if the fuel for nuclear fusion isn't uranium-235, what is it? Lin Hai answered with a smile, deuterium, an isotope of hydrogen, which is the easiest material to obtain. Extracting deuterium is simple. It doesn't require centrifugal concentration or any complex processes like uranium does. We just need to extract it from seawater. The concentration of deuterium in seawater is 3 parts per 100,000, which means there are 0.03 grams of deuterium in 1 liter of seawater. The energy released from the fusion of this 0.03 grams of deuterium is equivalent to the energy produced by burning 300 liters of gasoline. The total volume of seawater is 1.37 billion cubic kilometers, so it contains several quintillion kilograms of deuterium. The energy from this deuterium fusion could supply humanity's energy needs for billions of years. This is why, despite the difficulties of achieving controlled nuclear fusion, countries around the world are extensively researching it, because once it's achieved, it will change the world. At that moment, Chen Donglai, having finished his tour of the nuclear power plant, came to Lin Hai, his face flushed with excitement. Lin Hai, no, brother Lin Hai. This nuclear power plant technology has already matured into the 5th generation nuclear technology. It's unbelievable. Nuclear power plants have only developed up to the 4th generation, even domestically, and have not been widely adopted. The 5th generation, globally, it's still just a concept, and you, in a toy factory, have managed to create and even use this elusive 5th generation nuclear power plant? It's astounding. Li Shu was left speechless. This Pingqiao toy factory, nothing about it makes any logical sense. Chief, I won't get into trouble, will I? Lin Hai asked earnestly. You know, with the orders from Bear Country, the chiefdom, and the domestic ones, I dare not slack off for a moment. Without electricity, how can the factory operate? I am only trying to fulfill the national tasks assigned to me. Lin Hai spoke passionately, even his voice carried a hint of grievance, aren't small and micro-enterprises like ours always strongly supported by the state. Setting up a power station shouldn't be a problem, right? Small and micro-enterprise, strong support. Li Shu almost rolled his eyes to the sky. Mass-producing B-52 bombers, Predator drones, and even developing a fifth-generation controlled nuclear fusion power plant. This is a small and micro-enterprise. Whether it's drones, bombers, or nuclear power plants, these are the dreams of countless scientists in the Dragon Country who have researched for many years without much success, and here a small and micro-enterprise has done it, even reaching mass production. And still expecting state support. You should be supporting the state. Watching everything in front of him, Li Shu just felt a headache. The current situation was beyond his ability to handle. He must go to Tiandu immediately and have the big shots there take care of it. Li Shu gave a few instructions and left. Only Chen Donglai stayed behind, insisting on thoroughly researching the controlled nuclear fusion technology, but in the end he too was firmly sent away by Lin Hai. With a sigh of relief, the factory's production capacity was restored and orders for Doghouse and Bear Country were being processed smoothly. Finally, there was a moment of respite. During this time, Lin Hai gathered all the workers together, preparing to hold a meeting. The mention of a meeting made most people's faces cloud over with worry and frustration. A meeting? Even after joining this factory, they still had to attend meetings. It seemed that the boss had finally decided to hold a meeting, signaling what some jokingly referred to as doomsday. Generally, the mention of meetings was met with disdain by most workers. Issues that could easily be resolved with a simple email required sitting through 1 or 2 hours of talk, and these meetings often encroached on the already scarce after-work hours. Most importantly, there was no overtime pay. It felt like torture. Since joining the Pingqiao toy factory, Lin Hai had not held any meetings, and initially, everyone was secretly pleased that this factory seemed to involve less hassle. However, they couldn't escape it after all. Never mind, the wages here were frighteningly high, so a bit more hassle from the boss was tolerable. Indeed, the monthly salary was several times higher than other factories. What was a meeting in comparison? They'd even be willing to live at the factory. It was only right. Adjusting their moods, over 100 workers gathered in the square waiting for Lin Hai's arrival. What they didn't expect was that before Lin Hai arrived, a truck pulled up first. Several people jumped down from the truck, swiftly unloading cargo. The workers started whispering among themselves. Had more materials arrived? It didn't seem like it. The last unloading was done by those foreign Russians or others in uniforms. What was written on these people's clothes? Porsche and also Fusheng Gold Shop. Everyone was baffled. Just then Lin Hai finally appeared at the venue, accompanied by An Jiaojiao. "Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry for taking up your work time," he chuckled. "After I say a few words, you all can take the rest of the day off, and today's pay will still be calculated as usual." At this, everyone's eyes lit up. It was like getting a paid day off. Who wouldn't like that? Immediately, they felt much better. A meeting in exchange for a day off. This boss was quite generous. As Lin Hai continued, "You all have been busy recently and I haven't had the time to express my appreciation. It's my negligence. Today, I've casually bought some small gifts to show my gratitude. Everyone will get one and I hope you like them." As he spoke, the truck's guardrails were opened, revealing stacks of gleaming gold bars and several luxury cars. Porsche 911-inch Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bugatti Veyron, you name it. Instantly, the workers were unsettled, their eyes widened and mouths agape. These items, small gifts. The boss was being overly modest. Lin Hai laughed at Pingqiao Toy Factory. "As long as I am feasting, I make sure that you all get a bite too. We've been doing well recently, taking on quite a few large orders, so consider these as my way of rewarding you. First, a bonus of 100,000 for each. Secondly, a gold bar each. And lastly, for those who have shown outstanding performance, a luxury car each." He then started calling out names, gesturing for An Jiaojiao to read from the list. "Luhan, Luhan, where is Luhan?" It took calling his name 3 times before Luhan snapped out of his daze, raising his hand hurriedly. Here, I'm here." He scrambled onto the stage and An Jiaojiao casually handed him a gold bar. Luhan was still full of doubt, cautiously asking Secretary, "And is this really gold? For me? Am I dreaming?" And Jiaojiao replied somewhat impatiently, "Of course it's real. If you don't believe it, you could pinch yourself to check." Luhan gave a sheepish laugh and hurried off the stage, still in disbelief as he held the heavy gold bar in his hands. "In the factory, are they really handing out gold bars? That's too extravagant." And Jiaojiao's voice continued. "Hu Guangzui 1 gold bar and also a Bugatti Veyron, Li Zhongjin 1 gold bar, Lu Fengzi 1 gold bar, Li Chui 1 gold bar." Soon the list was read out. The workers weighed the gold in their hands as if they were dreaming. It took a while before someone woke up from the dream, shouting, "Boss, I want to work for you for a lifetime." Instantly, this triggered a chorus of agreement among the workers. "Boss, you were so generous, I love you to death. Oh, I'm the boss's dog." The crowd was so excited, dancing around as if they were injected with adrenaline. Originally, Lin Hai planned to give them a holiday, but these folks wouldn't leave, insisting on staying to work overtime, and Lin Hai couldn't convince them otherwise. In other companies, they try every means to get workers to do overtime and even think about how to avoid paying for it. Here at Lin Hai's, the workers are pumped up as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. The reason is simple: money. If you pay enough, why worry about lack of motivation? Those heartless capitalists, they want to spend the least money for the highest profit, wishing workers could work 24 hours a day without even paying them. Compared to them, Lin Hai is truly conscientious. Gold bars, luxury cars, he gives them away without even blinking an eye. After all, his profits are frighteningly high. Today's event was just a minor expense compared to his profits, hardly worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning at all. This time, even in Jiajiao got a Porsche 911, jumping around in joy. "Boss, I have to report some bad news," and Jiajiao suddenly remembered something and became serious. "Go ahead." After thinking for a moment, and Jiajiao said, "Aren't we preparing for a second expansion?" But the officials in Jiangzhou refused to sign off on the land sale, insisting that we relocate. Lin Hai frowned. The first expansion was enough for the factory's capacity. However, due to the construction of a nuclear power plant, they needed to make room to venture into the civilian sector, making a second expansion necessary. Unexpectedly, the previously courteous Jiangzhou was now disagreeing with the expansion. Weren't they dealt with by the military before? Why are they being stubborn again? Lin Hai asked in confusion, and Jiajiao thought for a while and explained, "I heard that Tesla, Poma and Crazy Field, these foreign companies, have jointly pressured Jiangzhou because they were unhappy with the previous land deal. They said that if they concede once, there will be a second time, and to protect their interests, they want to suppress our toy factory. These companies aren't even in the same league as us, they can't join forces to eliminate us, so they have to pressure the officials to compete for the land next to our factory, forbidding them from selling it to you." Lin Hai heard this and let out a cold laugh. "A bunch of foreign companies daring to be so arrogant on the land of Dragon Country? Ha, I was planning to deal with this in a few days, but since you've pushed me, I have no choice. Not in the same league. Now we are." Turning his head, Lin Hai asked Jiajiao, "Have the authorization documents for those car models come through?" And Jiajiao nodded, looking a bit wronged. "Boss, those companies are too deceitful. An authorization for a car model costs a whopping 2 million. The worst is the Crazy Field from the island country, they don't give permanent authorization, demanding 1 million per year. That Crazy Field is too bad, they ignore my inquiries, and it took ages to even meet someone so arrogant." Thinking about this, and Jiajiao was so aggrieved that tears were about to fall. Looking pitifully sad, Lin Hai hastily consoled, "Don't worry Jiajiao, it's just a few million in licensing fees. There will be a time when they'll regret this." System analyzed the Telestron model data. As the system processed the request, a ding sounded, indicating the analysis was complete. Suddenly a stream of data flowed into Lin Hai's mind. Model: Telestron New Energy Vehicle Pinduoduo Automatic Production Line, capable of producing Pinduoduo version model products. Price, $100 million each line. Standard automatic production line, capable of producing standard and lower version model products. Price, $1 billion each line. Enhanced automatic production line, capable of producing enhanced and lower version model products. Price, $5 billion each line. Otherworld automatic production line, capable of producing otherworld version and lower model products. Price, $50 billion each line. After reviewing the data, Lin Hai sighed. It seemed the competitiveness wasn't enough. Even the enhanced version of Telestron models had a range of only 1,500 kilometers and a maximum speed of 412 kilometers per hour, with acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.2 seconds. Anyone hearing Lin Hai's words would likely be infuriated. After all, the general range of new energy vehicles is around 500 kilometers, and even the high-end models only reach 672 kilometers. And here he was not satisfied with double the range, truly a show-off. Lin Hai, accustomed to military products like bombers and drones, subconsciously underestimated civilian vehicles. A mere 1,000 or 2 kilometers range, that's nothing compared to a bomber. Perhaps he should consider the Otherworld version. Lin Hai was somewhat excited. To be honest, he hadn't yet tried the Otherworld version of the model and he was quite curious, but after some thought he decided to give up. After all, the Otherworld version indicated it might involve technology from another world. He could explain creating controllable nuclear fusion in bombers as a unique talent, but explaining something from another world would be tricky. Speaking of which, didn't Fenchen have a hydrogen energy vehicle? That one seemed to have a decent range. Suddenly Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Hydrogen energy vehicles, a concept proposed as early as the last century, use hydrogen gas as fuel. Hydrogen is a very clean and efficient fuel with a calorific value of 143 mJ/kg, approximately 3 times that of gasoline, 9 times that of alcohol, and 5 times that of coke. The only byproduct of hydrogen combustion is water, earning it the reputation as the fuel of the future. However, how to extract, store and sequester hydrogen remains a challenge. To this day, hydrogen energy vehicles are still quite immature with no large-scale production. Fenchen had a hydrogen energy vehicle model called Mirai, but it had dismal sales and was rarely mentioned except in passing. System analyzed the Fenchen Mirai data. The system began processing, and with a ding, the analysis was complete. The data flowed into Lin Hai's mind. Model: Fenchen Mirai hydrogen energy vehicle Pinduoduo automatic production line, capable of producing Pinduoduo version model products. Price: $500 million each line. Standard automatic production line, capable of producing standard and lower version model products. Price: $1 billion each line. Enhanced automatic production line, capable of producing enhanced and lower version model products. Price: $1, $5 billion each line. Otherworld automatic production line, capable of producing Otherworld version and lower model products. Price: $10 billion each line. Too expensive, Lin Hai gasped and then resigned. He said, exchange for the enhanced production line. By now, the Pinduoduo version and ordinary version production lines were useless to Lin Hai. The Pinduoduo version goes without saying, and the ordinary version was just a one-to-one replica of the Mirai car, which couldn't be sold at all. Only the enhanced version ignites the desire to purchase. As Lin Hai reviewed the memories in his mind, his face lit up with joy. It even comes with a method for extracting hydrogen and a safe storage technique. What a steal! You see, the biggest challenge with hydrogen energy is the extraction and preservation of hydrogen gas. Solving the storage safety issues means solving half the problems for hydrogen energy vehicles. Lin Hai continued to peruse the data, his joy becoming more evident. A maximum range of 2,000 kilometers, acceleration from 0 to 101.2 seconds, top speed of 504 kilometers per hour. Fantastic! This is what a hydrogen energy vehicle should be. Lin Hai couldn't help but burst into laughter. The hydrogen energy from Little Sun claims to be at the forefront of the world. Yet, they haven't even figured out the most basic issues of safety and cost, and they dare to claim that hydrogen energy will dominate the world in 10 years. It's a joke. Once this enhanced version of the hydrogen energy vehicle hits the market, it's expected to instantly explode in popularity nationwide, and it will probably be a hot seller internationally as well. Jiao Jiao, Lin Hai called out. And Jiao Jiao immediately entered the office. What's up, boss? Go apply for the car manufacturing qualification and production license. We are getting ready to build cars, Lin Hai said with a smile. Build cars? And Jiao Jiao was completely confused, unable to fathom what the boss was thinking. First it was drones, then it was huge bombers, and now suddenly it's the automobile industry? However, Jiao Jiao didn't dwell on it too much and left to start the process. Obtaining a car manufacturing qualification could be difficult, but also straightforward. Pressured by several foreign companies, Jiangzhou had to gloss over the land issue, but with the military watching, they were very cooperative in other aspects. In less than half a month, the car manufacturing qualification was granted. The production line was running at full capacity and the first batch of hydrogen energy vehicles was produced. During this half-month period, Jiao Jiao also contacted several companies for advertising, but the results were very minimal. There was almost no effect. One reason is that there are simply too many people making new energy vehicles these days. Isn't a new energy vehicle just a motor with a battery and a computer? What's so difficult about that? Thus, it was one thing for established car companies to explore new tracks. Even those who make smartphones and air conditioners wanted a piece of the pie. This resulted in a mixed bag in the new energy vehicle market. The target audience was primarily aiming at big brands like Bidia and Tralas, while others didn't even get a glance. Made by Pingqiao Toy Factory, it looked like a layman trying to make a quick buck. Who would buy that? Therefore, after half a month of advertising, not a single order was received. Could these cars end up rotting in stock? Lin Hai frowned. This production line had cost him his entire fortune of $1.5 billion US. It seems that even the best goods can suffer if tucked away in a deep alley. How could anyone buy if they don't even know about it? He sighed. Suddenly, Jiao Jiao came up with an idea. Boss, if no one is watching our ads, why don't we try something else? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Do you have a plan? And Jiao Jiao nodded. Live streaming sales. Nowadays live streaming sales are all the rage. If we can get some professional streamers, it might even be more effective than advertising. Lin Hai's eyes sparkled. How could I have forgotten about this? Nowadays, people naturally resist advertisements. They generally ignore them, just like the brain automatically blocks out noise. Thus, the effectiveness of ads is diminishing. But with live streaming sales, people actually enjoy and even seek them out. Okay, let's get into livestream selling, Lin Hai immediately declared. If you want to attract attention in the live streaming world, besides those famous hosts who bring their own audience, there's only one type left: edgy. Only the old lechers hold the secret to traffic. Therefore, when choosing female hosts, Lin Hai decided to take charge himself. Soon a bevy of beauties started frequenting the factory area. Inside the room, batches of candidates were screened out. Wait, this one seems good. Lin Hai's eyes lit up as he pointed at someone. This person was named Su Qingxue, a student from Jiangzhou Film and Television Academy. Beside him, Jiao Jiao quickly read out her information. Coming from the Film Academy, Su Qingxue's looks were naturally stunning. Anyone who saw her would have to exclaim, "What a beauty!" However, she had one enormous advantage. At first glance, Lin Hai almost developed megalophobia. Thus, Su Qingxue, a sophomore from Jiangzhou Film and Television Academy, became the first host for Pingqiao Toy Factory. Before going live, Su Qingxue, following Lin Hai's instructions, dressed in a white sleeveless blouse which seemed to be bursting at the seams, the buttons straining as if they might pop off at any moment, paired with red patent leather high heels and silk stockings. In one word, glossy. Just sitting there reciting lines, every gesture exuded a natural charm. Boss, so you like this type? And Jiao Jiao, noticing Lin Hai's unmovable gaze, couldn't help but pout, feeling a bit jealous. It's just hosting reading scripts and such, I can do that too. Lin Hai reluctantly shifted his gaze to Jiao Jiao, letting out a regretful click of his tongue while shaking his head. The teacher said Jiao Jiao's figure isn't bad, but compared to Su Qingxue, it's still not quite there. Seeing Lin Hai's disdainful look, Jiao Jiao immediately bristled. Boss, what are you looking at? What do you mean by that look? Lin Hai cleared his throat. Jiao Jiao, you can get ready for the live stream. Go notify Su Qingxue. This calmed Jiao Jiao down. Then the live stream began. Hello everyone, I'm the host Su Qingxue. Today I'll introduce you to our hydrogen-powered car product. Su Qingxue started appearing on the live stream. True to her Film Academy background, although her lines were a bit stiff, she didn't falter or freeze. Soon the first viewer entered the live stream. Wow, that's huge, went the first comment. Then came the second, third and fourth. In just half an hour the viewership exceeded 5,000. And the popularity continued to rise. Most of the audience came through links shared in groups, so one could conclude, the old lechers are truly generous. They never hide good things. This hydrogen-powered car is a new energy vehicle developed by our Pingqiao company. As the numbers continued to rise, the initially scared and shy Su Qingxue also gradually steadied her mood and began reciting her lines. With each of her movements, the chat went wild. Which godfather shared this livestream? I was too busy to ask before, but what is the meaning of our existence, humans? Little Shui, stop shaking, I'm really dizzy. I have megalophobia, whose shirt buttons are so durable. I send my regards to your whole family. Although the numbers had increased, almost everyone was there to see Su Qingxue. None seriously thinking about buying a car. Lin Hai signaled Su Qingxue to steer the topic towards the car. Su Qingxue caught on and immediately nodded. Here we have a friend asking, how does your car drive? Now let me show you the internal structure of our car. The comments exploded again. Who asked that? I asked. It was me who asked. You guys are shameless. Xiao Shuet, can you stretch a little? Sorry I couldn't help just now, and now I can't again. Su Qingxue approached the car door, opened it and entered the driver's seat. Women generally prefer to adjust the seat to a closer position, and Su Qingxue was no exception. However, she was not very familiar with this car and pressed a button without any response. She then pressed it harder. Unexpectedly, buzz, the seat suddenly shot forward, lightly pushing Su Qingxue against the steering wheel. Immediately the steering wheel was engulfed. This scene made everyone in the live stream gasp. Xiao Shui, I really can't stand it. Sorry I couldn't help just now. If only I were the steering wheel. I wish I were Xiao Shui's dog. Seeing Su Qingxue stuck, Lin Hai could only step forward to help. This button is for fine adjustments. Press it twice for quick positioning. You accidentally triggered it. Su Qingxue blushed and finally adjusted the seat. However, since she was wearing high heels, she couldn't drive and just demonstrated the various features of the car. It was then that people noticed, although Su Qingxue was attractive, this car was really something else. This hydrogen energy vehicle had a maximum range of 2,000 kilometers, acceleration from 0 to 100 meters in 1.2 seconds, and a top speed of 504 kilometers per hour. It also came equipped with level 5 autonomous driving technology, automatic reverse. Heated seats, it had everything. The live stream audience was stunned. After a moment, they started sending messages. Xiao Shui, lying is not good. You must be exaggerating, right? Exactly, level 5 autonomous driving technology? You're joking. I'm leaving. Xiao Shui is pretty, but not being truthful isn't good. A 2,000 kilometers range, level 5 autonomous driving, even the military doesn't have this advanced technology. Hydrogen energy cars, that's too exaggerated, simply unachievable. No wonder the chat doubted it. These technologies were indeed shocking. You know, the typical vehicle range tops out at around 500 kilometers. And here you are claiming a fourfold increase, and level 5 autonomous driving technology. Autonomous driving is categorized into 6 levels. Level 0 is entirely manual, levels 1 to 3 require driver supervision to varying extents, level 4 is said to be almost self-sufficient on highways, and level 5? It means under any conditions no human intervention is required. The vehicle can operate independently. Even Eagleland's ancient song company at best can only produce up to level 4, and it's not absolutely safe, at most 3, 5. This unknown small company daring to claim they have level 5 autonomous driving technology, pure fantasy. Lin Hai wasn't surprised by this reaction. Watching the comments, he simply smiled off-screen. I understand everyone's skepticism. This is a major technological breakthrough in our country, only recently announced by us. Honestly, I will be hosting a press conference tomorrow at Jiangzhou Sports Center with officials and many industry peers evaluating it on site. Everyone is welcome to watch the live stream or attend in person. With that, Lin Hai asked Su Qingxue to end the live stream. This live stream didn't sell anything, but it sure captured the online audience's curiosity. Instantly, all major forums were buzzing about Pingqiao Toy Factory and the company, and about tomorrow's live stream. Countless people were filled with doubts, yet also a bit of anticipation. Soon, the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Hai prepared to drive to the venue. Su Qingxue dressed more formally today, as per Lin Hai's instructions, in an OL uniform with a pencil skirt, high heels and black stockings, which was quite standard, although her shirt seemed a bit tight. Getting into the car, Su Qingxue placed her phone on the roof of the car, setting it up to capture every move she made from above as she started the live stream. Boss, should I drive? Su Qingxue looked surprised as Lin Hai smoothly took the passenger seat. What, don't you have a driver's license? Lin Hai asked casually. Su Qingxue, a bit embarrassed, replied, I do have one, but I haven't driven in a year and my skills are a bit rusty. Lin Hai gave a slight smile. No worries, as long as you have a license you're good. With no other option, Su Qingxue reluctantly took the driver's seat, just as she started the car and hadn't even stepped on the accelerator. Lin Hai spoke again. Xiaoshua, take off your shoes. Su Qingxue was stunned. Lin Hai said seriously, how can you drive in high heels? That's illegal, it's better to drive barefoot. Left with no choice, Su Qingxue awkwardly removed her high heels, her feet clad in black stockings, pressing on the accelerator. Despite her reluctance, she complied. The boss must have his reasons. Indeed, as soon as the live stream began, the chat exploded with messages. The boss really knows us too well. I wish I could be Xiaoshua's accelerator pedal so she could step on me. Step on me, Xiaoshua, please. Su Qingxue started the car, but before she could accelerate, the vehicle shot forward toward the gate. Su Qingxue was terrified. Boss. The car is moving on its own. I didn't even press the pedal. Lin Hai couldn't help but smile wryly. Don't panic, Xiaoshua, it's the car's automatic driving feature. The reason for starting the livestream even before reaching the city center was to showcase the hydrogen fuel cell car's level 5 autonomous driving technology. Given that Jiangzhou is known for its mountainous and complex terrains, it was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate. Ding! Hello, I am the intelligent hub Xiaolu. Current status: autonomous driving activated vehicle is in perfect condition. Remaining range 1875 kilometers, announced a crisp voice from the car. During autonomous driving, this journey totals 368 kilometers, passing through mountainous areas with an average speed of 60 kilometers per hour and is expected to take about 6 hours. Long journeys can be tiring. You may choose to use the entertainment module or rest. Su Qingxue, unsure what to do, looked helplessly at Lin Hai. He smiled slightly. Choose the entertainment module. Connect my PS5. Ding. Xiaolu, connecting for you, and soon a large screen replaced the windshield. The seats reclined slightly to a semi-lying position. Then Lin Hai pulled out a game controller from the car's compartment and started playing a long unplayed game, Fantasy Beast Paro. Lying down and playing games next to a lovely beauty, what a life. Seeing this, comments in the live stream started to pour in anxiously. The windshield is blocked, isn't that too dangerous? This autonomous driving might pose a risk to life. This is too reckless. This heartless boss can die by himself, but don't drag our Xiaoxue into this. Despite the complaints in the chat, the vehicle drove very smoothly, the radar scanning and displaying all surrounding objects, including passing cats, dogs and even a fly. This shocked the viewers. Am I seeing this right? It can even detect a fly. That's incredible. Look at the battery's drain rate. This car really might have a 2000 kilometers range. Maybe this ruthless boss was telling the truth. I knew Xiaoxue wasn't lying to us. This is amazing. The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. With a range of 2000 kilometers and autonomous driving radar technology so refined it can even detect mosquitoes, these technologies are not only a mystery to the private company Tesla but even the top scientists in Eagle Land are clueless. And this car was supposedly made by a so-called toy factory. While everyone was buzzing about it, suddenly during the live stream a comment from someone named Chief Designer of South Heaven Gate floated by. It's clear this was a pre-recorded video edited and enhanced with CGI, so it looks like this. Either that or the vehicles are specially made. Ha! Lin Hai saw the comment and wasn't flustered at all, responding directly. The chief designer of South Heaven Gate suspects my products are falsified and the videos edited. Haha, very amusing. Let's set aside the fact that our products are officially certified and would be severely penalized if found to be falsified. Even if it were edited, do you think I could deceive people with videos and fakes in front of a live audience at Jiangzhou Stadium, and there will be foreigners there? I'd rather make less money than lose the face of our Dragon Nation in front of them. His words made the audience in the live stream realize the truth. Indeed. Anyway, there will be reporters later, why worry? Haha, I'm already waiting here at the stadium, ready to confront the unscrupulous boss and rescue Xiaoxue. We'll see soon enough. Meanwhile, at the Southern Military District's Armament Research Institute, a young man in a white lab coat over a dark green uniform appeared rather nonchalant, lounging at his desk and idly watching his phone. This man, named Zhang Nan, is a researcher at the military's Armament Institute. Normally his greatest pleasure, apart from his research, is watching edgy live streams and chuckling at his phone. But today he wasn't laughing. Civilian vehicles with a 2,000-kilometer range radar that scans a radius of 500 meters, even pinpointing mosquitoes in the air? Do they think I'm a fool? Even the military wouldn't recklessly use hydrogen energy. A small toy factory hopping on the trend to make cars is one thing, but deceiving people too. Despite his usually casual demeanor as a soldier of the Dragon Nation, Zhang Nan has a strong sense of justice and responsibility. Seeing this, he immediately picked up his phone to send a barrage of skeptical comments. Unexpectedly, not only did the unscrupulous boss not repent, he even called him out, saying he was ridiculous. How could he tolerate this? Chief designer of South Heaven Gate, unscrupulous boss, I'm coming to confront you in person now to see if you really have what it takes. Lin Hai saw the comment and laughed. Oh, this person wants to check me out in person? Ha, really thinks he's some kind of South Heaven Gate designer, huh? I'll be waiting for you at the stadium, don't miss it. Soon, under the control of level 5 autonomous driving technology, the vehicle smoothly arrived at Jiangzhou Stadium. Many people were already there waiting. However, most of them weren't there for Lin Hai. Instead, they were there for Xiaoxue. Wow, Xiaoxue looks even bigger in person than on the live stream. Where are your manners? Xiaoxue, can I take a photo with you? A bunch of old lechers rushed up, heading straight for Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, after last night's and today's live streams, had already become a sensation on various platforms, even sparking a trending search. In just a day or two, she had attracted so much attention largely due to the so-called hydrogen-powered cars from Pingqiao Toy Factory. Su Qingxue, still a student and inexperienced in worldly affairs, felt somewhat embarrassed and at a loss amidst the crowd. Fortunately, Lin Hai stepped forward, positioning her behind him, and said calmly, "I apologize everyone, Su Qingxue is not feeling well today and needs to rest early. We can take photos another time." With that, he led Su Qingxue into the venue. Soon, they were on the scene, which had been set up in advance. There were several cars and props for testing vehicles. Many people were around inspecting the cars, touching them occasionally and even leaning in to smell them. The most attention-grabbing aspect was a group of individuals speaking in broken Longwa language, scoffing loudly. "Ha, Longwa people really love to copy, don't they? We develop hydrogen energy and they want to develop hydrogen energy too. It's fine for our island nation, but you want to follow suit? That's just hilarious. Everyone knows Longwa's technology is subpar, our island's technology is second only to Eagle Land." Most of the crowd were Longwa nationals who frowned upon hearing this, but restrained themselves to avoid causing a scene, though their displeasure was evident. Seeing no significant reaction, the group became more brazen, their faces full of disdain. Longwa people just love to follow trends and copy. They also love to cling to those trashy electric cars. You can tell at a glance that these cars are just shells. Who knows where the real technology comes from? Ha! The expressions of the surrounding Longwa people turned extremely sour, some even clenched their fists, seemingly on the verge of throwing a punch. Lin Hai walked over and spoke in an indifferent tone. Hydrogen-powered cars were first researched by Eagle Land back in the 1950s, with concept cars emerging in the 1970s. So, if anyone is to be accused of plagiarism, it might very well be your island nation, right? Or is it that you've acknowledged Eagle Land as your father, sharing the same roots, so copying from dad doesn't count as copying? The air went silent for a few seconds before erupting into loud applause. "Well said, haha. After the war, that little island copied countless technologies from other countries, even trademarks from Germania and Eagle Land. If anyone loves to copy, it has to be them. Just like Goryeo Shameless, only they prefer to steal behind the scenes. Counterfeit, steal, fabricated, break data. The islanders truly embody the spirit of craftsmanship." The crowd laughed heartily, exposing the group's unsavory past, leaving them red-faced and speechless because everything mentioned was true. "I recognize you now. You are Lin Hai, the organizer of this exhibition. I am Kenji Ishihara, the general manager of the Longwa division of Futon Corporation. Aren't you afraid our Futon Corporation will suppress you?" The leader of the group stood out, threatening Lin Hai fiercely. Lin Hai smiled. "Do as you please. Honestly, a tiny Futon, even your whole island nation, I haven't really taken seriously. This hydrogen-powered car is aimed at the entire world, not just a small island." "Alright Lin Hai, you're quite arrogant. We'll see you cry when we test these cars." Kenji Ishihara was fuming mad, powerless in his rage. Soon, the exhibition commenced. "Hello dear audience, I am Su Qingxue." Su Qingxue said on stage, her voice tinged with nervousness as she read her lines. This exhibition was hosted by Pingqiao Toy Factory, aimed to showcase our company's latest release, a hydrogen-powered car. Soon, Su Qingxue began to reel off some impressive data: a range of 2,000 kilometers, 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration of 1.2 seconds, a top speed of 504 kilometers per hour, and level 5 autonomous driving. The audience was visibly stunned by these figures. "You call this a civilian vehicle?" someone questioned soon after. The question came from a foreigner, apparently a German from his accent. "Mr. Lin, as I understand, hydrogen is a highly efficient fuel with a calorific value several times that of gasoline. It's no surprise that it can achieve such a range if used as fuel," he commented. "However, the most critical issue with hydrogen is safety. To date, there hasn't been a satisfactory global solution to this. Can you guarantee the safety of your cars?" This question resonated with the crowd, who nodded in agreement. Hydrogen cars operate on a simple principle. It is all about the fuel cells, but storage and protection are significant challenges. Hydrogen molecules are tiny, necessitating thick storage tanks to contain them, which compromises other components. Other vehicles like gasoline or electric cars often encounter explosions and self-ignition incidents, but usually these only harm the passengers at most. A hydrogen car accident could potentially devastate everything within a kilometer radius. It is essentially a rolling bomb. "Who would dare drive a bomb on the streets?" he challenged. Faced with this scrutiny, Lin Hai responded with a slight smile. "This gentleman from the Bauma company, I'm delighted by your professional question. How we store and protect hydrogen is our proprietary technology which I cannot disclose, however I can assure you that our cars are very safe. With that, Lin Hai confidently walked over to a car nearby, got in quickly, and started it. Then he drove straight toward a cement wall set up for testing within the venue. The crowd screamed in horror. "What is he doing? Has he gone mad? He's going to kill us all!" They yelled as panic spread across their faces, but instead of the feared explosion, there was only a dull thud. Lin Hai stepped out of the car calm and composed and bowed slightly to the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, please observe, even at a speed of 200 km per hour into a wall, there is no risk to life nor any hydrogen leak. Our company's hydrogen protection can withstand almost any damage except a nuclear explosion. This is our technology." Instantly, applause thundered throughout the venue. Even the German from Bauma company couldn't help but clap, visibly shaken. "Incredible, this man from Longwei is insane. It seems their hydrogen protection technology is flawless," he thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Longwei has kept their capabilities far too hidden. I thought their car manufacturing was just at an average international level. They're already leading the world." Terrifying. Inside the venue, the atmosphere was electrified with loud cheers, while the live stream viewership had soared beyond 200,000. The chat was refreshing so quickly it was nearly impossible to read. "This ruthless boss is terrifying. Don't scare our little Snow." Wait, Pingqiao Toy Factory. Why does that sound so familiar? I've heard it somewhere too, huh? You should have seen those Japanese and Eagleland folks looking as if they'd swallowed something awful. Their faces turned green. Who here least wants to see Lin Hai succeed? Obviously, the Japanese and Eagleland people. The corporations from Eagleland are alright, mostly just competing in business with Lin Hai, but the situation with Xiao Rizi is different. There are historical national grievances, and now they've been thoroughly humiliated. Seeing Lin Hai in all his glory, naturally it made them grit their teeth in frustration. Could it be that Long Country's hydrogen energy vehicle technology has far surpassed our island nation? How long have they been researching this? That can't be possible, Ishihara Kento muttered in disbelief, his face a picture of incredulity. Then, biting his lip, he thought, "I can't let the people of Long Country take over our market. No, I must do something." Immediately Ishihara Kento began to question, "Mr. Lin, it's commendable that your company has mastered hydrogen protection technology, but how do you explain claiming to have level 5 autonomous driving technology? As you know, the common level of autonomous driving technology globally is only between level 3 and level 3. 5-inch even level 4 technology isn't fully mature yet. A virtually unknown company from Long Country achieving hydrogen storage technology is impressive enough. How could they possibly have also developed level 5 autonomous driving technology?" Lin Hai just laughed. The Xiao Rizi really knows how to ask questions. He was just about to introduce the autonomous driving technology when this guy practically threw himself into the fray. "How considerate." Immediately Lin Hai responded with a smile. "This Xiao Rizi, ahem, our well-off friend from the island nation. You ask a very good question." Laughter broke out among the audience, including those from Eagleland and Germania, who clearly understood Long Country's language and got the joke. "Likewise, our level 5 autonomous driving technology is a proprietary secret of our company and I can't disclose details, thus I prefer to show it in action. Next, I will be heading outside, so please watch my live broadcast." Saying this, Lin Hai along with Su Qingxue got into a car and swiftly drove out. The exhibition's large screen then switched to the live broadcast. In the footage, Lin Hai followed Su Qingxue, who sat barefoot at the driver's seat. The car smoothly maneuvered through the main road, decelerating, waiting for traffic lights, starting, changing lanes, performing far better than some veterans who had been driving for decades. Inside the car, Lin Hai and Su Qingxue didn't feel the slightest jarring or bumping sensation. It was as smooth as cream. Seeing this, Ishihara Kento disdainfully curled his lip. "What's so impressive about this? Level 3 autonomous driving can handle major roads too. The main roads aren't complex enough. If you claim this is level 5 autonomy, that's a bit of a stretch." Facing Ishihara Kento's skepticism, both Germans and Eaglelanders nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if that's all, our Tesla could do it too. This technology isn't rare anymore." However, just 2 minutes later, the vehicle suddenly turned into a narrow street. The live chat, filled with locals, became animated. "Holy cow, isn't that the notorious Stinky Ditch?" "What Stinky Ditch?" "It's an unrenovated old district with chaotic planning, the streets barely wider than one-way lanes, surrounded by residential areas, and often with old men and women selling vegetables, not to mention suddenly appearing mischievous kids crossing the streets. The road conditions are extremely complex, known as a nightmare for cars. I know even drivers with decades of experience are scared to drive here. It's terrifying. I heard this place has a lot of stories. Tell me more about it. Could this ruthless boss dare to navigate through here? If he can manage to drive through Stinky Ditch using autonomous driving technology, then I'll truly be impressed. The comments were flying thick and fast. In the video, on a narrow street lined on both sides with elderly vendors selling vegetables, the already cramped road was further encroached upon, barely allowing a single car to pass through. These tough old vendors, if a car dared to run over their produce laid out on the road, would undoubtedly demand thousands in compensation. Everyone held their breath. The vehicle's radar screen flashed for just half a second before displaying a 3D model of the entire street, color-coded to differentiate various objects. It was so lifelike that even the facial expressions of the old men and women were captured. Wow, is this 3D modeling so detailed? Can car radars even do this? It's even better than my drawings, the comments echoed in shock. But let's not talk about that for now. This radar is a technology we can use, even the military doesn't have such advanced radar. In the scene, the car drove straight into a gutter. Numerous elderly vendors looked up, faces showing displeasure at this unwelcome intruder while they tightly guarded their vegetables. Just one crushed leaf and they could rightfully claim thousands, yet the vehicle sped at 40 miles per hour, not even slowing down as it entered the gutter street. In less than a minute, it had passed straight through the street. During this time, the old vendors just stared dumbfounded, driving so fast, not even a single leaf stuck to the car's tires. Is this even humanly possible? The chat exploded with reactions. Wow, amazing. I guess I'm convinced this must be level 5 autonomous driving, right? This can't be fake, right? If this radar can navigate such complex streets, what place can't it go? I'm buying it. Doesn't matter what everyone says, I've made up my mind, just don't know how much it costs. For Xiao Shuet, I must buy it. Meanwhile, at the exhibition site, the crowd fell into an eerie silence. It was so quiet that one could hear the heartbeat and breathing sounds. After a good half-minute, someone finally snapped out of it and began to applaud. Instantly, the applause thundered through the room. The people of the Dragon Nation, each one of them beamed with joy, their faces flushed with excitement. Finally, the technology of the Dragon Nation was leading the world. In the past, despite being at the forefront globally, the technology of the Dragon Nation was not deeply involved in high-precision technologies due to blockades by Eagle Land and others. But now, the technology of the Dragon Nation was a global leader. Those present couldn't help but puff up their chests with pride. Only a few were exceptions. The Germanics were somewhat displeased, but Eagle Land and the Little Sun were utterly dismayed. Damn, didn't we block their technology? How could they still have such strong research capabilities? People from Eagle Land frowned while the Little Sun began cursing loudly. Damn, damn. Damn these people of the Dragon Nation, this can't be real, it must be fake, a forgery. And at that moment, in a corner, Jiang Nan, dressed in a dark green uniform and a white lab coat, watched everything with a face full of shock. Is this even real? Our project that we've been researching for over a decade was actually accomplished by a private company. Swallowing hard with difficulty, Jiang Nan suddenly thought of something, took out his phone and hurriedly made a call. Hello, Chief, I'm in Jiangzhou City, came the scolding from the other end of the phone. Jiang Nan, it's bad enough that you're usually careless, but how can you mess around at a time like this? In just a month, we'll be holding joint military exercises with Eagle Land. If we can't bring something new to the table, how are we supposed to win in the military drills? In this era, although it's not entirely peaceful, major powers also dare not act rashly. To showcase their military strength, they opt for joint military exercises. Simply put, two countries send their elite teams to compete using their latest technologies in a military drill. However, Dragon Nation, being technologically behind, has lost 3 consecutive exercises. The southern military region is furious and has demanded a victory in the next exercise. Consequently, our research institutes are tirelessly developing new technologies to ensure we win the upcoming drills. Jiang Nan, unable to object and excitedly said, Commander, don't panic, do you know? Here in Jiangzhou, I actually found a company with all-terrain scanning radar technology that can achieve centimeter-level precision. Moreover, they have a hydrogen energy protection technology that can withstand a nuclear strike without damage. If we can apply these technologies to our military tech, wouldn't we easily win the exercise? There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long pause, the voice asked, Are you serious? Jiang Nan nodded vigorously. Of course, it's true. I've seen it with my own eyes. The person on the other end took a deep breath. Has civilian enterprise really advanced this far? We can't even develop such technology in the military and they just pull it out casually. Quick, give me your coordinates, I'm coming over in a helicopter right now. Quick. Back at the expo, as soon as Lin Hai and his companion got out of the car, they were met with a warm welcome from the audience. From then on, the focus of the live stream audience shifted from Su Kingsnow's impressiveness to Lin Hai. They realized that this unscrupulous boss seemed even more capable. Everyone thought that in the live stream room Little Snow was unrivaled, but it turned out there was someone even more formidable. Which company is this? A Pingqiao Toy Factory? Isn't this company known for making model toys? How did they silently come up with this kind of technology? The crooked boss better announce the price soon. I'm dying of anticipation here. How much do you think it will be? I guess at least 7 or 800,000. 7 or 800,000. That's expensive, but it seems worth it. Can't afford it though, hehe. This kind of technology, even if it sells for $1 million, it's not expensive, right? Those German car series, the Japanese ones too, also pricey and yet not friendly. They can sell junk at high prices. Why can't we sell our tech at a high price if we have it? Hopefully it's cheaper. Under 500,000 would be better, otherwise the pressure is just too much. Everyone was eagerly anticipating, and Lin Hai, playing coy, didn't rush to announce the price, but deliberately revealed the first digit of the price. 11. Could it be over $1 million? Oh no, that's too expensive, can't afford it. But really, it's not that expensive if you think about it. This kind of car is of such good quality, it could last a lifetime, and the savings on fuel and such, it's pretty much worth the price. That's easy to say, but it's still unaffordable. Both the bullet comments and the audience on site were filled with lamentations. Some even started booing. Given that the average salary in Dragon Nation is only about 3,000 to 4,000, if this car really is priced over $1 million, it seems only a few could afford it. Upon seeing this, a German raised an eyebrow. Oh, is Lin trying to go for the high-end route? A price over $1 million even in our German nation would be considered a luxury car. With that said, I no longer have to worry about the lower market being encroached upon. Seeing this, the people from Eagleland and Ken Ishihara also breathed a sigh of relief. Most of their brands come from the low to mid-end vehicle market with not much share in the high-end market. In this way, even if this hydrogen energy car is strong, it wouldn't really affect them much. However, Lin Hai just gave a faint smile and announced the price directly. Pingqiao hydrogen energy cars. Standard model priced at 150000 Dragonian yuan, high-end model at 300,000 and the top model at 500,000 yuan. As soon as these prices were released, the venue and the online comments exploded. Many couldn't believe their ears, wondering if they were dreaming. What? This car for 150000? Has this ruthless boss gone mad? Am I seeing this right? Crazy. This car for 150,000 inch, even if it catches fire on the road, I'd still praise it for burning well. Oh my Godfather. After half a lifetime of drifting, even if this car dumps me on the roadside, I'd praise it for parking well. From now on, the ruthless boss is my Godfather. Godfather, oh how hard your child has looked for you. Below the stage, the faces of people from Eagleland, Ken Ishihara and the Germans were filled with shock and confusion. With this configuration, this technology, these materials, even selling for $1 million wouldn't raise doubts. And Lin Hai is selling it just for 150,000? Can they even recover the cost? This is despicable, malicious competition. I want to protest, Ken Ishihara said fiercely. However, his voice was drowned out by the endless shouting, failing to stir even a slight ripple. The live broadcast's popularity surged again, shooting up to the first place on the platform, surpassing several well-known hosts. We have about 5,000 cars in our first batch. If you want to order, you can register and pay a deposit at our new store tomorrow, Lin Hai said with a smile. The crowd boiled over again, but just at that moment a group of uninvited guests barged in. A group of men in dark green uniforms walked straight up to Lin Hai. One of them, wearing a white lab coat over his uniform, said to Lin Hai, "Hello Lin Hai, I'm from the Jiangnan Military District and I'd like to talk to you about something. Oh, by the way, my online name is Chief Designer of Southern Heaven Gate." Lin Hai was stunned. "I was just ranting a bit. Are you really trying to confront me offline?" Lin Hai could never have imagined this chief designer of Southern Heaven Gate, whom he had only joked about online, actually brought people to confront him in reality. The scene was in uproar. Everyone knew what dark green uniforms meant. The live broadcast room exploded. Oh no, has the ruthless boss been arrested? What arrest? That's the inspector's job. These are military men. Could it be that The boss was caught smuggling arms? You always bully little Shui, now you've got your comeuppance, right? No way, Godfather, can you sell me the car before you get caught? Subsequently, the live broadcast was quickly shut down, leaving everyone bewildered and guessing. Lin Hai was taken to a small room. He now knew the names of the leading two persons. The older one was named Li Yuan, the director of the Jiangnan Military District's Ordnance Research Institute, holding the rank of Major General. Beside him was his student, the one known online as chief designer of Southern Heaven Gate, named Zhang Nan. Lin Hai had dealt with the military before, but he was always a bit nervous inside. No help for it, a bunch of people staring intently at him, anyone would feel a chill, especially the way they looked at him, like a bunch of single men who hadn't seen a woman in decades, their eyes practically glowing green. Gentlemen, what can I do for you? Lin Hai was asked a question. Li Yuan was the first to speak. Mr. Lin, what is your view on hydrogen energy? Lin Hai was somewhat puzzled but honestly replied, the calorific value of hydrogen is several times that of gasoline, and its combustion product is water, which does not produce carbon emissions. It is both efficient and environmentally friendly, and it will definitely become one of the mainstream fuels in the future. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Exactly, hydrogen is also an ideal fuel in military hardware. After all, nuclear power is too difficult to control. This type of fuel has a high calorific value which can reduce the frequency and amount of resupply, gaining an advantage in war. Mr. Lin, what do you think about electric motors and internal combustion engines? Continued Li Yuan. Lin Hai responded, internal combustion engines possess a mechanical beauty and a more stable structure, holding a temporarily irreplaceable position. However, electric motors have inherent advantages such as quick acceleration and high torque. They also don't require a gearbox, have very high precision, and their stability and lifespan far exceed those of internal combustion engines. Therefore, I believe electric motors will dominate in the future. Li Yuan nodded again, then added, that's why various countries are currently developing electric tanks. Tanks driven by electric motors naturally possess precise control and other advantages, and they save space that would otherwise be occupied by a gearbox, allowing for carrying more supplies and ammunition. The only drawback of electric motors comes from energy issues. At this point, Li Yuan rubbed his hands somewhat sheepishly, smiling at Lin Hai with a face full of expectation. A major general showing such a flattering expression to a young man, if the people in the military district saw this, they would be utterly surprised. Lin Hai understood his intention. So, you are interested in my hydrogen storage technology and electric motor technology? Zhang Nan then spoke up. Exactly. If we could use hydrogen energy to develop range extender technology, it would solve many of our problems. Moreover, that radar technology, if it could be applied militarily, would be of great help to us. A technology that can detect even a strand of hair and instantly create a 3D model, if really used in war, the enemy would be like being exposed under a 360-degree surveillance with no blind spots, completely at the mercy of others. Just thinking about its terrifying strategic value makes Zhang Nan tremble with excitement. Of course, Mr. Lin, we represent the nation and we will not let you suffer a loss. We will pay a price that satisfies you for these technologies, and we will absolutely keep it confidential. Also, if you really do not wish to sell, we can understand. Li Yuan sighed slightly. Lin Hai smiled and said, Commander Li, I am a businessman motivated by profit, but I am also a citizen of Long Nation. Since you are working so hard to protect the country, I can make a contribution and will not refuse. Give me 2 months to organize the documents properly and then send them to you. How about that? Organizing the matching technical data in his mind onto paper was a hassle, and 2 months was already quite pressing. Do we really need 2 months? Li Yuan's eyebrows rose in delight, but then his face fell. In a month the exercises will have already started. Then the significance of creating new weapons will have lost much of its value. Zhang Nan was anxious and was about to say something when Li Yuan stopped him. Li Yuan nodded and a smile appeared on his face. In that case, thank you, Mr. Lin. We'll discuss the patent fees and other details later. With that, he walked out the door with Zhang Nan. On their way, Zhang Nan asked puzzledly, Commander, why didn't you let me speak to him? Perhaps this way we can get the technology earlier and start producing new weapons. Li Yuan sighed. Kid, it's already quite difficult for Lin Hai to provide technology. His car company has just started. Do you really want to forcefully take the technology from him? We're anxious, yes, but we can't coerce him, right? Zhang Nan pouted. But what about the military exercise? The command from the military region is clear. If we lose again, we'll be in big trouble. Li Yuan smiled lightly. Don't worry, I have a plan. We just need a batch of weapons for now, not the urgent need to manufacture technology, so for now let's just modify what we have. As long as it works, it's fine. Zhang Nan's eyes widened. Commander, you don't mean Li Yuan waved his hand. Xiaonan, go bring me a brigade. Isn't he selling cars tomorrow? We'll reserve all 5,000 of those vehicles. The next day, bright and early, a crowd eagerly arrived at the Pingqiao car dealership, ready to order a hydrogen energy vehicle. However, before they even reached the dealership, they witnessed a shocking scene. A massive crowd of soldiers was lined up in front of the store, waiting patiently. A quick count suggested there were thousands. What was going on? A battle? Nope, they were here to order cars. What? Ordering cars? Oh no, the soldiers are competing with us for hydrogen energy cars. Lin Hai had just arrived at the store and was completely stunned to see a crowd of uniforms at the front door. Keep in mind he was live streaming. The live chat was initially focused around his colleague Su Qingxue, but seeing this scene the chat exploded. Holy shit, I've never seen so many soldiers. That must be several battalions, right? Oh man, this sneaky boss must really be selling military arms, right? Definitely. The live stream got cut off yesterday and I knew this boss was up to no good. Look, he's going to get arrested now. Haha, then Su Qingxue will be all mine. Who is this boss? Even if he's breaking the law to have so many soldiers come to arrest him, he's no small fry. Seeing these messages, Lin Hai immediately responded seriously. I warn you not to spread rumors. We are a legitimate private enterprise and definitely don't engage in any criminal activities like smuggling military arms. Then to himself he muttered, at most we just sell some bomber models, drones, electromagnetic rifles, all models. He hurriedly closed the live stream and opened the door. There, in front of him, a throng of uniformed soldiers crowded around the dealership. Each face was lively and hopeful. Seeing Lin Hai, their faces lit up with excitement and they crowded around him. Without hesitation, Comrade Lin Hai, I want to buy a car. I want to buy a car too. Buy a car. Buy a car. Lin Hai, caught in the middle of several strong men, struggled to get free and swallowed hard, waving his hands. Hold on. Don't rush. Tell me what's going on here. At that moment Li Yuan appeared from nowhere and upon seeing Lin Hai he cheerfully said, Comrade Lin, don't worry, we really are here to buy cars. Then he went on to explain. It turned out that Li Yuan wanted to purchase Lin Hai's hydrogen energy cars to address an urgent need, at least to get through the upcoming joint military exercise next month. However, the military had regulations that required approval and qualification checks for purchases. Completing all the procedures would take at least 10 days to half a month. Li Yuan and his team were already short on time and they couldn't afford any delay. However, he quickly came up with a solution. Military procurements required approval, but personal car purchases did not. With over 7,000 people in his brigade, it wouldn't be excessive for each person to buy a car, right? With a grand gesture, he stationed an entire brigade in Jiangzhou city center. Lin Hai twitched the corner of his mouth, summing it up. So you mean to tell me that to buy cars you deployed an entire brigade to queue up outside my store? You really do things in a big way, military big shot. That's quite a bold move. Not everyone could think of that. Lin Hai's face was a spectacle of changing expressions, ending with a deep sense of helplessness. He sighed and massaged his forehead. Commander, next time just come to me directly for such matters. This kind of commotion. How am I supposed to do business? The incident yesterday, where a live stream featuring soldiers taking away the broadcaster, had already caused a huge stir online. The headline read, "Shocking, a private enterprise owner crazily uses military technology to build civilian cars. Live broadcast disrupted by special forces." The news had already gathered over 50 million views. Now, the whole country knew about Pingqiao Toy Factory dealing in military hardware. But that was not all. Today, why was a brigade surrounding his store? Did they want the whole world to know about their connections with the military department? They were just a small private enterprise. Hearing this, Li Yuan also felt somewhat ashamed. I apologize, Comrade Lin, I did not consider this thoroughly. I'll have them leave immediately. Lin Hai sighed, I can deliver the first batch of cars to you, but on one condition. Besides the full payment, you must provide me with a batch of materials for car manufacturing. I believe that shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Anyway, selling to anyone is the same. Selling to the military doesn't bother me much. But to make a name, it would be best if the products could enter the market sooner to test the reputation. Therefore, we need to hurry up and produce the next batch of cars, which requires a lot of materials and money. Li Yuan was overjoyed and nodded immediately. Of course. After agreeing, they quickly signed the order. The brigade of soldiers then followed and withdrew. But only after that soldiers had left did the civilians who wanted to buy cars dare to come closer. Peeking inside the store, Seeing Lin Hai safe and sound, their eyes lit up. "Boss, can we still buy cars?" one person cautiously asked. Lin Hai shook his head. "No more, the cars are all sold out." The crowd was greatly disappointed. "But don't worry, the next batch of cars will be delivered in less than a week and you can also pre-order if you need," Lin Hai said with a slight smile. Sure enough, at these words the crowd became lively again, all showing their happiness. "Great, huh, the boss is generous, not keeping us in suspense, good, I'll take one first." Soon the second batch of orders was quickly sold out. Those who didn't get a chance wore regretful expressions. The production capacity was already insufficient and expansion was necessary. Seeing the store crowded with people, honestly Lin Hai was somewhat surprised. But since there was demand, there was no reason not to earn money, and a second expansion of the factory seemed imminent. Back at the toy factory, Lin Hai hadn't even had the chance to discuss with Jiajiao when he received a phone call. "Hello Mr. Lin," on the other end was a horseman's voice, altered specially. Even so, Lin Hai immediately identified him. "Major Horace, you're still in Long Country, aren't you?" The other side was stunned. "My voice was altered and you still recognized it?" Lin Hai sighed. "Major Horace, even though your voice is altered, your accent hasn't changed. Which person from the Dragon Nation speaks with such a heavy accent?" Horace chuckled a bit sheepishly and replied, "Mr. Lin, I altered my voice for safety reasons. After all, your Dragon Nation is searching everywhere for information about me, trying to keep me there. Although Dragon Nation is a fine place, I don't want to leave my homeland, you know." Lin Hai yawned lazily and said, "Cut the chatter. Just get to the point. You wouldn't call me at such a huge risk just to say hello, would you?" Lin did not consider himself that close to Horace. Sure enough, Horace smiled awkwardly and said, "Dear Lin, I would like to propose a collaboration. After being chased away by Lu Shu and others, I initially planned to flee. Staying any longer in Dragon Nation, the intelligence agencies might knock on my door any day. But after consulting my superiors, I was assigned a mission to secure your supply channel at any cost. After all, a Predator drone worth $10 million, a B-52 bomber worth $100 million. This kind of supply channel is unique in the world. Forget about General Atomics or Eagle Land arms dealers." Lin Hai laughed. "Well, isn't that a coincidence? I just happen to need money to expand my production capacity. Are you not delivering yourself to me for slaughter?" Immediately Lin Hai sighed and pretended to be in a difficult position. "Mr. Horace, let's put aside the collaboration for a moment. The day you met me, I was approached by the Dragon Nation Security Department. They suspect that I have ties with your Eagle Land. They not only shut down my factory for several days but also imposed a hefty fine. Now, who should bear these losses?" Horace looked completely baffled. "How is that my business? You are the one selling arms to Bear Nation. How can you charge that to me? Absolute profiteer." However, it was precisely Lin Hai's displayed greed that made Horace breathe a sigh of relief. It's not the greediness that's fearful, but the lack of it. Vulnerabilities make a person easier to handle. Without hesitation, Horace patted his chest and promised, "Oh my dear Lin, these are not issues at all. To show the depth of our friendship, I am of course willing to cover these losses. How much are we talking about?" Lin Hai smiled and named his price, $50 million. $50 million? Horace almost choked on his breath. 50 million just like that? This is downright robbery, even faster than a heist. What, you don't agree? Lin Hai lay back on the sofa, comfortably popping a cherry into his mouth and said with a smile, "If you're not willing, I won't force you. After all, I am the most reasonable person, never into coercing sales." Horace clenched his fist, nearly smashing it on the phone. Out of frustration, after a moment of restraint, Horace finally said, "Lin, 50 million, then I agree. But this time I want to place a large order with you. Can you produce it? Say it." Lin Hai seemed unaffected. "Start with 5 bombers, 50 Predator drones." Horace waved his hand grandly. "Good." Lin Hai's eyes lit up. True to Eagle Land style, a big order as soon as they open their mouths. "Agreed, but first, a 50% deposit and you'll cover the shipping and materials." "That's always been my rule," Lin Hai stated unabashedly. "After all, you know, we're just a small private enterprise. We don't get our hands on the precious materials needed to build bombers." Horace rolled his eyes on the other end of the phone. Small private enterprise? Which small enterprise influences the battle outcomes between Big Bear and Second Bear, not to mention directly producing bombers and such? "No problem," Horace readily agreed. Even if they supplied the materials themselves, the cost of a $10 million Predator drone and a $100 million B-52 bomber was still much cheaper than picking them up from General Atomics or Boeing. By the way, aside from Predator drones and B-52 bombers, I can manufacture all the military hardware from Eagle Land. Whether it's the F-22E3 Sentry C-130 or F-35A, just let me know what you need and I can make it. However, the price might be a bit higher. Horace was dumbfounded on the other end of the phone. You can make all these? He was suddenly unsettled. A small private enterprise capable of producing B-52 bombers was already astonishing, and now claiming to manufacture all active military aircraft of Eagleland, the Dragon Country has hidden its capabilities too well. Of course, let's wait until this order is completed before we discuss these matters, Lin Hai said with a smile. He had thrown out the bait. With Eagleland's penchant for money over patriotism, they would surely take the bait themselves. Alright, no problem, Horace swallowed, hastily agreeing. Lin Hai continued, also I'd like to ask for a small favor. Eager to help, Horace immediately responded, Lin, you can ask for anything, as long as I can assist I absolutely will not refuse. It's a joke. If all supplies were sourced from Lin Hai, Eagleland could save tens of billions of dollars annually in military expenses. General Atomics, step aside, actually it's not a big deal, but there's a company called Trass and a small company called Crazy Field and Eagleland joining forces to suppress me. They even occupy the land and prevent me from expanding production. If this continues, I'm afraid I might have trouble fulfilling your orders, Lin Hai said casually. What? That's happening? Alright, I'll handle it right away. Horace was instantly filled with righteous indignation. This Trass and Crazy Field, how malicious they are. Mr. Lin is such a simple man, yet they deliberately target him. It's utterly heartless. After hanging up, Lin Hai felt relieved. It seemed that the second expansion was settled. One must admit Eagleland sometimes handles matters with impressive efficiency. That very afternoon, someone came to apologize. Boss, a little guy from Crazy Field is here. Should I send him away or directly to the inspection bureau? The security guard called, his tone full of vigor as if ready to fight at any moment. Lin Hai, somewhat helpless, replied, it's probably someone from Crazy Field Company, they are not spies, let them in. Alright boss. Hearing this, the security guard reluctantly opened the gate. A few minutes later, a man about 1.6 meters tall from Crazy Field entered the office. Upon seeing Lin Hai, he immediately knelt down, performing a gesture of deep apology. Lin-san, I am deeply sorry. I did not know you were connected with the Eagleland military. I am deeply sorry for my actions, please punish me. Ozawa Ryota knelt on the ground filled with remorse. He was the general manager of the Jiangzhou branch of Crazy Field. Recently, seeing the rapid development of Pingqiao Toy Factory, he had grown jealous and started to suppress it. But that morning, a call directly reached his office. He was shocked upon answering. It was from the Eagleland military. It was well known that the military and command authority in Little Day was entirely in Eagleland's hands. In other words, Little Day was completely a child of Eagleland without a shred of rebellious thought. Recently, the military of Eagleland had made a phone call to the company, leaving everyone trembling with fear. After being scolded, Ozawa Ryota finally learned the whole story. It turned out that they had offended the owner of Hirabashi Toy Factory, which had led to their current predicament. Ozawa was stunned. He had thought the owner was just an ordinary person from Dragon Country. Little did he know the owner had the backing of the Eagleland military. Impossible, right? It was beyond belief. Regardless of his confusion, the order from the other end of the phone was clear: cease the suppression of the toy factory and issue a formal apology, or the entire Fenshin Corporation might face severe consequences. After hanging up, even the company's boss called to inquire and scold him, basically repeating what the Eagleland military had said. After these calls, Ozawa Ryota was completely bewildered. To save his position, Ozawa drove straight to the toy factory to offer a sincere apology. The people from Eagleland's military? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow, about to deny it, but seeing Ozawa's genuinely frightened expression, a plan formed in his mind. Cough cough, yes, I am from the Eagleland military. Lin Hai deliberately lowered his voice, adopting a mysterious demeanor. I have just infiltrated the military of Dragon Country. You must keep this a secret, do not reveal my identity, understand? Ozawa, delighted, spilled the beans. In that case, Mr. Lin, we are practically family. My department in the island nation is actually led by the Eagleland military. To be honest, our Fenshin company is entirely controlled by the Eagleland military. Entering the Dragon Country market to make money is just a cover. We are actually gathering various types of intelligence. It's like the saying in Dragon Country, a flood that washes over the Dragon King Temple. Lin Hai frowned upon hearing this. Fenchen wasn't just a simple foreign enterprise, it was entirely an intelligence agency. This was a major revelation. As a person from Dragon Country, Lin Hai couldn't just ignore this. However, before completely getting rid of these guys, Lin Hai planned to make a good profit from them. Cough cough, since we are all family, let's not mince words. Lin Hai displayed a cunning smile. I have just taken control of this toy factory. I can supply weapons to Eagle Land and your island nation, including the Predator drones. Would you like to ask your security department and military leaders if they want them? Ozawa Ryota was immediately stunned. Predator drones? He swallowed hard, his face full of shock. Since the last century, after the defeat of the island nation, all military rights had been monopolized by Eagle Land and any military establishment was forbidden. There were even Eagle forces stationed in the island nation to deter and control the country. The island nation could only have a so-called self-defense force, which was far behind the world in terms of scale and technology. Predator drones, such things were beyond their wildest dreams. Really? Are we really allowed to have such sophisticated equipment? The island nation's subservience to Eagle Land, besides the presence of their troops and control of military power, was essentially due to their admiration for strength. Whoever was strong, they would follow. Just like in the past when Dragon Country was powerful, the island nation willingly became a vassal state. Later, as they developed, they turned to support Eagle Land. People who admire strength, although they respect and adore the powerful, also have a rebellious streak. Hence, they had been secretly studying some advanced equipment and technology, hoping that one day they could break free from Eagle Land's control and become a world power once again. Yet they proceeded with extreme caution, making very slow progress. There was no other reason than fear. After all, the watchful eyes of Eagle Land were overhead. Inadvertently, Ozawa Ryota's breathing grew heavy, his expression turning into one of panic. Mr. Lin, may I consult with you? As you know, I do not have the authority to agree immediately. Lin Hai waved his hand understandingly. No worries, I have plenty of time. Ozawa Ryota bowed deeply and then stepped out of the room, quickly pulling out his mobile phone and started chattering into it frantically. After a moment of silence, Ozawa Ryota received a call. Hello, Mr. Ozawa? This is Minister Kawakami Shigeru from the island's military department. I heard you found a chance to import Predator drones? Tell me more. Ozawa Ryota relayed his meeting with Lin Hai, honestly emphasizing Mr. Lin is a person from the Eagle Land military, there can be no mistake. Upon hearing this, Kawakami Shigeru was thrilled. Excellent, this is our chance. We are in desperate need of drones. With these drones, our self-defense forces can elevate to a new level. No matter the price, he quotes, we must secure them. Remember, place the order directly, don't give him a chance to back out. Kawakami Shigeru clenched his fist, his face full of excitement. Yes, I'll go and feel out the situation, said Ozawa Ryota. Walking back into the room, Ozawa Ryota began. Mr. Lin, we would like to order 100 Predator drones. What do you think? 100? Lin Hai was inwardly delighted, but still managed to feign a pained expression as he shook his head. That's barely acceptable, but the price is non-negotiable. 50 million each, no bargaining. Plus, you will cover all transport and material costs. For the small fry, Lin Hai showed no mercy, skewering them without any sense of guilt. 50 million, fine, no problem. Ozawa Ryota relieved, his face beamed as if he had struck a great bargain. Little did he know the drones he was buying were actually several times the price others paid, yet he was smugly pleased with himself. Ozawa Ryota coughed a few times, tentatively adding, besides Predator drones, Mr. Lin, do you have other items? Something that can fly and drop bombs, that's what we lack, the most high-end military hardware. And bombers, they represent a nation's strength, we can't not want them. Lin Hai smiled faintly, looking at Ozawa Ryota as if he were a fish on a chopping board. You mean bombers? Ozawa Ryota immediately nodded. Yes, exactly, bombers. Can you produce them? Produce? Well, I could. As you know, I currently supply the Eagle Land military. Lin Hai put on a face of great difficulty, but it's tough, you know, strategic bombers, such lethal weapons, only 3 countries in the world can manufacture them. The related technology is treasured by each nation, hidden away, never leaked by a fraction. They even restrict the export of bombers. You can imagine, for a country with weak military capabilities, how hard it is to get a bomber. It's not something money can just buy. You want to buy, there needs to be a seller. Ozawa Ryota became anxious, stepping forward with a deep 90-degree bow. Mr. Lin, I know this is difficult for you, but please. The whole island is counting on me. We absolutely will not leak where we get the bombers from. Lin Hai rolled his eyes dismissively. It won't be leaked. There are only a few places in the world that can manufacture these things. do you think the Eagle Land military wouldn't know? Hearing this, Xiao Zhe broke out in a cold sweat, desperately wanting to argue but not knowing how to begin, nearly collapsing under the pressure. After a long pause, Lin Hai spoke slowly, however, I am not entirely unreasonable. Lighting up Xiao Zhe's eyes with hope, Lin Hai continued, I could sell you B-52 bombers, but the condition is a minimum purchase of 10 units, each for $2 billion, non-negotiable. Additionally, you must order other products until the total reaches $30 billion, only then will I agree to sign. Xiao Zhe stood frozen, stammering, Are there other things? Lin Hai nodded, of course I can produce more types of molds than any single country's military factory. Apart from Predator drones and B-52 bombers, I also have F-22s, F-35s, AC-130s, F-16Cs, F-15EXs, you name it. Xiao Zhe's face twitched uncontrollably. F-22, am I dreaming? You know, the main fighter jets currently in service in Little Sun Country are mostly low-tier F-35s. While not outdated, they are significantly behind the top technologies from Eagle Land, Dragon Country and Bear Country. Little Sun Country has repeatedly requested to purchase F-22s but was rejected by Eagle Land. Such advanced technology, and you think you're suited for it? They couldn't say much, just swallowed their pride. But today here were all these dream items right in front of Xiao Zhe, available for selection. With his heart pounding, Xiao Zhe immediately reported back to Shigemori Kawakami. This time the consultation took longer since it was a $30 billion deal. It couldn't be rushed. After a while, the military minister approved, order 100 Predator drones, 10 B-52 bombers and 10 F-22s, totaling $30 billion. They had no concerns about Lin Hai as his operation was backed by Eagle Land's military certification. How could there be any mistake? Just to be clear, you'll need to cover the cost of materials and all shipping fees plus a 50% deposit up front. That's the rule, even the Eagle Land military follows it here, Lin Hai said with a smile. Xiao Zhe dared not disobey, nodding fervently, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai watched Xiao Zhe, a slight smile on his face, as if looking at a huge sucker, a $30 billion sucker. And this sucker, even after being duped, still had to be thankful. With the interference of the Eagle Land military, neither Trask nor Madfield dared to make a move, and Lin Hai's factory expansion went smoothly. Meanwhile, the orders from Bear Country and the Emerald were finally completed. Now it was time to fully produce orders for Dragon Country and Little Sun Country. Additionally, a small part of the capacity was allocated for producing hydrogen cars. The second batch of hydrogen cars had been delivered, though it had been less than a week, so the car owners hadn't had much to say yet. Cars, after all, need at least a month or two of driving to really understand their quality. However, before the owners had a chance to comment, some so-called car critics had already started making a fuss. Boss, this is bad, you have to see this. Lin Hai, who was resting in his office, was startled as Jojo burst in, her face full of panic. What's wrong? Lin Hai asked, puzzled. Without saying much, Jojo directly played a video on her phone. In the video, a greasy middle-aged man with glasses speaks passionately to the camera. Recently, a company called Pingqiao Toy Factory has garnered widespread attention for venturing into the hottest industry of the moment, new energy vehicles. Despite the mixed quality in the new energy vehicle industry, this obscure company has become the hottest topic on the internet recently. The reason lies in the fact that Pingqiao's products are not narrowly defined electric vehicles but hydrogen energy vehicles. Although they are hydrogen range extended vehicles, they truly utilize hydrogen energy. The impressive specifications have won the favor of many netizens. With a range of 2,000 kilometers and level 5 autonomous driving technology, these seem like impossible feats for a small factory, but Pingqiao insists they can deliver. Now, the second batch of hydrogen vehicles has been delivered, and I was lucky enough to snag one. Are the stats true or false? I'll do a review for you. It looks just like an ordinary review blogger, but if it were a serious review, Jojo certainly wouldn't be so flustered. Lin Hai continued to watch. Initially, the blogger made a fairly objective evaluation of the hydrogen vehicle. The marked range was indeed accurate, even conservative. I've driven nearly 2,300 kilometers these days, barely depleting the hydrogen range, and there's still plenty left. I estimate that this car can essentially reach about 2,500 kilometers. Moreover, refueling is very convenient thanks to Pingqiao's technology, which allows them to store solid hydrogen. Thus, solid hydrogen batteries are available at almost every gas station. The refueling process is very short, even faster than refueling a gasoline car. The man with glasses chuckled. Then, the topic suddenly shifted. But this car you can't buy it. Finally, the truth comes out. Lin Hai watched with interest, eager to see where this guy would make his point. The thing about range, it can't really be faked because it's the most concerning issue for drivers and any falsification would be immediately noticeable. Thus, the glasses-wearing man simply spoke the truth, further solidifying his image as objective and fair. He first praises the most obvious features, then sharply criticizes them, creating a huge contrast. This combination punch Lin Hai was all too familiar with. Why do I say this? It's not because of the safety issues with hydrogen. After all, everyone saw the live broadcast that day, right? Haha, the unscrupulous boss crashed directly into a wall and the vehicle was unscathed. This proves that Pingqiao indeed has the capability to store hydrogen. What I'm talking about is the so-called level 5 autonomous driving technology. Here I pose a question to Lin Hai. Does this so-called autonomous driving technology truly achieve level 5? The man with glasses shifted the camera to his face and began to vividly tell a story. I have a friend who also bought a hydrogen car, and a few days ago he planned a family trip. Unfortunately, an accident disrupted their plans. At this point the man's face showed shock and fear. That day they had just packed their luggage and set off on their journey. My friend engaged the so-called level 5 autonomous driving technology. Initially, there were no issues on the national highway, however on the freeway the car suddenly braked hard, nearly causing a rollover. Fortunately, my friend reacted quickly, switched to manual driving and adjusted the car, narrowly avoiding disaster. Ever since that incident, my friend refuses to use the so-called level 5 autonomous driving technology. He argues that driving is no joke, one slip could cost lives. Mr. Lin Hai, someone asks in the video, can your level 5 autonomous driving technology really handle any terrain, any environment as you claim? The video abruptly ends there. In the comments section below, a heated debate unfolds. Some car owners claim the technology works fine, having driven thousands of kilometers on highways without a hitch. But many others are uproarious and indignant onlookers, demanding Lin Hai provide an explanation. Of course, how many of these spectators are genuinely uninvolved is another question altogether. What should we do, boss? The video has already hit 1 million views. If we don't respond soon, it could tarnish our reputation, Jiao urgently suggests. Should we put out a statement to clarify? Lin Hai shakes his head. No, don't you know the environment we're in? Any attempt to clarify will only attract more attention. Then if we start using internet trolls, we'll really stir up a media storm. If Lin Hai were to respond to this video, it would only spawn more skepticism online, with people questioning why he feels the need to clarify if he's confident in his technology, suggesting he's guilty or accusing him of trying to deceive himself. Then should we sue him? Jiao suggests again. This guy is lying and it's causing a big stir. We have the moral high ground. Lin Hai continues to shake his head. No, we can't do that. First, you don't have enough evidence. He said he has a friend. How can you prove he's lying? You can't prove he doesn't have this friend either. It's an unsolvable issue. Second, if we start threatening with legal notices every time, it only makes us look petty. Jiao is almost in tears. So what do? We can't just sit around and do nothing. Lin Hai thinks for a moment, his brow furrowed. Suddenly his eyes light up and a smile appears on his face. Why worry about this ourselves? There are others who will handle it for us. Boss, who will take care of them? Jiao asks, puzzled. Lin Hai just smiles. You'll see in time. Meanwhile, in a military research base in the Jiangnan military region, inside a vast warehouse, 2 elderly men stand beside a disassembled car, meticulously studying it. This is technology independently developed by a private enterprise? One white-haired elder gasps in astonishment as he looks at the model displayed on the screen, information transmitted by radar. Before him, Li Yuan laughs heartily. You Jiangmo, you old man, you've lived for 7 or 8 decades, but you've never seen technology like this, have you? I brought it back. If we succeed in replicating it, it's a major achievement. Yu Jiangwo, still stunned, shakes his head and then asks, this thing, it was really found in a private company? Are you sure, Li? Yuan nods. I've told you hundreds of times, it's from a private enterprise. If you don't believe it, fine, but would I lie to you? Yu Jiangwo was somewhat convinced but still visibly shocked. These days private enterprises have advanced to this extent? We've been researching military technology for over 20 years and haven't developed high-precision radar like this, yet a private company has solved it. The key issue here is the use and safety of hydrogen energy, which has perplexed the entire world for nearly a century. Up to now, the world has not had the slightest clue, yet it was easily cracked by this private enterprise. You tell me this is a private enterprise? Li Yuan sighed and shook his head. You don't believe it, do you think? I believe it, but I've seen it with my own eyes. Never mind, when we have time later I'll take you to see it. Lin Hai, that young man is very interesting, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Saying this, the two of them once again started discussing how to install the hydrogen fuel cells and radar on military technology. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the Jiangnan military region welcomed a joint military exercise. 500 soldiers from Eagle Land carrying various high-tech weapons came to Long Country to participate in the joint military exercise. Hey, we're going to win easily again, it's really boring, huh? A black man from Eagle Land said disdainfully with a very casual attitude. Nearby, a white man who was also smoking nonchalantly laughed as well. Those soldiers from Long Country are indeed formidable, I admit, but their technology is really too backward. This is the information age, the old single combat tactics just don't work anymore. Saying this, the men opened a box and took out a drone no bigger than the size of a palm, FLIRPD 100 Black Hornet. That's what the people of Long Country call the third generation Black Hornet. The people of Long Country probably couldn't even dream that it is with this kind of high technology that we have been victorious in the previous exercises. The black man laughed proudly. The FLIR Black Hornet Generation 3 is a high-performance mini UAV system. It is 764 centimeters in length, weighs less than 33 grams and is smaller overall than a Sparrow, but it can reach speeds of 35 miles per hour with a range of 24 miles and can fly for up to 25 minutes on a single charge. The Black Hornet drone uses FLIR's Lepton Mini Thermal Imager, a visible spectrum camera and proprietary software for flight-controlled stabilization and communication. It is described as one of the lightest, most covert and safest drones on the market. Its small size, smaller than a Sparrow, makes it undetectable by Long Country's radar technology. It is such a lethal weapon that allows Eagle Land to always get the upper hand in the joint military exercises, thereby achieving victory. This time, they were prepared to repeat the old trick, letting the Black Hornet drone go out to scout and gather enough information before making a concerted push. Buzzing, the drone made a faint sound as it took off, flying towards the other side of the mountain where the Long Country Command headquarters was located. On the other side, at the Long Country Station, Li Yuan and Yu Jiangwo were in a temporarily constructed operations center. The area was filled with display screens and operators. In just half an hour, our numbers have been reduced by half? Yu Jiangwo thundered, slamming his hand on the table with a sound that shook the heavens. What are you all doing? When I was on the battlefield fighting the people of Eagle Land, even with such backward weapons, it wasn't this bad. Now, in just 3 hours, our side's numbers have been nearly halved. This number of casualties can already be described as a rout. Commander, it's really those Eagle Land people who are too cunning. According to what those eliminated brothers said, they were just walking in the jungle and suddenly they encountered those Eagle Land people popping out and they were eliminated before they could even react, a man said, hanging his head in shame. Every joint military exercise is like this. Where do these Eagle Land people get their intelligence? Yu Jiangwo furrowed his brows. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he waved his hand. Quick! Turn on the radar we just installed and start scanning. The person next to me was quick and adept, immediately activating the scanning radar. This radar, originally designed for vehicles, had been modified by the Military Research Institute to have an astonishing scanning radius of 2 kilometers. As the command to scan was issued, everything in the mountainous area was captured and rendered into 3D models on the screen. These models were so lifelike and finely detailed they could have been mistaken for expensive Hollywood special effects, capturing everything from birds to flies within the large-scale model. Many who saw this technology for the first time were so amazed that they gasped in awe. This radar was incredibly advanced. Was this terrifying device the latest technology from the Research Institute? Had we made such a significant breakthrough? Look at this, someone exclaimed. On the screen, a group of Eagle Land soldiers were positioned strategically across the battlefield, each wearing headphones, some fiddling with a terminal in their hands. In the jungle, dozens of drones, small as sparrows, silently flew through the air. Were these the Black Hornet drones? Li Yuan, a tech mogul, recognized the details of these drones at a glance. No wonder the Eagle Land troops could appear next to Dragon Nation's soldiers for sudden attacks. It was this technological support that made it possible. So that's it. No wonder we lost the previous military drills, Yu Jiangwo sighed, but then his expression turned icy cold. But this time you were likely to lose. Oh, you like playing with information technology? Then I'll give you exactly that. He ordered everyone to move to report the drones' locations and to shoot down these gadgets. Additionally, he sent a team to sneak around and take out their command center. With such formidable radar technology, everyone's confidence surged. Yes sir, they responded eagerly, ready to take action. In the jungle, a Black Hornet drone buzzed, its camera capturing and transmitting the surrounding environmental data to a terminal several miles away. Below the drone, a team of Dragon Nation soldiers, unaware of the drone overhead, moved cautiously. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Land Command Center, a white soldier watched the clear footage and couldn't help but smirk. Idiots. They don't even realize what's coming, he chuckled. He picked up the radio to warn attention. In the 4th sector coordinates, 1190, there's a team of Dragon Nation soldiers. But before he could finish, a Dragon Nation soldier seemingly heard something, looked up, and without hesitation raised his gun and shot at the drone. The screen went black instantly. Damn it, the white soldier cursed. This was the first drone they had lost since the military exercise began, each costing nearly $200,000, a painful loss indeed. Major James, something's wrong. Suddenly someone shouted from behind. What is it? Major James turned around only to be met with a shocking scene. Nearly all of the screens which displayed footage from the Black Hornet drones turned black one after another, a sign that the drones were being shot down. This can't be happening. Major James was in disbelief, his mouth agape as he watched the unfolding disaster. Losing one drone might have been luck, but this was an unprecedented catastrophe. So what if 2, 3, or even dozens of drones were shot down? That must mean the military of Dragon Nation has discovered them. Impossible. How could Dragon Nation possibly know about the existence of the Black Bee drones? Even if they did discover them, they shouldn't have been able to pinpoint their locations. James was shouting frantically, filled with shock and confusion, his demeanor akin to someone in the throes of a manic episode. His eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. You see, each Black Bee drone is no bigger than a sparrow. Even with the most advanced radar technology available today, it's impossible to detect them, let alone precisely locate them. Yet now Dragon Nation seemed to have activated some kind of X-ray vision hack, not only discovering all the Black Bee drones but also accurately pinpointing and shooting them down in one fell swoop. How could this be possible? In an instant, the advantage that the Eagle forces had painstakingly built up was wiped out. Staring at the dark screens surrounding him, someone couldn't help but voice a soul-searching question. Major, we only brought Black Bee drones and individual combat weapons. Now that the Black Bee drones have been shot down, should we surrender? According to the rules of the joint military exercise, all technologies except for high-altitude fighters could be used. In previous exercises, Eagle Land had prepared thoroughly, bringing everything from radios and radar scans to mountain vehicles. However, the arrogance of the Eagle forces was ingrained in their bones. After defeating Dragon Nation in previous exercises, they were overly confident, this time bringing only Black Bee drones and individual combat gear. They even boasted that they would end the exercise within 10 hours and return to Eagle Land for a victory celebration. But now they were left in the dark, seeing nothing. No, we are soldiers of Eagle Land and we cannot just admit defeat. We still have the advantage in numbers. Go, use the radio to instruct them to fight freely, James ordered fiercely. His subordinate had no choice but to comply. However, without the Black Bee drones, the Eagle forces were like humans without eyes, blind and chaotic like headless flies. Meanwhile, under the guidance of radar scanning, Dragon Nation's forces struck like divine soldiers, eliminating one Eagle Land soldier after another. The situation reversed in an instant. Ha! This is awesome! Yu Jiangwo waved his hand excitedly, his laughter filled with satisfaction. These damn Eagle forces who used to bully us with their technology are now the ones being bullied. Hit them hard, he commanded, feeling a sense of reclaiming lost ground. Report, Commander. Our squad has reached the enemy's command camp. Should we launch a direct assault? Yu Jiangwo thought for a moment, then suddenly waved his hand. No, I want to hit them with something big. Just eliminating them like this won't satisfy them. Bring in the tanks. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Land Command Center, 3 more eliminated. Damn it! Watching the rapidly decreasing number of their own survivors, James was hopping mad but helpless. These Dragon Nation people must be cheating, otherwise how could their radar technology possibly detect the Black Bee drones? Yes, they must be cheating. Damn it, damn it. Just as James was furiously hopping around, a faint buzzing sound came from afar. Everyone was puzzled, and suddenly a man rushed in, panting, and said to James, Major, it's bad. Dragon Nation has deployed tanks and they're heading our way. It's a big one, a really big one. James was stunned. Tanks? What nonsense are you talking about? You should know they were now in the midst of mountainous terrain. Although tanks are renowned for their high passability, they are somewhat helpless in complex environments such as mountains. After all, these areas are not only overgrown with vegetation but also strewn with various rocky barriers. Most importantly, the terrain is too complicated. Even if a rollover doesn't occur, the tanks might still be unable to pass due to insufficient horsepower. Therefore, when James heard that a tank was charging towards them, his first reaction was that it was absurd. "It's true, go see for yourselves." James and his men walked out of the camp skeptically. Then they witnessed a shocking scene. A massive tank towering over the landscape crushed the vegetation under its weight and charged forward like thunder, coming to a halt right in front of them. The tank was over 10 meters tall. A person standing in front of it wouldn't even reach the height of its tracks. James had seen many large tanks before, but this was the first time he encountered one with such a terrifying size. James was completely shocked. Was this a tank from Dragon Nation? My God, has Dragon Nation's technology advanced so much? In James's understanding, although Dragon Nation's technology was also leading in the world, it was still far behind compared to their Eagle Land. However, the scene before him completely overturned his perceptions. Dragon Nation had hidden their capabilities too well. It turns out they had been concealing this all along. I must report back to the military to make them pay more attention to Dragon Nation, James thought. At this moment, James was no longer angry. Instead, he was filled with deep shock and admiration. What cheating! For a military that can develop such terrifying technology, dealing with a small Black Bee drone is effortless. Why would they need to cheat? A few people descended from the tank. It was Yu Jiangwo and Li Yuan among others. "Mr. James," they began with a show of strength, "you've lost." James nodded readily. "Yes, we've lost. It's a joke. The tanks have come up. Would we really have to fire a shot to admit defeat?" James sighed. "Dragon Nation is formidable. This is the first time we Eagle Land have lost in joint military exercises with other countries. You are very impressive. But what puzzles me is, how did you discover our drone?" Yu Jiangwo and Li Yuan exchanged glances and smiled. "Mr. James, please come with us to take a look inside." James nodded and followed them into the tank. Upon entering, he couldn't help but gasp. Inside the control room of the tank, there was a radar scanning image displaying a 3D model. The images were of the surrounding landscape, shockingly detailed to the extent that one could even see a blade of grass on a person's hair. No wonder you could detect the Black Bee drone. So you have mastered such advanced technology." James was amazed, his eyes filled with astonishment. At this point, he was completely convinced Eagle Land had lost fairly. "I have another question, Sir," James asked again. "Such a huge tank surely cannot be powered by an internal combustion engine, as torque and horsepower would be an issue. Does this mean you have made a significant breakthrough in battery technology? Electric motors, in terms of performance, stability, torque, and efficiency, almost completely surpass internal combustion engines. However, internal combustion engines still dominate because current battery technology can't keep up. The batteries available on the market either have poor capacity or are expensive, and in general, barring those with reliable power support, most will opt for an internal combustion engine for power. Internationally, research on electric types of drones and tanks has been underway for some time. However, due to battery technology limitations, these have remained largely conceptual." "Ah, but you are mistaken, Mr. James," said Li Yuan, pausing deliberately to pique interest before continuing. "While it's true we're still exploring battery technology, there's something you should know." He paused again, letting the suspense build for a couple of seconds before revealing, "Our hydrogen energy storage technology has made a breakthrough. This tank is powered by hydrogen range extender technology." James's eyes widened in shock. "Hydrogen energy? My goodness, you've mastered hydrogen energy." Understanding the implications, he exclaimed, "This means Long Nation can eventually wean off its dependency on oil. Hydrogen is a superior alternative to gasoline with higher calorific value, abundant availability, and is a clean energy source. Apart from chemical products, there would virtually be no need for gasoline in Long Nation. Moreover, as an oil-producing country, it could eventually become self-sufficient. Long Nation is rising," James murmured to himself, deeply moved by the realization. A single leaf indicates the coming of autumn. From this piece of information alone, James knew that the rise of Long Nation was not a mere slogan but an inevitability. That night, the Jiangnan military region was festively lit, celebrating a banquet in honor of their complete victory in the joint military exercises against the Eagle Army. The tables were laden with beef, braised pork, seafood, and even whole roasted lambs at the center of each table. The soldiers, their faces lit with smiles, enjoyed the feast, savoring the oil-rich flavors which were far superior to the usual canteen fare. Among them was a non-military guest, Lin Hai. "The army really eats well. This tastes much better than what the canteen auntie cooks." Lin Hai devoured his food heartily, partly because he was genuinely hungry after his flight and partly because the food was indeed delicious. At that moment Yu Jiangwo and Li Yuan stood up to toast Lin Hai, surprising everyone present. "What, the highest commander of the military region Yu Jiangwo and Major General Li Yuan are toasting a young man?" People began to wonder about his identity. Previously, many had assumed Lin Hai was just a relative of someone high up there to freeload a meal, but now they realized he was no ordinary guest. In an instant all eyes were on him. "Comrade Lin, we owe our victory to your technology, otherwise we would have been a laughingstock to those from Eagle Land again," Li Yuan remarked with emotion. Standing up, Lin Hai drained his glass in one gulp and replied with a smile, "You're too kind, I'm just doing what I should." Despite considering himself a bit of a profiteer, Lin Hai had a sense of national pride and saw no harm in supporting the military, especially since they were genuinely compensating him. "Don't say that, Comrade Lin," Li Yuan shook his head. "Though we've paid you, if Eagle Land knew about this, they'd offer a fortune to monopolize it. We've lost many technologies and scientists this way." He lamented the brain drain that had plagued their nation, exacerbated by many idolizing Eagle Land as a utopian beacon of civilization willing to endure discrimination and poor treatment just to migrate there. Lin Hai chuckled. "That was the past. I assure you things will gradually improve. And the fall of Eagle Land and the rise of Dragonland is a sure thing. In the military, there are their own cheap dumping occupation of the market. In the civilian aspect, there is even a cost-effective and unrivaled hydrogen energy car tearing up the entire automobile industry. Eagle Land market is occupied by himself, and it is only a matter of time." Lin Hai was very confident. Li Yuan smiled and suddenly asked again, "Right, Lin Hai, are you interested in coming to our armament research institute? I happen to be short of a researcher position." The moment these words came out, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Even Yu Jiangwo looked at him with great shock. The meaning of Li Yuan's words sounded like he wanted Lin Hai to become his researcher. In reality, it was the meaning of accepting him as a student. To know what kind of person was Li Yuan, an academician of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, the second in command of the Research Institute, Major General rank, in the entire Jiangnan province. He was an existence that could make the entire province tremble when he stomped his foot. If you follow Li Yuan, it can be said that you are destined to rise to great heights in the future. Countless people were looking enviously at Lin Hai, itching to replace him. This Lin Hai, his luck is too good, isn't it? He's actually able to gain Chief Li's appreciation. How good would this person be if I were him? Say yes. What's Lin Hai doing? Why won't he say yes? He's pissing me off. The exclamations of the crowd reached his ears. Lin Hai, however, smiled faintly. "Thank you for the chief's love. I don't like being tied down, so I'd better forget it." The words came out. The whole place was silent again. It was a long time before someone broke into a fit of cursing. "This guy is crazy, right? He actually refused. He doesn't know what Chief Li is, right? I think this kid is a complete idiot. Either he's crazy or he's a fool." A group of people were there to deplore it. They really couldn't figure out why Lin Hai would refuse this favor that fell from the sky. In reality, Lin Hai hadn't really thought much about it. Once he joined the institute, he couldn't just sell arms ahem molds, hence the dry refusal. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan, however, did not get annoyed but sighed and nodded. "That's right, Lin Hai, right now I really am not qualified to be your teacher. You are more than qualified to be my teacher." These words came out. The entire room was once again in a state of petrification. Did I hear it right? Not qualified, not qualified? Wait a minute, I seem to have a problem with my ears. This Lin Hai, what kind of character is he that even Chief Li said he wasn't qualified to teach him? The people present were all rubbing their ears, fearing that they had a problem with their ears and had therefore heard such crazy words. In this regard, only Yu Jiangwo's face was as normal, remaining calm. He knew that a Lin Hai who had conquered the hydrogen energy storage technology and the holographic radar technology. I was afraid that there was no one in the world who was qualified to be his teacher. Lin Hai smiled. "The chief is too flattering to me. By the way, this time when you called me here, I guess the chief isn't simply inviting me to dinner, right?" Yu Jiangwo and Li Yuan looked at each other and nodded somewhat awkwardly. "The comrade Shaolin is really smart. This time I actually want to ask you for something." "What is it?" Lin Hai asked. Yu Jiangwo pondered for a moment before saying, Lin Hai, do you know about the Black Bee drone? Black Bee drones? Lin Hai quickly searched his mind for its information, then nodded. I know, it's a military small drone that mainly undertakes reconnaissance, information gathering and other tasks. Its technology has always been in the hands of the No-Way Kingdom and they only provide goods to Eagle Land. With such advanced technology, Eagle Land was applied in wars such as the Khanate and achieved quite good results. Could it be that Lin Hai instantly realized what the two had in mind, the two chiefs wanting to copy a batch of Black Wasp drones? But I remember that our country had Hummingbird drones a few years ago and their performance exceeded that of the Black Hornet. Lin Hai clearly remembered that in the original world the introduction of the Hummingbird drone had doubled the confidence of domestic military fans. What Hummingbird drone? Yu Jiangwo and Li Yuan were both confused. Lin Hai then realized that in this world it seemed that the domestic Hummingbird drone hadn't been introduced at all. So it turns out, Lin Hai sighed, it seemed that although this world was mostly similar to the original world, there were still some details that were different. Since that's the case, then I'll fill in the gaps in the domestic small reconnaissance drones. Li Yuan and Yu Jiangwo's eyes immediately lit up. You promise? Lin Hai smiled and said. That's natural. However, speaking of this, Lin Hai raised his eyebrows. Although it's for the country, I can't do it for nothing. Li Yuan knew Lin Hai's character and immediately said, as long as you can research the Black Bee drone, we are willing to buy it at a high price. Having been assured, Lin Hai nodded his head in satisfaction and added, by the way, I still need your help to apply for the authorization of the molds for the Black Bee drone. Also, all the materials for the manufacturing will also need to be borne by you. Developing a drone and still needing a mold authorization. Even though Li Yuan and Yu Jiangwo were a bit puzzled, they agreed very painfully. Good, no problem. System parsing Black Bee drone model information. Parsing in progress. Ding. Parsing completed. At once a piece of information was transmitted into Lin Hai's head. Model, Black Hornet 3 UAV Spellbinders automatic production line. Can produce Spellbinders versions of model products. Selling price, $100 million a piece. Standard automatic production line, can produce standard version and below model products. Selling price, $500 million a piece. Enhanced automatic production line, can produce enhanced versions and below price, $1 billion a piece. Otherworldly automatic production line, can produce otherworldly versions and below. Selling price, $10 billion a piece. At once a piece of information was transmitted into Lin Hai's head. Such a small drone was actually this expensive. Lin Hai was somewhat helpless, but complaints aside, Lin Hai still had to buy it. Redeeming a standard production line and an enhanced production line, there was nothing much use in spelling the Yuzu production line, and the products of the reinforced production line were ready to be sold to the military. As for the products of the normal production line, truth be told, Lin Hai was going to use them to sell himself. Anyway, there is a strengthened version of the drone. It is estimated that the ordinary version, the domestic, also do not see. He could also persuade people from other countries to order it. Since he wanted to take over the market, he would have to follow through. From large drones to small drones to bombers, electromagnetic rifles, all markets in the future must be mine. The workers were very quick with their hands. A few days later the production line produced the first batch of enhanced Black Wasp drones. Lin Hai didn't even have time to check it out before he saw a military vehicle traveling in. Lin Hai, Lin Hi, where is everyone? Hearing this voice, Lin Hai hurriedly walked out to greet. Chiefly, long time no see, how have you been? This person was none other than Li Shu, who had not seen him for a long time, and next to Li Shu was that Dragon Academy of Science academician Shen Donglai. Seeing Lin Hai, Li Shu's eyes lit up and then he laughed and scolded. You kid, building arms isn't enough, but actually running to build cars? What were you thinking? It seemed that Li Shu also knew about the hydrogen energy cars. Lin Hai laughed and said, just want to make a little more money. It's nothing. Make money? Li Shu rolled his eyes. How much money do you guys want to make? You recovered $100 million by selling one bomber and your daily net profit is at least hundreds of millions. Which national company in the world can achieve such a horrible revenue? How can you still think you're not making enough money? And that nuclear power plant you have here, just lying there doing nothing, just selling electricity every day is at least tens of millions of dollars of profit every day. You guys are too greedy. Lin Hai couldn't help but cough sheepishly. Ahem, you can't say that, chief. When I make more money, don't I pay more taxes? It's also a good thing for the country. Li Shu sighed and didn't want to say anything more to this money-hungry guy, and straight away said, "Oh right, I came here this time, but I have a serious matter. The country wants to buy your controlled fusion technology. You open a price. How important is controlled fusion technology? Even if it costs more, it's not too expensive. If it can be confirmed that someone has mastered controlled fusion technology, then that person will be protected as a key target, or even personally protected by the troops. However, when Li Shu and Qian Donglai mentioned this matter to certain chiefs, those people did not react very well. There was nothing else, it was just a matter of not believing it. The controlled fusion technology that the world is diligently seeking is in the hands of a small private enterprise. This is simply a fantasy. Only a few people were willing to believe what Li Shu said. They were willing to give Lin Hai a chance, acquire the controlled fusion technology from him and see if it was real. If it was real, then say so. Thus, this time only Li Shu and Qian Dong came to come. However, Lin Hai was shaking his head. Sorry, I can't sell this thing. The two froze at once. Li Shu frowned. Lin Hai, just name a price. Even if it's outrageous, we'll consider it carefully. Even if you want a monopoly, you can't sell it to Eagle Land. Lin Hai interrupted what Li Shu said. Chief Li Shu, I think you've misunderstood. Even if I, Lin Hai, love money, I won't do something as shameless as funding an enemy. The reason I'm not selling you the technology is because the information on this thing, I don't have it either. The way this nuclear power plant came about, it was a one-time thing. Lin Hai didn't say much. At first, Lin Hai scanned the information of a nuclear power plant. The results that were derived showed that, to make a controllable nuclear fusion power station, the assembly line alone could no longer fulfill the production requirements. It needed to be upgraded to an automated factory before it could be produced, and the condition for the system to be upgraded to an automated factory was simple: $1 trillion. In desperation, Lin Hai could only choose to build it all at once, spending all of his savings at the time before redeeming a spellbinding version of the nuclear power plant. There was really no such technology in his head. How can I sell it? Li Shu's face looked a little better. He knew that this guy Lin Hai shouldn't be lying, but he still had some regrets. Alas, it's a pity. Qian Donglai on the side was even more disappointed. Pity. What I wanted to see most in my life was controlled fusion technology. I don't know if I'll have this opportunity in my life. Looking at Qian Donglai, Lin Hai was also somewhat emotional. This old man, who had studied in Eagle Land in his early years and later returned to China, had provided countless advanced technologies and techniques to the Dragon Kingdom. He had lived a simple life all his life, not having much demand for material things, and was even unmarried for life. He spent his entire life immersed in the laboratory. He's a national hero. Don't worry, old man Qian, the technology of controlled nuclear fusion, although I haven't completely mastered it, I'm still working on it. Lin Hai mused. I believe it won't take long for it to fully mature. Really? Qian Donglai's eyes lit up. Lin Hai nodded. That's natural. By the way, old man Qian, you can also come to the nuclear power plant at any time to inspect and visit. Qian Donglai listened with tears in his eyes, holding Lin Hai's hand. Comrade Shaolin, I feel relieved when you say these words. Our Dragon Kingdom with a young man like you, even if I die, I feel at ease. Even Li Shu, seeing this scene, was a bit saddened, and right at this moment, boss, the first batch of hummingbird drones have already left the factory. Do you want to go over and take a look? And Jiao Jiao walked over and asked crisply. Seeing Lin Hai vigorously making eyes towards himself, Jiao Jiao was a little unsure. Boss, what's wrong with you? Did you get ash in your eyes? If you don't go over, the drones will be packed. The military district has been pushing for a long time. We can't delay the process. Li Shu immediately became alert. Hummingbird drone? What hummingbird? You made another drone? I've never heard of this model. Under a series of questions, Lin Hai coughed dryly. Ahem, nothing, just a toy. A bunch of model toys, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Haha, I just bought a pack of rainy day dragon. Well, come, I'll treat you to tea. With that, Lin Hai wanted to pull the two away. But Li Shu, that size, whereas Lin Hai can pull, immediately sneered and said, You Pingqiao toy factory, what virtue? I do not know. Mold. I think it is a mold that can fly into the sky. Don't talk nonsense, take me. The money will not be less for you. Li Shu directly hard pull Lin Hai into the factory. By this point, Lin Hai couldn't do anything more. He could only honestly say, ugh, it's nothing really, it's just that the Jiangnan military region has ordered a batch of drones from me. But these drones are far inferior to the Predator drones. Lin Hai assured with conviction. Indeed, at the size of the hummingbird drones compared to the Predator drones, it was really a heaven and a hell. Jiangnan military region, they've approached you for cooperation as well. Li Shu frowned, but didn't think much about it. Let's go and take a look first. As soon as they walked before the product, Li Shu and Qian Donglai were instantly dumbfounded. Both of them were frozen in place. This is a flapping wing airplane, so small, and it's still a flapping wing airplane. Flapping wing aircraft is a heavier than air aircraft whose wings can flap up and down like bird and insect wings, also known as a vibrating wing aircraft. It's like a dragonfly. The advantages of a flapping wing airplane are that it flies more efficiently, makes less noise, is more agile, and can even fly as usual in places where there is no air or thin air. However, such an airplane with countless advantages was only a concept until now, and no country had actually put it into production. The reason is simple: difficulty. Flapping wing airplane involves extremely complex aerodynamics, wing shape and material problems, as well as the most difficult to solve, the energy problem. Now, a batch of flapping wing aircraft had fallen in front of them, and they were so small. This batch of drones, each one of them was just the size of a finger, just like the size of a real hummingbird. You know, even the world's smallest drone, the Blackbee drone, it was also the size of a sparrow. The drone in front of them, on the other hand, had shrunk to the size of a finger, a difference of tens of times. How in the world did this happen? Shocked, astonished, disbelief. Several emotions were superimposed on top of each other, causing Qian Donglai to take a breath and almost have a heart attack. Hurriedly pulled out a medicine from his body. Qian Donglai swallowed, which is much better. Heart a bitter smile. It seems, Lin Hai, this place in the future they have to come less. Come once to commit a disease, more than a few times to their own estimates of people will be gone. This thing, can it fly? Li Shu stared at the eyes and asked after it. Ahem, it should be able to write. Lin Hai scratched his head. Next to him, Jiao Jiao muttered, "Of course it can, I just tried it and it flew quite high." Lin Hai directly glared at him. "This Jiao Jiao, no one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Why do you talk so much? Okay, quick, give me a try." Li Shu couldn't wait to pick up the remote control and launched his attempt. At once, a sound like a mosquito rang out. It was the sound of a hummingbird drone. The finger-sized drone flew into the air. The sound emitted by the mere finger-sized drone, which was still a flapping wing structure, was almost negligible. It was also just launched with a slight mosquito-like winging sound. In less than a second, it completely disappeared. Could it be that this drone had an adaptive system? Qian Donglai's vision was so sharp that he saw the problem at a glance. Oh, Elder Qian is really knowledgeable. Lin Hai very painfully nodded his head in acknowledgement. On top of the hummingbird drones, they were all equipped with an adaptive intelligent recognition system that could monitor the current wind speed, air environment, humidity and other important indicators at any time. Then, based on these data, the direction, speed, strength and so on of the fluttering wings would then be adjusted to achieve the optimal solution for the current environment. In this way, no matter what the environment was, the hummingbird UAV could adapt perfectly without emitting a single bit of noise and would not be easily destroyed. Upon hearing this, Qian Donglai and Li Shu could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. This was even more advanced than a real insect. It was too terrifying. The two of them exclaimed out in unison. The drone flew up to the top of the factory building, but it had not yet reached the top. Looking at the clear picture coming from the controller, Li Shu was in awe again. Your factory building, it's estimated to be 20 to 30 meters high, right? For such a small drone to be able to fly up to this distance, it's already pretty good. And the picture transmitted from the camera is too clear. Lin Hai smiled and said this hummingbird drone, with a total weight of about 3 grams and a body length of 124 millimeters, is much smaller than even a real hummingbird. Its maximum flight speed is 50 kilometers per hour and its maximum flight altitude is 1,000 meters. Hearing this, Li Shu and Qian Donglai were once again petrified. Only after a long time did they twitch their faces and ask, How much did you say?" A total weight of about 3 grams, a body length of 124 millimeters, a maximum flight speed of 50 kilometers per hour and a maximum flight altitude of 1,000 meters. There is such a thing? Li Shu only felt that his breathing was going to stop. As a soldier, he naturally knew what these parameters of the hummingbird drone meant. A body length of 124 millimeters and silent flight throughout meant that the hummingbird drone possessed incomparable camouflage. Just ask, even for the top agents who would pay attention to a relatively large fly flying around in the air? What's more, this fly doesn't make a sound, so people usually just ignore it. If it was in the jungle, the battlefield and these complex environments, no one would have the leisure time to observe it. That's all. The most important thing is that the maximum flight speed is 50 kilometers per hour and the maximum flight altitude is 1,000 meters. It was important to know that even the Blackbee drone, which was said to be the world's leading drone, had a flight speed of 22 kilometers per hour and a maximum flight altitude of only 120 meters. In comparison, the Hummingbird drone was tens of times smaller in size and weight. The speed and flight altitude on the other hand were more than twice as high. Therefore, there was only one question in Li Shu's head right now. Was this a technology that a private company could come up with? Suddenly Chen Donglai seemed to have realized something and hurriedly asked, "What about the range? What is the range?" Generally speaking, the smaller the size of the drone, the less the range. After all, the battery can be placed there. Larger drones, such as the Predator drone, don't have enough battery density, so they have to choose fuel propulsion. Chen Donglai looked at Lin Hai expectantly. The more ideal range in his mind was about 2 kilometers and more than 10 minutes of flight. After all, the maximum range of the Black Bee drone was only 25 minutes. Of course, if it could be higher, that would definitely be better. Who knew? Lin Hai smiled slightly and opened his mouth. The range was probably about an hour of being able to fly with a single charge, which was roughly the limit of 50 kilometers. Chen Donglai froze. 1 hour, a finger-sized drone under such a high-speed flight could actually maintain a range of 1 hour. Was this not a joke? As an academician of the Dragon Academy of Science, he knew better than anyone else that today's battery technology would never be able to do this. Lin Hai, this is a military item, it's a matter of great importance, there's no way you can believe it. Even Li Shu was in disbelief. Such a small drone or a flapping wing structure to be able to achieve 10 minutes of endurance was already remarkable. An hour's range? It was simply absurd. Seeing the reaction of the 2-inch Lin Hai thought that they weren't satisfied with the endurance and simply said, "I know an hour of endurance is indeed a bit less. But I didn't say that it's all I can do." Chen Donglai and Li Shu looked at each other, both were able to see incomparable shock in each other's eyes. "And what else is your kid hiding?" Lin Hai continued to speak eloquently. Hummingbird drones are organized in groups of 12 and each group is stored within a terminal. With that, Lin Hai opened a terminal, only to see a set of Hummingbird drones lying quietly in a suitcase. The lid of the suitcase, on the other hand, was a display screen on which the images captured by the camera could be played. This terminal not only dealt with the data transmitted back from the Hummingbird drones, but more importantly wireless power transmission. Chen Donglai directly stepped forward, his eyes filled with shock. "What? You've conquered the wireless power transmission technology?" Wireless power transmission is a technology that transmits electrical energy from a power generation device to the receiving end without going through cables. The main method is to convert electrical energy into radio waves, and after receiving these waves in the other direction, they are then given to be converted into electrical energy. The whole process does not require cables for transmission, and getting rid of the constraints of wires can revitalize many technologies. However, this technology is not widely used, because of one word, difficult. Until now, the international for how to solve the radio waves in the transmission of dispersion and attenuation problems are not much of a clue, as the blind man crossing the river can only slowly feel the accumulation of experience. Therefore, all countries in the international are in the initial stage, not to mention commercialization. Even the military does not exist. And now, a private company had made a mature wireless power transmission technology. Despite being shocked by Lin Hai many times, Chen Donglai was still a bit incredulous. It was too unbelievable. Wireless power transmission? Are you telling the truth? Chen Donglai swallowed hard and stepped forward to ask. Lin Hai nodded casually. That's certainly true, it's just a charging technology, no big deal. Chen Donglai almost spat blood in anger. It is? That's all? You brat really has the guts to say that. All countries dream of things to your mouth has become a roadside weeds like everywhere. However, on second thought, Chen Donglai was relieved. Hydrogen energy protection controlled nuclear fusion strategic bomber, the small private enterprise, which time is not a surprise to them? Wireless power transmission? What is the distance? Chen Donglai asked in a hurry. Wireless power transmission technology nowadays, short distance can also be realized. For example, the small days of the 3-0 heavy industry claim that their highest use of wireless power transmission technology light bulbs 500 meters away. On the other hand, on the Dragon countryside, the wireless power transmission technology had developed very laboriously and had only succeeded in reaching a distance of 20 meters at most. Lin Hai recalled the data in his head and said, "Probably, it's about 1 kilometer, 1 kilometer. At once a look of surprise appeared on Chen Donglai's face. 1 kilometer, this was already a considerable breakthrough. One must know that the highest wireless power transmission record today was only 500 meters in the small days. And this technology, it had already surpassed the small days by a factor of 2. 1,000 meters, good. This distance is more than enough. With a little integration, it can be used for commercialization. The cost of 1,000 meters of cable was frighteningly high. Even if a control station was installed 1,000 meters apart, it didn't matter. Shen Donglai was filled with joy, an old face smiling like a chrysanthemum. Li Shu's eyes also glowed. As a soldier, he couldn't be more sensitive to technologies like wireless power transmission. With wireless power transmission technology, many military technologies that were previously unimaginable can now be put on the agenda. For example, Hummingbird, this kind of micro-drone, the Dragon Kingdom did not develop it. A large part of the reason is because the battery technology is not mature. However, just as the two of them were getting excited, Lin Hai spoke once more. Did I say that the distance is only 1,000 meters only? Chen Donglai and Li Shu looked at Lin Hai with wide eyes. Are you saying that? Lin Hai laughed. The limit transmission distance between the terminal and the Hummingbird is 1 kilometer, but the Hummingbird drone itself is a power pole that can expand the distance of wireless power transmission again. That is to say, in reality, the actual power transmission distance of a group of 12 Hummingbird drones is 12 kilometers. The transmission distance between the Hummingbird drones was 11 kilometers, and the transmission distance between the terminal and the first drone was also 1 kilometer, so the theoretical transmission distance was 12 kilometers. The moment these words came out, Shen Donglai almost lost his breath. Such a small drone that can transmit power wirelessly is just that, but it can actually become a power transfer station. Lin Hai, you're not an alien, are you? Shen Donglai stared at Lin Hai dead in the face as if he was looking at a monster. Lin Hai smiled and didn't say anything. Lin Hai, how much is this thing? I'll buy them all, just name a price. Li Shu gasped and shouted at Lin Hai, this Hummingbird drone, even an ordinary person who didn't know anything about the military could see the terrifying strategic value of it at a glance, not to mention him, a military man. Immediately Li Shu was ruthlessly moved. It is like a single man who has been starving for decades seeing a big girl dying in front of him without an inch of silk. He simply can't hold on. Oh, chiefly this thing is not for sale. Lin Hai laughed. Li Shu was instantly unhappy. How can the duck to the mouth fly away? The price you don't have to worry about. That what's his name Blackbee drone, I heard that the purchase price is $200,000. Your Hummingbird UAVs, I can purchase them at $500,000 each. That's a good price, right? Lin Hai's eyes lit up, but he still sighed and shook his head. Sorry chief, this thing can't be sold. What, this price isn't good enough? That's right, after all it's high tech. In that case, I can discuss it with the military region. 1 million per frame isn't out of the question, Li Shu said, about to take out his phone to report it. Lin Hai hurriedly stopped him. You've misunderstood, chief. I don't mind the low price, but this batch already has a buyer. I can't forget my own righteousness at the sight of profit and change the intended shipment just because someone else offered a higher price, right? Li Shu waved his hand. Who is the buyer of this shipment? Give me a name and I'll go find them right away. Whether they bought it at a high price or transferred it, our military region has the money to acquire it. What's more, I believe that people in general won't not give this face to the military region, right? Li Shu's words had not yet fallen. Only a mellow voice was heard coming from outside the field. Oh, who was I then? It turned out to be the Vice Minister of the Jiangzhou Military Region Security Department, Li Shu. The crowd froze, then looked towards the doorway, only to see several people walking in unison. The two at the head were none other than Yu Jiangwo and Li Yuan from the Jiangnan Military Region. Seeing these people coming over, Li Shu was also a bit shocked. Commander Yu? Academician Li, why are you guys here? Yu Jiangwo said aloud. If you can come, why can't we come? I don't know if I'm not coming. Your kid used to be a soldier in my team and now he's also learned that of a wolf cub actually wanting to cut off my goods. Little Li, you really have the ability. Li Shu couldn't help but be a little surprised and ashamed. What surprised him was that Lin Hai's buyer for this shipment was actually the Jiangnan Military Region. Shame as Li Shu was originally Yu Jiangwo under the big head soldier. Now after decades I did not think that I was to pay attention to the former top leader above. However, the thought of the Hummingbird drone horror performance, Li Shu was gritting his teeth, hard-headed. Chief, sorry later to make amends to you, but this batch of goods I must have today. We Jiangzhou Military Region are determined to get this batch of goods. Yu Jiangwo immediately angry enough. Li, art you this kid? No. Big no small, you want to run on cross-country 10 kilometers is not it. In the beginning, in the hands of Jiangwo, Li Shu was a famous prick, often punished by him to run cross-country 10 kilometers. Li Shu stretched his neck. Run on the run. After running this batch of goods still have to be my Seeing this, Li Yuan stepped forward and persuaded, "Little Liao, this batch of goods is originally ours, you have to take over. What is the meaning of it? An old Jew is your old leader, you shouldn't be doing this." In the eyes of the beholder, Li Shu still refused to let go. "Two leaders, you do not know, our Jiangzhou military region is not as rich as your Jiangnan province with the country's advanced research institutes. Today is indeed poor. A decent technology cannot take out because of this. The chief has reprimanded several times. I'll take this drone back first, at least it'll make our military region look good, right? What's more," speaking of this, Li Shu's face suddenly showed a hint of sadness, "it's not that I need it, but the soldiers need this equipment. In a few days, we'll be heading to the border of the Hansawati country to block those big drug lords. How dangerous is it for the warriors to be in the jungle? I'm procuring these things for the sake of the warriors' safety as well." Li Shu spoke with great pathos, and the people present were deeply infected by it. Only Yu Jiangwo sneered, "Pretend, Li Shu, you give me pretend. Those drug lords in Hansawati country, the hand-holding things are decades old, the body is not half of the science and technology. It can be said that in front of the technology of the Dragon Kingdom, these drug lords are like primitive people, can only stand and be beaten. Even if the number of people is more, it is just a little more effort. Where is there any use for drones?" His own lies were demolished. Li Shu was not the slightest bit of guilt, but rather as the vibrant words, "Even if there is no danger, an extra layer of protection is not good. Anyway, I'll take this batch of drones," said Li Shu, even directly lying to the pile of control terminals above. "Rely on not get up." He was like a child who was playing tricks. Even Yu Jiangwo and Li Yuan couldn't help but feel helpless when they saw this scene. By this time, Lin Hai finally spoke up, "Several chiefs, you all want this batch of goods. I see that it's better like this. This shipment has a total of 50 sets and 600 drones. How about we all take half on one side? After this period of time, we'll have enough production capacity in our factory to fulfill the needs of the two military regions." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiangwo also sighed, "That will have to do." Li Shu was also beaming with joy. "That's fine then," Lin Hai smiled. "Since that's the case, the two of you might as well pay for the goods first. You'll get $500,000 for one drone. 300 for each of you two, that's $150 million per party." Hearing this price, Yu Jiangwo and Li Shu both couldn't help but blush and spit out the same word at Lin Hai, "Adulterer," but although they cursed so on their mouths, the two sides paid up one by one painfully, both afraid that Lin Hai would back out as if he was backtracking. Just kidding. If Eagle Land developed a drone with this kind of horrifying technology, they wouldn't be able to buy one even if they spent $1 billion. $500,000 a piece was already quite cheap. In fact, even if Lin Hai offered $1 million a piece, they would still have to pay for it. "What, you're not buying? If you don't buy it, there's plenty of military districts to buy it. I'm sorry, but having technology means you can do whatever you want." After paying the money, Yu Jiangwo was adding another order. 50 sets of a total of 600 Hummingbird drones requiring delivery within 3 months, and cheerfully giving the full payment directly as well as assuming the materials. By this point, Lin Hai had to sigh. The military was just rich and powerful, just when both sides wanted to leave. Lin Hai suddenly thought of something and called out to them, "Several chiefs, wait, I happen to have something that I want to ask you guys for." Yu Jiangwo and the others turned around. "What is it?" Yu Jiangwo asked in a deep voice. Only then did Lin Hai talk about his hydrogen energy car company, the matter of being defamed by someone sending a video. There were some things that one didn't have the means to deal with, or it was too much trouble to deal with, it wasn't worth it, and on the legal side there wasn't much that could be done about that guy. One could only turn to the military bigwigs. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiangwo and Li Yuan just turned pale. What a big nerve, there are still people like that. "Oh, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter." Yu Jiangwo patted his chest and assured, as a commander of an army, how experienced Yu Jiangwo was. He instantly heard who was right and who was wrong and decided that that guy was spreading rumors and he didn't even need to see the video. After all, the radar of that hydrogen-powered automobile, even if it was dismantled and treated as a military technology, it was a technology that was an era ahead. Such a radar-attached autopilot technology would be flawed. It's simply a joke. "Thanks a lot, leader." Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Although during his own time, hydrogen cars were still selling like hotcakes and every batch of cars was in short supply. But it had ultimately had an impact on the internet. In order not to fester and expand the impact, one dealt with it as soon as one could. Next, one only needed to wait. Jiangnan province, inside a room, a greasy man wearing glasses sat in front of a computer staring at the screen above and smiling, his eyes filled with joy. Another million plays. Oh, Trash's side gave me a large sum of money and I can make a large amount of money from all this traffic, shooting one video and actually giving 2 payments, haha, earned. However, the most important thing is that I'll be a noble eagle lander from now on. Thinking of this, the greasy man danced with excitement. The greasy man's name was Guo Chang and he was a self-publisher. On weekdays he makes money by shooting some review videos of technology. Originally, it was a lukewarm state until some time ago when he received a request from Eagle Land from across the ocean. This request is, let him shoot some videos to slander the hydrogen car of Pingxiao Toy Factory from the performance, reliability, safety and other aspects of throwing dirty water. In short, the harder the better, just to stink it up. As a price, Eagle Land's side would pay a large sum of money and give him an Eagle Land green card, for the sake of money and especially for the sake of the green card. Guo Chang didn't even think about it and directly agreed. After all, becoming a noble Eagle Lander was his childhood dream. Guo Chang's room was filled with small days Eagle Land flags and things like samurai swords and cherry blossoms. He was so enamored with the cultures of Eagle Land and Kodomo that he dreamed of becoming a native of these two countries. It is also commonly known as Niseko. Guo Chang wants to leave the country to get a green card but does not have the ability to do so, even cannot afford the money for airfare, let alone a green card. Under the impotent rage, Guo Chang chose to vent his emotions online. Every day Guo Chang would slander the Dragon Kingdom online, publishing all kinds of fake news to discredit it. Then he would sigh, why am I not a noble Eagle Lander or an islander? I really had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes to be born in this country. The Longwa people are the lowest race in the world. If anyone dared to retort, Guo Chang would attack with the most vicious words. Every single day, only when saying out these words did Guo Chang feel that he was living a meaningful life. Today was no exception. Turning off the video page, Guo Chang skillfully entered a forum and started today's venting. While most of the technology in the Dragon Kingdom is stolen from the noble island nation, just like that hydrogen car technology, right? How could the lowly Dragon Kingdom develop this kind of technology? Really lowly. And right at this moment, bang bang bang, just heard a knock on the door. Could it be that the takeout has arrived? Guo Chang was stunned. He had just placed an order. How did it arrive so quickly? However, he did not think too much. Straight out of the room, opened the door. Who knows? Oh, hello Guo Chang. Only to see that what stood outside the door was not a takeaway boy. Rather, it was a few soldiers in dark green uniforms. The one at the head was imposing quite a sense of unruffled authority. Who are you guys? What do you want? Guo Chang is a thief. See, the military stammers cannot say a complete sentence. The leader of the soldiers said, my name is Li Art from the Jiangzhou military region. We are here to investigate you. Guo Chang fixed his mind and said stiffly, I'm just an ordinary person. You guys should be looking for the wrong person, right? Li Shu laughed. Guo Chang, you don't think that no one knows about what you're doing on the internet, do you? I'll advise you one thing. Confess from leniency, resist from severity. Guo Chang was still pretending to be confused. Confess what? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Li Shu saw him look like a dead pig but also directly took out his cell phone, playing the video of the issue he made. This video still need me to say more? Guo Chang laughed. This gentleman, the Dragon State has a law that stipulates that for hydrogen energy cars must be touted. I do have a friend who had such a thing happen. Do you want to say that what I said is false? Guo Chang is not worried in the slightest. There was no way for words like I have a friend to be falsified even if they were said. Therefore, this soldier in front of him looked aggressive, but in reality he was just swindling himself and definitely did not have enough evidence. Guo Chang could not help but admire his own resourcefulness in his heart. However, Li Shu was smiling faintly. I'm not talking about having anything to do with any automobile, rather it is your behavior of collaborating with the enemy and selling out your country, said Li Shu directly. While a pile of documents directly fell on Guo Chang's face. These documents are Li Shu and that trust company, a self-proclaimed Smith's chat records. These documents were all records of Li Shu's chats with a man who called himself Smith from the Trust Corporation, including Smith's instructions to Guo Chang on how to shoot the video, as well as the payment of the bill and the promise of a green card. Guo Chang was sweating profusely and stammered in defense. Even if that's the case, I'm not considered a traitor, am I? This is at most a war between businesses. To know the crime of slander and the crime of collaborating with the enemy were not of the same magnitude. Guo Chang didn't care about the reputation of being a traitor, he only cared if he was going to be arrested and jailed. Li Shu laughed coldly. Do you know that this Smith's identity is not just a person from the TELUS Corporation? It's more of an energy consultant for the Eagle Land military. That is to say, your behavior is not some simple business competition but a real collaboration with the enemy and selling the country. Because, in addition to selling cars, Flatbridge Toys Factory is a supplier to the military region. The moment these words came out, Guo Chang was instantly confused. Pingqiao Toy Factory, the military supplier, how is this possible? Guo Chang gritted his teeth and suddenly laughed out coldly. Even if that's the case, you guys don't have the right to arrest me. I'm an Eagle Land citizen. Mr. Smith has long given me the Eagle Land green card. I even cancelled my Dragonland citizenship. What can you guys do with me? Guo Chang said. A trace of smugness surfaced on his face. A few days ago, Guo Chang couldn't wait to cancel his Eagle Land citizenship, waiting for Smith to come to pick himself up and issue a green card. In other words, now that he was not even a Dragon Country person, there was nothing much the Dragon Country could do to take him. Hearing, Li Shu faintly smiled and said, "Oh, indeed, we don't have the power to arrest you now. But what we can do is to directly deport you. For citizens of the country, even if they have committed a heinous crime, they need to be tried step by step according to the procedures, because it's a citizen's duty. However, for stateless people, that's embarrassing. Directly give the old man a roll." Without any further ado, Li Shu handcuffed Guo Chang and took him straight to the car. After taking the car all the way to the suburbs, then all the way out of the Dragon Country border, of course Li Shu wouldn't be so kind as to send Guo Chang to any good places such as the small days in Eagle Land that he longed for. Instead, he would just shove it straight to the Tianzhu border. After all, Guo Chang had once made remarks online that even Tianzhu was too much better than Dragon Kingdom. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are too fickle. You see how good Tianzhu is. Everyone is happy and joyful. The Dragon Kingdom is just not as good as others. Since he likes it so much, let him go. Enough. Tianzhu. Guo Chang's entire body was confused, looking at the Tianzhu Kingdom people who were dark and were cooking curry that looked like excrement, smelling the stench of feces emanating from the streets. Guo Chang almost threw up directly, but even so, Guo Chang was still thinking viciously in his heart, "Humph, these damn lowly Dragon Kingdom people. Even Tianzhu is much better than your Dragon Kingdom. Besides, I'm not going to stay here. I'm a noble Eagle Land citizen." Guo Chang took out his cell phone, covered his nose and called that Smith. The phone rang a few times and finally connected. "Hello, Mr. Smith. It's me, Guo Chang," Guo Chang very fawningly said. The tone of voice are kind and soft, down like a dog to the master is pleasing. Smith said lazily. "Oh Guo, how are things going?" Guo Chang said bitterly. "Mr. Smith, it's not good. I was discovered by the Dragon Kingdom's military and was expelled from the realm. Didn't you say that you would give me an Eagle Land green card? I am now in Tianzhu and you are the only one I can count on." Smith was furious. "What? The Dragon Kingdom military found out? You stupid bastard. Do you know how much effort I put into setting this up? Idiot, stupid bastard." Smith was so angry that he jumped to his feet. He spent a large sum of money, but he was still discovered by the military of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, that so-called hydrogen car is going to take over the global market and no one will be able to take its place. What should we do then, Mr. Smith? Guo Chang was scolded by his head. He didn't even dare to talk back. He could only ask cautiously, "What should we do? Humph, useless piece of shit. I'm lucky I don't get someone to kill you and you still want a green card? Dream on." Smith directly hung up the phone. It's so simple. He didn't even give Guo Chang a chance to react, only left Guo Chang stood in place dumbfounded. Right at this moment, a light rain fell. Sparse raindrops fell on the body and in a short while turned into a soup chicken. After a long time looking at the dirty surroundings, Guo Chang finally cried out, "Help! I'm going back to the Dragon Kingdom." Jiangzhou, Pingqiao Toy Factory. A live broadcast was underway. This live broadcast was still anchored by Su Qingxue, only to see her wearing a solid color tight short sleeve, while inside was a scarless corset and below were tight jeans. It looked youthful and energetic. What's more, the plumpness was displayed to the fullest. "Moist, snowy, are we still selling cars today? Even if we're selling cars, we can't buy them. Now the price of a hydrogen used car is speculated to almost $1 million and it's still priced out. It's too much. Even foreigners are grabbing them and they're willing to raise the price. The competition is too fierce. Black-hearted boss, can't you get a few more cars?" Looking at these pop-ups, Lin Hai smiled and didn't care too much. It wasn't that he was engaging in starvation marketing and deliberately not releasing cars, rather it was because there was really no turnover. In order to deliver the orders from the little days in Dragon Countryside, he had purchased many production lines himself. Today there was less than $1 billion left in the account. Using this money to open another automobile production line is really not cost-effective. Hello everyone, I'm Suqing Xue and today I bring you a toy. Suqing Xue smiled sweetly and read the script. This toy is a modeling toy brought by our Pingqiao toy factory. Hearing this, the crowd in the live broadcast room was surprised. I go selling toys? Do not do business car companies sell what toys Wait, Pingqiao toy factory, it seems like the Blackheart boss's company was originally engaged in toys, right? The crowd then reacted, Pingqiao toy factory, originally it should be a toy-based business, only because the hydrogen car is so hot everyone subconsciously thinks that Pingqiao toy factory is an orthodox car company. Our drone toy model is a Blackbee drone authorized by the state of Norway and I believe you have heard of its reputation. Suqing Xue spoke fluently. Nowadays, after a few live broadcasts, Suqing Xue's words had become more skillful, but the people in the live broadcast room didn't care much. Who came here to see how well you speak? What are we looking at, don't you know? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also brushing frantically. Xiao Shui, you seem to have lost weight recently, quickly let brother take a look. Xiao Shui, don't shake, I'm really dizzy. Sorry for not being able to free his hands just now. Suqing Xue directly ignored these pop-ups and continued to say, as one of the smallest drones in the world, the performance of the Blackbee drone must be very familiar to everyone. Its flight speed is 22 km per hour, its maximum flight altitude is 120 meters, and its endurance is 25 minutes, and this model toy of ours has achieved the same data as the original, flight speed of 22 km per hour, maximum flight altitude of 120 meters, endurance of 25 minutes, Suqing Xue said, and because her tone was a bit excited, a wave surged. However, the old perverts in the live broadcast room were rare in ignoring this wave of benefits. Instead, they turned to discuss the so-called model toy above. What? You're not wrong, are you, Yuki? A model with the same data as the original? Isn't this the original drone? What kind of black technology did the black-hearted boss come up with this time? I'm going to take over the drone market, with the example of the hydrogen car last time. The colorful people in the live broadcast room have absolute trust in Lin Hai, the black-hearted boss. But even so, after hearing the data that Suqing Xue spoke out, they were still shocked. A model toy that was exactly the same as the original. What exactly was the difference between that and the original? The group of people in the live broadcast room all sucked in a breath of cool air. Blackheart boss, this is to sell military industry? Haha, I knew it. Blackheart boss is an arms dealer. This is military grade stuff, isn't it? And Blackheart boss dares to bring it out for sale. I remember this technology, the world's only Norwegian country, and Norwegian country is exported to Eagleland, that is to save people. Eagleland's military industry become our dragon's toys. Originally people Eagleland hiding refused to hand over as a treasure-like technology. Now it's being sold as a toy in the Dragon Kingdom. Even 3-year-olds can have one. This is too cool. The pop-up screen burst with joy. Seeing that the atmosphere was mobilized, Suqing Xue hurriedly struck the iron while the iron was hot. This toy Eagleland needs nearly $200,000 to import one. But in our case, it doesn't need that much. Don't 200,000, don't want 100,000, just 999 to bring home. Come on, this time we first on 1,000 single. Need to hurry to point down the bottom left corner of the small yellow car. Saying this, Suqing Xue made a gesture. The assistant nodded and immediately went up 1,000 orders. I'll count down 3 counts so you guys can grab the single. 3, 2, ugh, what's going on? Suqing Xue looked at the background with a confused face, only to see 1,000 orders quickly on the shelves, and then they were snatched up in less than a second. The speed of the action made her not even react. She herself didn't expect the call to be this high. But it wasn't Suqing Xue alone who was far away. 999's drone was really inexpensive comparatively speaking, plus it wasn't a car, so the average person would just order it when their heart was hard. Well, just now 1,000 orders were seconded. Let's go up to 5,000 orders again. Suqing Xue continued. 3-inch to 1. Unsurprisingly, this time 5,000 single less than 5 seconds also was snatched up. On the side, Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it is said that now is the era of e-commerce. Live streaming with goods can't help but be too scary. Calling power this kind of thing. Shaking his head. Lin Hai also just a little bit of emotion. Regarding this drone, to be honest, he really didn't put it on his mind. Even if he had just sold 6,000 units, it would only add up to nearly $6 million, and all of it would be in Longwood currency. Compared to his own arms no mold orders, which can easily exceed $100 million, it's nothing. Lin Hai did not do nothing to have fun, but in order to occupy the market, let their own brand in every industry to occupy a place. In this way, in the future, even if one's export business was sanctioned by those Eagle Land guys, one wouldn't have to cut off their funds all of a sudden. Lin Hai watched Su Qingshui talk incessantly and yawned, sliding on his phone in boredom. Suddenly a live broadcast caught his attention. So Mr. #Zhou, do you think that Dragon Country can't build a photolithography machine no matter what? One person asked. Another nodded. That's natural. This man named Zhou, whom Lin Hai had seen a few times online, was a famous publicist. Most of this guy's words and actions on weekdays were all about pandering to foreigners and degrading the people of Dragon Country. To be honest, Dragon Country doesn't have this technology at all, let alone 10 years. Even if it's decades or hundreds of years, your country can't build a photolithography machine. Zhou said smugly. Foreign giants have said that photolithography is a rather complex technology. Even if the drawings are given to Dragon Country, your country can't even build it. Got it? Don't watch too much of any werewolves and really think that your country can bend the curve in terms of industry and technology? Industry and science and technology are accumulated year by year. Need to have the background. Where does your country have the background? I'm sorry, listening to this guy's remarks, Lin Hai couldn't help but frown. I didn't notice before this publicist was actually this outrageous, doubting the development of the Dragon Kingdom. Even so, a mouthful of your country, it's really disgusting. Zhou got more and more energetic as he spoke to the live broadcast. So what is the most important thing that the Dragon Kingdom needs to do at the moment? Not to engage in any scientific research, because your country simply cannot get out. Rather, it is necessary to do whatever it takes to please Eagle Land so as to ensure that your country's chip is not cut off from the supply. Otherwise, not to mention the chips, in a fit of rage, Eagle Land can wipe out your country with the lift of a hand. Zhou is not the only one who thinks so. Even the pop-ups in the live broadcast room are mostly the same goods as Zhou. Haha, now Dragon Kingdom's bottom has been revealed. The werewolves are probably going to be infuriated, aren't they? Your country's technology is not good in the first place. Just saying the truth, the werewolves also want to curse. Zhou is too daring to say. The werewolves probably won't admit it, right? Backward country, backward nation. Lin Hai looked at these remarks and felt as if he had eaten a fly in his heart. To curry favor with Eagle Land, is it to be like these little days of Goryeo Kingdom, kneeling down to be a dog for Eagle Land? Of course, they did mix well now. After all, the dogs of rich people's families eat mountains of food every day. But a dog is a dog and will never have the day to stand up. Lin Hai typed out a pop-up. A photolithography machine? Is this kind of thing difficult? Zhou glanced at this pop-up and immediately sneered. This little werewolf named Ping Xiao Toy Factory sent out a pop-up. Let's see what he said. Is this kind of stuff hard? Oh, let's see, the werewolves' little pinkies are all this kind of goods, and they don't even know how difficult the photolithography technology is anymore. Listen, I'll tell you. Photolithography technology set up with physics, materials science, optics and dozens of other highly sophisticated fields, and each of them needs to reach the pinnacle of achievement in their respective fields. It takes all of them to develop a photolithography machine, and you can make it with your country. Joke. Lin Hai continued to fire back with a pop-up. In fact, at the moment, no country is able to independently manufacture a lithography machine, even the so-called windmill country Ismail company. Their photolithography technology is also patchwork. Among them, the light source technology is Eagle Land, optical equipment is a small day bearing is the forest country, valve parts is the country of Ranchi, mechanical process and Zeislands is derived from the Germanic countries. None of the other countries can build a high-end lithography machine, so how come in your mouth only Longboy has become a hopeless country? Lin Hai typed fast and directly disliked it. To fall behind you have to admit it, and to take a beating you have to stand firm. Indeed, this is the truth. But everyone is the same. But you singled out only one dragon country as an example. Isn't that a bit too targeted? Although most of the live broadcast room was a group gathering of Zhou and these goods, there were also a small number of normal people who couldn't help but nod their heads after seeing Lin Hai's pop-ups, calling out in pain. That is, it's so well said. Painful. Zhou, this kind of bricklayer demonic words should go to hell. Photolithography technology in the world is a high-end field. In addition to a few countries or a bird who is more powerful than who. How much? Zhou was asked by these pop-ups. To be honest, he really doesn't understand this. But because the internet for the topic of the Dragon Country semiconductor technology derogatory heat is very high, he just follow the wind to say a few words, also known as the so-called bricklayer. Zhou more did not expect is, in their own live room actually someone dared to so question himself. Would you still want to connect with me? Zhou Zhenxing suddenly saw a request. It was that so-called Pingxiao toy factory. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Zhou Zhenxing still connected. After all, using voice communication, one can only utilize their best demonic speech skills. Oh young man, what you say is sharp, but it is too paranoid. Zhou Zhenxing, as if he were an elder, condescendingly reprimanded. Do you know that Eagle Land also possesses the technology to create high-end lithography, just that people don't care? You are too ignorant. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai couldn't help but sneer out, insular. If Eagle Land could really manufacture lithography alone, then why don't they do it? One should know that the selling price of a high-end lithography machine was a staggering 120 million euros, which was equivalent to nearly $1 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars. With such a horrifying profit, why wouldn't Eagle Land want to make it? Is it because they are not greedy for money? Eagle Land's hegemony was engraved in their bones. If they could monopolize such a profitable industry, they would never hand it over to another country. Zhou Zhenxing was so disliked that he was speechless and could only stir up nonsense and anger. Pingxiao Toy Factory, a toy factory only you produce toys on the line, also worthy of discussing with me the world's top photolithography technology? Your country production toys on the line, photolithography such technology. Or to leave the other upwardly mobile nation it, Lin Hai laughed. A photolithography machine is just a photolithography machine. I thought it was a highly advanced technology. Since you said the Dragon Kingdom can't build a photolithography machine, I'll build one for you to see. The moment these words came out, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Build a photolithography machine? This stupid kid is crazy, isn't he? Ha, another brainwashed werewolf. It's outrageous. This name, alas, isn't this the same company that some time ago came up with a hydrogen energy car company? I remember, isn't this voice the black-hearted boss of the toy factory, Lin Hai? Ha, the black-hearted boss actually got into a fight with the famous publicist Zhou Zhenxing. It's so interesting. At this moment, Zhou Zhenxing was already furious to the extreme. On weekdays, he was surrounded by a group of foreigners and pandering to foreigners, holding him in high esteem, so he had never been contradicted. And today a so-called toy factory in the district dared to question himself? Questioning yourself is not it, just questioning the great Eagle Land behind you. At that moment Zhou Zhenxing angrily said, "Kid, you are too rampant, not to mention that your country simply does not have such technology. Even if your country has the photolithography drawings, it can't even build it." Lin Hai didn't say much. "Do you dare to make a bet with me?" "What kind of bet?" Zhou Zhenxing asked doubtfully. "If I can build a 7 nanometers lithography machine within a month, how about you apologize to me on your knees?" Lin Hai smiled sinisterly. "Relatively speaking, if I can't build it in a month, then I'll kneel down and apologize to you as well." 1 month, Zhou Zhenxing burst out laughing. 1 month, you can't even read the drawings and you still want to build a photolithography machine? Joke. "Since you want to lose face, then I'll take it." Lin Hai directly nodded his head and answered down, "Good. After January you come to Jiangzhou, then live broadcast, see who kowtowed to who to apologize." Said also no nonsense, directly disconnected from the microphone. On the other hand, Su Qingxue, who was still broadcasting, suddenly looked over in panic. "Boss, a lot of people suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room saying something like photolithography. What should I do?" Lin Hai signaled Su Qingxue to stand down and then came directly to the live broadcast camera. "Just now in the Zhou Zhenxing live broadcast speaking is indeed my Lin Hai himself, and Zhou Zhenxing bet, but also effective. Dragon country's semiconductor technology has been subject to foreign countries, has been stagnant. On the network, there are even many voices that are down on the Dragon. In response I said, this is the former Dragon. Now, the semiconductor technology of the Dragon Kingdom will be developed from my hands. We'll see what happens in January. Gentlemen, listen to the Dragon's voice." Not a day after the live broadcast, the video of Lin Hai disliking Zhou Zhenxing spread across the internet. On top of microblogging paper who posting and other forums, it is directly rushed to the first heat. Lin Hai, the owner of a new energy vehicle company, disliked Zhou Zhenxing and claimed that he had developed a 7 nanometers lithography machine within 1 month. What do you think of Lin Hai's claim to have produced a 7 nanometers lithography machine in January? Under these headline land news, some people question, some people expect, some people cynical, but zero more people are holding a wait-and-see attitude. The microblogging site has mixed reviews and the posting site has a wide range of opinions. Only on the paper, those highly praised answers are all the yin and yang of public knowledge. Oh, your country war wolf actually retarded to this point? Manufacturing a 7nm lithography machine in January, more outrageous than a sow on a tree. This Lin Hai, you don't think you can do anything just because you've developed some hydrogen energy card, do you? It's just a coincidence, your country is finished. It's basically a mockery. Some of the more rational ones were skeptical but didn't say much else. There were even a few anonymous replies that claimed to be internal employees of the Pingqiao toy factory or Lin Hai's friends saying that Lin Hai's move was nothing more than hype and heat. It was no surprise that everyone was questioning it. After all, breaking through the blockade to build high-end lithography technology in January, anyone who was an individual would find it unbelievable to hear about it. Lin Hai flipped through the responses and looked at the cynicism, but in his heart, he was unperturbed. Why, the heart has a backbone, not panic at all. Leisurely drink a mouthful of tea. Lin Hai is ready to watch some rubbing video to wash his eyes. Who knows, at this time, the phone on the table rang. Hello, Lin Hai, you're going into semiconductors. Receiving the phone, there is a voice coming from the other side of the head. It's Chen Donglai. Lin Hai smiled and said, "Money, old man, you also heard that thing?" "Oh, nothing, but cannot see these two ghosts, wanna hit them in the face." Chen Donglai sighed. "Lin Hai, it's certainly a good thing that you can have a patriotic heart, but can you really develop a 7nm photolithography machine in a month?" Photolithography technology, although it is not as difficult as the publicists say that it requires 100 years of technology accumulation, but also not overnight can be developed. You know, nowadays the Dragon country, even if it is vigorously research and development of semiconductors, can make the best photolithography, but only 14 nanometers only, the gap between the mainstream photolithography a full double, and most of these technologies are still from Eagle Land. If Longwei used its own technology, not to mention 14 nanometers, I'm afraid that tens of nm would be a bit of a stretch. Lin Hai laughed. "Elder Chen, can you still not trust me? If I wasn't sure, would I do such a thing? Not to mention 7 nanometers, even 5 nanometers technology would be a breeze in my eyes." Chen Donglai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Currently, the mainstream lithography, the precision is set between 7 nanometers, 5 nanometers lithography, less, and Eagle Land and other countries' joint blockade expressly prohibited from exporting to the Dragon state, resulting in the high-end chip market. In the Dragon Kingdom mainland there is no place, and the more there is no market, the more the Dragon's semiconductor technology is in decline, so the vicious circle continues even if the country vigorously support, but also simply cannot help up. "Oh Chen, old man, my semiconductor factory will soon be completed. If necessary, you are also welcome to point out a little." Lin Hai smiled slightly. He knew that Chen Donglai didn't like money and also had no feelings for merit and so on. What he loved the most was high-precision technology. Allowing old Qian to visit the factory was equivalent to giving a person who was about to die of thirst a drink of ice water to satisfy him even more. As expected, after hearing this, Chen Donglai's tone became excited. Good. Thank you, Comrade Lin Hai. I will definitely come over on the day of completion." Only after hanging up the phone did Lin Hai stretch and check on his computer. The authorization came down. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel happy when he checked an email. This email, it was none other than the Asmal company from Windmill Country. The previous application to manufacture a photolithography model was now also authorized down. Spending a full $1 million, it's really expensive. Lin Hai shook his head, but then is coldly laughed out. "But it is also worth every penny. In the future, the field of semiconductors, it's better for me to occupy it. Those who stuck the neck of the Dragon Kingdom in the future are going to be stuck in the neck in return." Said, Lin Hai recited silently in his mind. System parsing photolithography model, parsing in progress, ding, parsing complete. Instantly a piece of information was transmitted into Lin Hai's head. Model, Windmill Country ASML Company EUV photolithography machine, ding. The assembly line is unable to produce this technology, please upgrade the system. The assembly line was actually unable to produce it? It seems like this photolithography technology, it's really something. Lin Hai couldn't help but shake his head. In that case, let's upgrade it. Ding, is it time to spend $30 billion to upgrade the assembly line to a primary automated factory? $30 billion? Lin Hai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Upgrading a factory actually costs this much money? My money, it just arrived not even a few days ago and I have to spend it. Lin Hai's heart was bleeding. In the small days he had just pitched in $30 billion and it hadn't even warmed up yet when it arrived in the account and he had to spend it. Alas, it doesn't matter if it's going to be upgraded sooner or later anyway. Lin Hai sighed. Confirm upgrade, ding, upgrade complete, model parsing in progress, parsing complete. At once a large piece of information was transmitted into his brain. Model, Windmill Nation ASML Company EUV photolithography machine piecing Eve automated factory, can produce piecing Eve versions of model products. Selling price, $5 billion a piece. Standard automation factory, can produce standard version and below model products. Selling price, $10 billion a. Enhanced automation factory, can produce enhanced versions and below price, $20 billion a piece. Otherworldly automation factory, can produce otherworldly versions and below. Selling for $100 billion a piece. Expensive, too expensive. Lin Hai gritted his teeth. This factory is too expensive, isn't it? One factory is more expensive than all 10 of my assembly lines. I don't have any money now, how can I afford it? Now Lin Hai's account only had a few $100 million left. He can't afford it. There haven't been any arms orders for a long time. Who's going to save me? Lin Hai sighed. Who knows? Right at this moment, Lin sang, a voice that came from outside. After hearing this familiar accent, Lin Hai's eyes lit up. This voice, it was the wrongdoer coming. Lin Hai hurriedly opened the door to his office and indeed saw two short men in well-pressed suits standing at the door respectfully. One was Ozawa Ganta, who Lin Hai had long recognized, while the other was not so familiar. After seeing Lin Hai, Ozawa Ganta's eyes lit up and he went forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Hello Lin-san, I apologize for the disturbance. This is the weapons advisor of our island's military minister, Naoto Kamaya." Kamaya Naoto stepped forward and also bowed in a very respectful manner. "Lin-san, this is your first time in front, please take care of me. Come on in, quickly come in." Lin Hai saw these two people, that's what he called a cordial, hurriedly smiled and called them to the office. After all, in Lin Hai's eyes, these two weren't living a small life. Rather, they were living, breathing ingrates. Good fortune, child. As soon as they entered, before either of them could sit down, Lin Hai opened his mouth. "Both of you, I've already delivered your goods. Is there a problem? Some time ago, the bombers and drones from the small days were all pulled away by them, and this time Lin Hai estimated that they were here to order." But even if he knew that, Lin Hai still had to deliberately whet his appetite so that he could gain the upper hand in the middle of the negotiations. Who knows? As soon as he mentioned this, Naoto Kamaya immediately said with a sad face, "Don't mention it, Mr. Lin, that batch of goods had a big problem. It wasn't the quality of your goods that was a problem, it was the fact that the goods had just been delivered to our island's customs when they were discovered by those Eagle Land people. These guys took half of the goods. If they hadn't found out earlier, I'm afraid all our goods would have been seized. Although the customs of the small country is ostensibly their own, don't forget that the military power is in the hands of Eagle Land, and the Eagle Land people can just make up a reason, such as suspecting that there is contraband on the goods, and they can just randomly check them. There is no privacy at all. That's how the shipment Lin Hai delivered was discovered. I sympathize with you on this," Lin Hai said without moving, but in his heart he was already happy. Eagle Land had finally done something good. Eagle Land has finally done something good. The goods were damaged in the small days and the shipment couldn't satisfy their needs, so they will definitely order from themselves again. As expected, Naoto Kamaya and Dryanto Ozawa looked at each other, and when they saw Lin Hai's steady look, they gritted their teeth and simply spoke directly. "Lin sang, a few days ago, we were watching your live broadcast and found something called the Black Bee drone. This kind of thing, are you selling it?" To buy the Black Bee drone, Lin Hai froze for a moment, then he also smiled. The Black Bee drone that he himself was selling, although it was called a model, the original had all the features that the original had. What's more, on his own side of the Dragon Kingdom, he already had a more advanced hummingbird drone, and this thing was really no different from a civilian toy, comparatively speaking. Thinking of this, Lin Hai revealed a treacherous smile, then he shook his head. "Sorry, I can't sell this thing." Upon hearing this, both of them were anxious. "Why, Lin sang, we're friends," Ozawa Drylander said eagerly. 500,000, I'm willing to offer 300,000 apiece for it." Naoto Kamaya was even more straightforward and extended 5 fingers. 300,000, Lin Hai moved hard. But one had to keep pretending. Lin Hai shook his head and sighed, "No, no, no. It's not about money, of course we are friends, but you know the technology of the Black Bee drones is only available to the Norwegian nation and the only country they export to is Eagleland. It said that they have also signed a trade order between them and they can't sell them to other countries. These can be Eagleland's technology if it leaks from me. Lin Hai didn't finish his sentence but left enough space for the two little lives to imagine. Sure enough, the two's faces changed a bit after hearing the words. The fear of Eagleland was already deep in the little lives' bones. After a long period of silence, it was only then that Kamaya Naoto spoke again. Lin said, even if it's a greater price, we're willing to pay it. After all, this is something that concerns the fate of our island nation in the future. Lin said, please, saying that the two little days bowed 90 degrees to Lin Hai in unison. The attitude was very humble. Alas, what are you guys doing? Isn't this forcing me? An expression of agonizing struggle surfaced on Lin Hai's face, as if he was really hesitating and thinking. In reality, in his heart he had long been happy. By saying these words, aren't you just making it clear to me that you guys are just a bunch of big unjust seeds to be ruthlessly slaughtered? Since that's the case, then I'll be impolite. Lin Hai frowned, a thoughtful look appearing on his face as if he was weighing the pros and cons. In reality, it was pondering just how big Su Qingshua's size was. After a long time, only then did Lin Hai raise his head, look at the two small days and sighed. Alas, Mr. Ozawa, Mr. Kamaya, if you guys are willing to keep the origin of these things a secret, with our deep friendship I can sell these things to you as well. The words had not yet fallen. Great, Rinsen, thank you so much. A look of surprise surfaced on the faces of the two little days. Lin Hai waved his hand. Don't be in a hurry yet, I can say in advance that the things I sell are very expensive. Kamaya Naoto straightened up and said, don't worry Lin Sang, we just have no place to spend the money in the military department right now, so it doesn't matter if it's a bit expensive. Lin Hai's heart was excited again, but his face still put on a bland and hesitant look. Only after a long time did he say, well then, I'll be straight with you, one Black Bee drone $500,000, $500,000? Naoto Kamaya twitched his face and only felt his teeth ache. Even if the Eagle Army imported Black Bee drones, it would only be less than $200,000 a piece, but to buy it from himself he needed $500,000? Too expensive. Oh Mr. Kamaya, you can cancel the order at any time. Lin Hai smirked. No, you've misunderstood. Naoto Kamaya hurriedly denied it. $500,000 a piece, we'll buy it. Lin Hai nodded. 12 Black Bee drones in a group, you guys have to order at least 100 groups to make it work. 100 groups of Black Bee drones, that's a total of 1,200, totaling a whopping $600 million. Gritting his teeth, Naoto Kamaya agreed. Yes, we'll purchase 100 groups of drones first. As for delivery slow, Lin Hai directly interrupted Naoto Kamaya, then added, 100 groups of drones, that's still just the first condition. On top of that you must purchase other things from me, and I won't accept the order until the payment for the goods reaches $10 billion. Naoto Kamaya swallowed his saliva, his eyes somewhat alarmed. Lin saying this condition, it's a bit too harsh isn't it? You have to know that the reason why Little Day bought $30 billion in one breath before was that the purpose was actually to want to do it once and for all. Wanting to buy and order once an upgrade on these things in the future so that he wouldn't have to rely on imported weapons. However, after 1,000 calculations he hadn't counted on Eagleland actually snatching away most of the goods as if they had gotten the information in advance. It was back to before liberation. Now there's nothing left. The previous $30 billion had almost all gone down the drain and now they had to spend another $10 billion, which kind of overwhelmed them. Oh Mr. Kamaya, what you're worried about is nothing more than not being able to digest that many drones, right? Even though the Eagle Army took most of them, you still have enough Predator drones to work with. This I know very well, Lin Hai said with a smile. Since that's the case, you guys can just not buy the Predator drones off. I have a lot of good stuff here. I don't know, are you guys interested in anything else? For example, the Su-57. The Su-57 and the two little men were petrified on the spot. Su-57, how can you get something from the furry bears? Kamaya Naoto was completely shocked. The Su-57 is a single-seat, twin-engine stealth multi-role heavy 5th-generation fighter for the Air Force of the Mayohu country. Comparatively speaking, the Su-57's stealth ability may be inferior compared to other stealth fighters, but it has a strong maneuverability. The Su-57 is equipped with two Product 30 engines with a thrust of up to more than 18 tons, which is a ternary omnidirectional axisymmetric vectoring nozzle that allows 360-degree omnidirectional movement. It also has an over-the-horizon attack capability and can carry 37M ultra-long-range air-to-air missiles with a range of more than 300 kilometers. It can be said that this is a fifth-generation fighter with comprehensive performance that is not inferior to the Eagle-Land F-22. Originally, the Small Days had purchased a few F-22s here in Linhai, and they themselves had the F-36 that Eagle-Land's father had rewarded them with number 0 nowadays. If they could order the Su-57 again, then their country. They would have 3 fifth-generation fighters, a proper standard for a military power. Thinking of this, Kamiya Naoto originally words to the edge of the mouth, all to his own hard swallowed. Su-57, is it true? Naoto Kamiya asked cautiously. Linhai smiled, of course it's real, do you think I can't do it? No, Lin sang, I'm just too surprised. Naoto Kamiya hurriedly denied it. If there was a Su-57 we would be willing to buy it, we just don't know the price. Linhai waved his hand. We're all friends, naturally we'll give you a favorable price, huh? One Su-57 $150 million, and at least 100 or more to be purchased at once. Kamiya Naoto had another bout of toothache. You know, even purchasing the F-35 from their Eagle-Land dads, the price was less than $100 million. And purchasing one Su-57 here was almost enough to purchase 2 F-35s. This price, would it be too expensive? Naoto Kamiya hesitated. As good as the Su-35 was, there was still some hesitation in front of the absolute price. Oh, Mr. Kamiya, I know what you are hesitating about. The reason why the Su-35 is nominally a fifth-generation fighter but Eagle-Land is hardwired to claim that it is nothing more than a fourth generation is that the Su-35 has certain stealth flaws, and it's true that the Su-57 has quite a few flaws relative to the F-22. But what if I say that the Su-35 after modification in my hands is not weaker than the F-22 or even stronger? Linhai said with a smile. Stronger than the F-22, said Linhai with a smile, to know F-22, but today is the world in service, deservedly the first 5 generations of aircraft. In the Small Days, this side begged Grandpa and Grandma were unable to buy even one F-22 and finally had no choice but to buy a large number of F-35. Now, they are able to buy, compared to the performance of the F-22 stronger warplane, this is simply pie in the sky. The 2 little days looked at Linhai with expectant eyes as if they were puppies begging for food at dinner time. Fucked. Linhai was happy in his heart. Oh, could what I said be false? Linhai smiled and said, only the performance is a lot stronger though. In terms of price, naturally, it will also go up. I upgraded the Su-57 stealth paint, making its stealth ability even exceed that of the F-22. Immediately after that, it was to upgrade the avionics system, allowing it to have a more optimized operability. Finally, upgraded materials to reduce its weight and further improve its maneuverability. Listening to Linhai's gushing Mandarin, the expressions on the faces of the 2 little lives from the initial hesitation eventually transformed completely into surprise. Lin sang, this is incredible. In that case, the performance of this Su-57 is indeed surpassing that of the F-22. Lin-san, you're simply a genius. Naoto Kamiya spoke excitedly. What is the price of this Su-57? We are willing to purchase it. Linhai laughed. As I said, the Su-57 is an upgraded model, hence the price aspect, $500 million for one, and you guys have to purchase at least 50 at a time. In addition, it will also require you to pay the full amount directly before I will produce them. How's that? $500 million a piece, 50 pieces is $25 billion. This price can already discourage many countries. Naoto Kamiya was also in a very difficult situation. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally when he heard about this price, he still couldn't help but marvel. Expensive, but expensive has its reasons. I need to discuss this with the military department, is that okay, Rin-san? Naoto Kamiya made a request. Linhai waved his hand very generously. Of course, there's no problem. This price is indeed expensive. I'm afraid that Eagle-Land would have a lot of meat on their bones, but the small life was indeed whatever now. Importing weapons from Linhai's place had been discovered, and it was estimated that Little Day's side was already in turmoil. If they really tore their faces off, how could they not have good weapons at home? It had to be bought even if it wasn't. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, Naoto Kamiya walked in. Lin sang will buy 50 Su-57s and 100 sets of Black Wasp drones, full payment. Linhai instantly smiled. Good, you guys are very discerning. The usual rules apply, you'll have to provide your own materials as well as handle your own freight. Naoto Kamiya nodded. But then he said, right, Lin sang, can you transfer these things to other countries and then ship them back to the island? As you know, nowadays Eagle Land carefully inspects orders sent to the island nation by the furry bear country and the dragon country. I'm afraid that if they were to deliver the goods in the usual way, they wouldn't be able to hide it from them. Eagle Land can see that his son has a backbone and is ready to give him a good beating. All aspects are definitely getting tighter. Shipping it directly over would be the equivalent of sending this shipment into the arms of Eagle Land. Lin Hai thought for a moment and said, sending it to a foreign country is definitely impossible. After all, in case another country withholds it, that would be the end of it. However, I did purchase some private bases in some places. There are warehouses and things like that there, so it's possible to help you guys keep them for a while. Currently, Lin Hai is preparing to set up his own factories in various parts of the world. The first was for the convenience of shipping, so that freight wouldn't drag down the production capacity. The second was to spread out the industry lest one place suffer and production continue elsewhere. These bases included within countries such as Tianju, North Ansar Continent, Black Continent and so on. But they also included quite a few islands in the middle of the open sea. These places had no laws and were the most suitable for hiding certain big guys. But then, speaking of this, Lin Hai sulked in silence, a very difficult expression appearing on his face. 2 words. Want money? Little Daylight was also very understanding and immediately said, Lin Sang, please don't worry, we will pay the storage fee. Only how much are you going to ask for this fee? Although Lin Hai had established some bases, he really didn't know how much money was needed to warehouse and protect these things. Then he tentatively asked, how about $20 million? Protecting so many things, charging this amount for yourself shouldn't be too much, right? Who knows? Kamaya, Naoto and Ozawa Dryad glanced at each other, both being able to see a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. Too expensive. Seeing that the two hesitated, Lin Hai thought it was too expensive and was about to lower the price slightly. Who knew? Lin Sang. Thank you so much. You will from now on always be a friend of our island. Naoto Kamaya looked at Lin Hai with tears in his eyes as if he was looking at his parents. Moved. I'm so touched, just helping to hide something. These little days actually think they're taking advantage of it. I have to say, having skills is really good. Signed the order. Kamaya. Naoto immediately paid the full amount. But in a few moments, $25.6 billion arrived in the account. Finally, there was money. After sending the two away, Lin Hai couldn't wait to meditate. System redeem a standard automated factory. What Lin Hai had been authorized was a standard 7nm lithography machine, so the spelled out UNU version was absolutely unreliable. The enhanced version would be too shocking if taken out. Therefore, only the standard version met Lin Hai's needs. Ding! The exchange was successful, as the money on his account was scratched away by 10 billion. The drawings of a majestic factory appeared in Lin Hai's mind. Installing it inside a newly constructed empty factory building, Lin Hai went up to check it out. Worthy of being an upgraded version of the assembly line, the automated factory was indeed quite advanced, only to see that in front of him there was no longer a long line of machines like an assembly line. Instead, there was a large 4-square modularized factory. This factory did not cover a large area, but it also covered more than a soccer field. The automated factory was open. As soon as he walked in, he saw a very sci-fi style holographic display flashing, and the data on it was exactly what was needed to make a photolithography machine. Looking inward, one could only see that there were more than 100 mechanical tentacles distributed in all directions of the manufacturing center. Just like a 3-dimensional lathe. TSK really high-tech, except that there's a lack of materials right now. Otherwise, a photolithography machine would have been made by now. Lin Hai looked around and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Now all that was left was to wait. The period of January had arrived. Today was the time to see the results. Will it be Black Tech boss Lin Hai who can pull out a photolithography machine to shock the world, or will Zhou Zhenxing be able to make others kneel down? We'll see. Zhou Zhenxing has arrived in Jiangzhou and will be at the toy factory soon. It is said that this time there is not only Zhou Zhenxing but also accompanied by many well-known publicists. There are even many tech gurus rushing over. Get ready to watch the fun. On the network, today is particularly lively, because today happens to be the day when Lin Hai and Zhou Zhenxing agreed. After a month of fermentation on the internet, countless people were very concerned about this. The number of views on this topic had exceeded 1 billion in just 1 month. Not only in the country, but even abroad there were many people who had noticed and were quite concerned. However, these people abroad, especially Eagle Land in small days, most of them are not very friendly to the Dragon Kingdom, and this time they seized the opportunity to be very mocking. Haha, a small enterprise in the Dragon Kingdom dares to say that it has built a photolithography machine. Joke, dragon people are crazy, I guess it's just claptrap. Humph, the current photolithography technology in the Dragon Kingdom at most 90 nanometers only want to step up to create the mainstream 7 nanometers. Technology, simply a joke. Dragon country, this is stuck neck crazy. I don't know what jokes will come out later. Most of the foreigners were in the mindset of watching the show, waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to spread the scandal of counterfeiting. After all, in their opinion, the technology of the Dragon Kingdom is, no matter what, impossible to directly break through the technical blockade and bend the road to catch up with the current mainstream chip technology. And at this moment, Jiangzhou, Pingqiao Toy Factory, Lin Hai's live broadcast was aimed above a vacant lot within the toy factory. There was a huge object covered in felt in the empty space, making people wonder what was inside. Lin Hai, on the other hand, was leisurely sitting next to it and getting high on melon seeds, occasionally asking Jiaojiao and Su Qingxue to add tea and deliver fruit plates. It was as if he wasn't about to be invited to unveil the bet right away at this moment, but rather was casually singing in a KTV. Compared to Lin Hai's leisure, the atmosphere within the live streaming room was referred to orders. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 2 million, and this number was still increasing. It can be said that as long as a little concern about the development of semiconductors in the country almost all come to join in the fun, there were also a lot of people who didn't know anything about the industry who came to watch for the purpose of seeing a certain party get punched in the face. The pop-ups were bouncing around like crazy. Who will be punched in the face today? Haha, it must be Lin Hai. Could it still be Zhou Zhenxing? Not necessarily. I believe in Boss Blackheart. That's right, even if we don't believe in Boss Blackheart, we still have to believe in Xiao Shui. Is the level of the Dragon Warriors so low these days? Industry and technology need to be accumulated. There is no such thing as bending the road to overtake. Your country is already backward, but you still want to catch up with the advanced Eagle Land? Dream on. Some people are a bit too proud of themselves, and the black-hearted bosses are hitting them in the face hard. If your country can build a 7 nanometers lithography machine, I'll eat shit upside down. A bunch of raving warwolves, your country is really going to be finished. The lower the level of knowledge, the more people like to be warwolves. There's no shortage of people in the pop-ups who believe in Lin Hai. Instead of believing, it was more like hoping that Longwa could get rid of the constraints of the technological blockade earlier and enter the era of semiconductor development. However, more people were questioning and mocking. Part of the people were there because they were born with soft bones and hated the idea of kneeling down as a dog to the Eagle Land people, commonly known as the Two Devils. But there were also some who just didn't believe that a photolithography breakthrough could be accomplished in a short period of time. The pop-ups were still clamoring. Just then, "Boss, they're here." Jiao Jiao attached herself to Lin Hai's ear and whispered. Oh, Lin Hai looked towards the door. Sure enough, he saw a bunch of cars traveling into the factory. The car came down a large number of people in great numbers. The most leading dressed in a straight suit, but the face reveals a mean and treacherous look from time to time. It is with Lin Hai bet Zhou Zhenxing. At his side, a group of reporters surrounded him with questions. Mr. Joe, may I ask what you think about today's bet? Zhou Zhenxing smiled confidently. That one called Lin Hai will definitely lose. If Longwa could really come up with a 7 nanometers lithography, it wouldn't have been stuck in Eagle Land's neck for so long. Nowadays, he, a small private company, dared to say that he could build a 7 nanometers lithography machine, but anyone with a bit of intelligence wouldn't believe it. A group of reporters nodded. However, next to Zhou Zhenxing, a group of people could not help but frown. These people, they came from a laboratory at Jiangzhou University. The main direction of their research on weekdays was semiconductor technology. For this Zhou Zhenxing to disparage Dragon Country's semiconductor technology in such a way, wasn't it just hitting them hard in the face? A young student couldn't help but want to go forward to the theory, but was stopped by an old man leading the way. Don't be nosy, we are here to visit, don't talk too much. The old man's name is Zhang Shun, a professor at Jiangzhou University. The main research direction is semiconductor. A few days ago he happened to read about the bet between Lin Hai and Zhou Zhenxing on the internet, and on a whim he was ready to come here for a visit. It was only today that he came here. Zhang Shun's attitude towards whether Lin Hai had built a photolithography machine was somewhat negative. After all, he was already over 70 years old and had studied semiconductors for almost half his life. However, he had never been able to find a photolithography technology that could break through the blockade and realize a bend in the road. I hope it is true, Zhang Shun sighed. At this moment, Lin Hai walked up to greet, "Gentlemen, welcome to Pingqiao Toy Factory. I am Lin Hai." Reporters are again aiming their long guns at Lin Hai. "Oh, you are Lin Hai?" Zhou Zhenxing looked at him disdainfully, not hiding his contemptuous look. From the looks of it, this Lin Hai at most was only in his 20s, practically a freshly graduated college student. So young, what could he be capable of claiming to have built a 7nm photolithography machine? It's a joke. "I am Lin Hai." Lin Hai smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. Against a guy like Zhou Zhenxing, words were useless. It was because guys like Zhou Zhenxing could always find the right spiritual victory method for themselves. In order to cure them, one should directly use practical actions to hit their face hard. "Don't talk nonsense, let's take a look at your photolithography machine," Zhou Zhenxing sneered. "I'd like to see if your countrymen will blush after they've been dismantled for their lies." Lin Hai didn't say much and nodded straight. "Since you want to see it, I'll show it to you, but I don't know who should blush later on," said. Lin Hai issued an order. "Lao Zhou, you guys put down the felt cloth." "Aye." Behind them, a group of workers had long been waiting with fists and claws, and when they heard the words, they immediately answered. Those present, whether it is the reporter or Zhang Shun, as well as Zhou Zhenxing and others, are moving their eyes to the felt cloth. The crowd in the live broadcast room also had their hearts in their throats. Underneath the felt cloth, was it really a photolithography machine? Would the Dragon Kingdom's national destiny be rewritten as a result? The crowd was expecting a lot. Not long after, only the felt cloth was slowly uncovered. A machine with a pure white surface was immediately reflected in everyone's eyes. On it were a few big bright red words printed in the Dragon Kingdom language. 7nm photolithography machine, made by Dragon Kingdom Pingqiao Toy Factory. The pop-up screen exploded. "This is really a photolithography machine. Holy shit, it's really built. It looks so scary. Oh, the werewolves can even orgasm here, huh? It's just a shell. It's hard to tell if it's a photolithography machine or not. That's right, who knows what's inside?" Feeling inside is an empty shell. Zhou Zhenxing saw this shell at first surprised, but then reacted immediately, sneered and said, "Lin Hai, you do not think take a shell can deceive us, right? What exactly is the thing contained inside this? No one knows. You think you can fool us with that? Dream on." Lin Hai smiled slightly. "Oh, then what are you going to do about it?" Zhou Zhenxing waved his big hand. "Unless you build a few chips on the spot, we'll believe it. Don't you call yourself a photolithography machine? Photolithography is to build chips. It's hard to believe that you are an empty shell inside, so this function are afraid to show." Oh, Zhou Zhenxing said proudly. His face was unable to hide his smile, as if he had already caught Lin Hai's handle. He was even fantasizing about how to properly humiliate Lin Hai later on. Who knows? Build a chip? Oh, no problem. Lin Hai smiled faintly. In order to deal with Zhou Zhenxing, Lin Hai had prepared everything long ago. In order to make this guy get slapped in the face hard, "Well, Jiang, go set up the dust-free room," Lin Hai ordered down. Then, explaining to the live broadcast and the crowd, "The photolithography machine needs to operate in a dust-free environment. I'm now arranging a dust-free room to facilitate the machine's operation." But in a few minutes, the room arrangement was completed. Lin Hai changed into a dustproof suit, and after dusting, he led a few people into the dust-free room. They were also holding a few wafers in their hands. Silicon wafers were the basic material for making photolithography machines, and Lin Hai and the others had prepared a few of them a long time ago. "Everyone, please take a look." Lin Hai pointed the wafers in his hands through the transparent glass of the dustless room at the live camera. "This is a silicon wafer, the material for making chips freshly produced in the morning from a wafer factory in Jiangzhou." The pop-up screen is again a burst of lively. "I go, the black-hearted boss will not really want to make chips on site, right?" Tuesday Ghost just so casually said. Black Heart Boss directly opened big wafer. "Can this thing be made in the Dragon Kingdom?" "Oh, see, you do not know, right? Domestic-only photolithography technology is not good. Wafer fabs and etching machine technology is a lot. So that's how it is." Not only the pop-ups, but even the surrounding crowd of onlookers is agitated. Reporters were pointing their cameras at Lin Hai, their faces full of excitement. Even Zhang Shun and the students from Jiangzhou University were dumbfounded as they watched this, because these things were too familiar to them. Almost every day they dealt with them. Could it be that this Lin Hai wasn't lying? Zhang Shun's face was filled with doubt and anticipation. Zhou Zhenxing was the only one with an ugly face, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Could it be that he really built a photolithography machine? No, no, no. Impossible. Definitely just a bluff." "Yes, a bluff. Comforting himself in this way, Zhou Zhenxing felt a little more comfort in his heart and continued to watch. Lin Hai operated the wafer. His movements carried a hint of rustiness. At a glance it was clear that it was the first time he had carried out the operation, but it didn't hinder his towering image in the hearts of the crowd. Finally, after clearing oxidizing and other operations, the most crucial step came: photolithography. After applying the photoresist, Lin Hai began to operate the photolithography machine. At this moment, the entire audience was watching. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at Lin Hai's every move, afraid that they would miss this historic moment. "Teacher, what do you think?" a student asked in a low voice. 99% is true, Zhang Shan said seriously, his palms clenched tightly. Showing the excitement in his heart. "These operations, we are very familiar with them, right? It's exactly the same as the operations in the lab. It should be true. Our country has really built a high-end photolithography machine. That's great." Zhang Shan had a tear in his eye, and if it weren't for the presence of so many people, I'm afraid he would have cried out directly. The whole decades, the Dragon Kingdom's semiconductor technology has been blocked by the Western countries led by Eagle Land, causing semiconductors to remain stagnant. With great difficulty, some manufacturers have developed high-performance chips. Who knows, it was directly choked off by Eagle Land as a source of photolithography, and also directly blocked. Dragon Semiconductor was once again in a desperate situation. Fortunately, a miracle appeared. What kind of luck is it that allows a young man to break through the technology blockade in Dragon Kingdom? Even Zhang Shan, who doesn't believe in ghosts and gods, is secretly grateful to the heavens for their mercy. At this moment, a piece of wafer was engraved and finished. The next steps are simple: etching, doping, film formation, final cutting, packaging. It was only half an hour for a set of processes. Finally, Lin Hai took a packaged chip and said to the camera, "This is a molded chip, and this is the process of making a chip. See, just like I said, it's not that hard at all." The crowd in the live broadcast room and at the scene were all in a collective state of shock. "Really fake, really built it, I go blikawa. The chip making process, is this something I can see without paying money?" Lin Hai, the eternal black-hearted boss. Lin Hai is so awesome, worthy of being Snow's boss. This scene ruthlessly shocked all the viewers. Building a chip live on air? Even Windmill Country's Esmal Company and Eagle Land's Invita Company aren't this wild. This kind of fierce person appearing in our Dragon Kingdom, it's unbelievable. Zhang Shan and the students of Jiangzhou University were even more collectively petrified. They couldn't believe that the subject that they and others had studied for so long was actually easily made by a private enterprise boss. But what was even more joyful was that the Dragon Kingdom could really announce that it had broken through the technological blockade. From now on, saying goodbye from the previous era of neck-breaking. Mr. Lin, may I ask how you acquired this technology? Mr. Lin. When Lin Hai came out of the dust-free room, a group of reporters went crazy and surrounded him for an interview. Lin Hai, however, shook his head and pushed the crowd away, placing his gaze on one person: Zhou Zhenxing. "Mr. Joe, how's it going? Now can you honor the bet?" Lin Hai looked at him with a smile. The reporters' cameras were once again aimed at Zhou Zhenxing. At this moment, the expression on Zhou Zhenxing's face was so colorful. Struggling, ashamed, indignant, manic, countless emotions were superimposed together, and Zhou Zhenxing roared out in anger, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Hai, even though you created a chip of some sort, who knows if this thing is really a 7nm chip? I don't believe it, I haven't lost yet." Zhou Zhenxing spoke furiously. All in all, he was playing tricks. Lin Hai smiled lightly. "You want me to prove that the chip is real or fake? Fine, I'll do as you wish. Everyone knows that 7nm chips are generally used to make cell phone chips, and rather coincidentally, the layout of this chip of mine is modeled after the current mainstream Snapdragon 870. That is to say, I can replace any random person's cell phone chip on the spot, and I will be able to verify that the chip manufactured by this photolithography machine of mine is true or false." When these words came out, the crowd was again shocked. Even the chip layout was imitated. At these words, the students of Jiangzhou University couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths, only to feel that their three views had been subverted. One had to know that the layout of every chip was kept strictly confidential and extremely complex. This Lin Hai being able to produce a photolithography machine was already quite shocking. The live broadcast room and the crowd present couldn't help but hold their breath, staring at the screen in death. After 2 seconds, buzz, the phone trembled and the screen lit up. The boot up was successful. I knew there was no problem. Invincible, a black-hearted boss. The scene and the live broadcast room fell into a boiling frenzy. Countless people were on the verge of jumping up and down with excitement at this scene. Don't be in a hurry, even if we can start we can't open the champagne in advance, in case someone still doesn't recognize it. Lin Hai smiled. The words were clearly sarcastic to someone. You guys see all the functions and apps on the phone work fine and there's no lag. Let's just tap on the card settings and check the chip. Everyone please see the chip recognized by the phone is the live broadcast room, and the crowd present couldn't help but hold their breath, staring at the screen in death. After 2 seconds, buzz, the phone trembled and the screen lit up. The boot up was successful. I knew there was no problem. Invincible, a black-hearted boss. The scene and the live broadcast room fell into a boiling frenzy. Countless people were on the verge of jumping up and down with excitement at this scene. Don't be in a hurry, even if we can start we can't open the champagne in advance, in case someone still doesn't recognize it. Lin Hai smiled. The words were clearly sarcastic to someone. You guys see all the functions and apps on the phone work fine and there's no lag. Let's just tap on the card settings and check the chip. Everyone please see the chip recognized by the phone is exactly Snapdragon 870. Lin Hai pointed at the camera and manipulated the phone. This time, the crowd can 100% confirm that the lithography Lin Hai created is a 7nm lithography. We did it. Dragon Kingdom has finally developed a 7nm photolithography machine. Aha, I knew it. I knew Dragon Kingdom was bound to rise. Long live the Blackheart boss. The people who watched the live broadcast 5-0 were not playing with excited faces, as if they were playing with chicken blood, before the Dragon Kingdom was stuck in the neck by Eagle Land and so on. It was a difficult situation. Obviously we do not have anything worse than others. Why the chess is not a chip, it is a total loss. Photolithography is choked in the throat of countless people in the Dragon General Stone, so that they cannot breathe. Now, the first photolithography machine has finally been developed. For the Dragon Kingdom, this is great news. How's it going, Mr. Joe? Lin Hai turned his eyes with a smile to Zhou Zhenxing. At this moment the cell phones were lit up. The evidence was overwhelming. Zhou Zhenxing was no longer able to deny it. It's impossible. Zhou Zhenxing directly played a trick, pointing at Lin Hai and said indignantly, you Longwood can never build a 7nm lithography machine. You're stealing the technology. That's right, it's definitely stolen. Shameless. Shameless. At this moment, the student who had just been stopped by Zhang Shan finally couldn't help himself and argued in a cold voice, oh, stealing? Photolithography technology is just a few. If this is considered stealing, then the invention of gunpowder compass printing in the Dragon Kingdom, your dear Eagle Land father, is not also stolen. Zhou Zhenxing was so disliked that he couldn't speak. His face flushed red and he was at a loss for words. In the past, he had made his remarks online. Even if the words uttered were outrageous, there was nothing more the netizens could do other than cursing a few times in the comments. And now, being questioned to his face, Zhou Zhenxing, who had never suffered this kind of aggravation, instantly broke his defenses. Mr. Joe, Lin Hai also spoke up. The aspect of stealing technology absolutely did not exist. Furthermore, the windmill country's technology blockade was officially endorsed by your beloved Eagle Land. If I could steal the technology so easily, wouldn't I be explicitly saying that your Eagle Land father is incompetent? Oh, this sentence. Zhou Zhenxing's face is even more ugly, almost about to cry out like want to refute but do not know how to start. After all, the 7nm photolithography machine in front of him is like a slap. After a slap, slapping his face all the time. Mr. Joe, do you still want to fulfill the original bet? Lin Hai looked at him with a smile, his eyes full of teasing. Zhou Zhenxing wanted to play tricks. After all, he was a villain in his bones and Zhou Zhenxing didn't care about being told that he didn't keep his word. Oh Lin Hai, when it was live I was just joking with you, why be so serious? Oh, Zhou Zhenxing suddenly laughed and said, wanting to use this to perfume the past, I still have some urgent things on my side, I will leave first. With that, Zhou Zhenxing wanted to leave. However, before he could take a step, he saw a group of people directly surrounding him. It was none other than the students of Jiangzhou University. This group of students, most of whom were bloodthirsty, had heard of Zhou Zhenxing, the two-guy publicist, when they surfed the internet from time to time. Originally, they were holding their breath. Today, they are in the right place, so they want to leave without fulfilling their promise. Not so cheap. Looked at the surrounding people, passed over the unkind eyes. Zhou Zhenxing could not help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He knew that if there was no result today, he was afraid that he would not be able to walk out. Immediately his heart crossed. Isn't it just kneeling? I will kneel or not. Fluttering sound. Zhou Zhenxing directly kneeled down. The scene was filled with laughter. Ha ha ha, Zhou Zhenxing has had his day too, huh? This guy always says something like your country is going to be finished and you must kneel to Eagle Land to have a chance of survival. This time he himself knelt down first. Ghost Tuesday is so funny, I'm going to set this scene as a screensaver and watch it every day. Haha, the black-hearted boss is invincible. Whether it was the scene or the people in the live broadcast room when they saw the scene of Zhou Zhenqing kneeling, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy, his usual speech is really too strange. As long as it is in normal Dragon Country, people will feel uncomfortable with it. Only those so-called paper who Big Brother will follow the stink foot after all are all the way goods. And at this moment, many netizens began to bombard the answers of those publicists and elites on PaperHub who mocked the impossibility of building a photolithography machine in the Dragon Kingdom. This is a slap in the face, right? This is what publicists do, right? Say goodbye to eating shit upside down when is the live broadcast. How not to speak out of words or to face pain. This day, countless public knowledge, two ghosts wail pain in the heart. But even so heartbreaking, these people can only play dead, because at this time the iron evidence in front of them, even if they want to say a few words, also seems to be so pale and powerless. At this moment, the vast majority of the news began to write up circulars and rush to release the news first. A new record high, hydrogen car boss Lin Hai manufactured 7 nanometers lithography technology, refusing to be snagged. A day in the history of semiconductors in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom's fortunes will be rewritten with a successful 7 nanometers chip breakthrough. Whether it's the official media, local newspapers, or the self-media, countless people are scrambling to report the news. Dragon's semiconductor technology has broken through the Eagle Land blockade. This day was enough to be recorded in the history of Dragon Kingdom. Even the official media had already dispatched a large number of reporters ready to interview Lin Hai, and at the same time, Pingqiao Toy Factory, Zhou Zhenqing fled in disgrace. There was a thunderous applause at the scene. Countless people's eyes were a little red. Finally waited for today. The Dragon Kingdom is free to develop semiconductor technology. A group of reporters scrambled to interview Lin Hai. Lin Hai, however, waved his hand and refused all the interviews. It was too tiring. Lin Hai didn't like to make any public statements, not because he felt like throwing his weight around, but because he felt bored. Is it right for a small private enterprise to receive so many interviews? It was too abnormal. One should be lying on the sofa blowing the air conditioning and brushing up on scrubbing videos. Just as Lin Hai was about to slip away, Comrade Shaolin, only one person walked up. It was none other than Zhang Shun from earlier. Introduce myself, my name is Zhang Shun, I am a professor at Jiangzhou University and my research direction happens to be semiconductors. Zhang Shun said heartily, his face was more relieved than excited. I didn't expect that the project we have been studying for so long would actually be made by you. With the 7 nanometers chip technology we won't have to be necked by the old meters for a long time. Lin Hai smiled and said, it's nothing if I can contribute to the country, I naturally won't push back. Zhang Shun nodded and added, by the way, Comrade Lin Hai, if possible I would like to invite you to become the honorary president of our Jiangzhou University. The moment these words came out, the crowd instantly quieted down. Honorary president of Jiangzhou University. One must know that Jiangzhou University is a top 985 university in the country. The position of honorary president, although it had no real power, was a status symbol. To become the honorary president of Jiangzhou University was something that many people could only dream of. Lin Hai was about to refuse, but at this time a commotion came from the doorway. When the crowd turned around to look, they exclaimed in shock, oh my god, isn't that the boss of Kirin Company? Why did he come to Jiangzhou? That's the big man from the Ministry of Science and Technology, isn't it? I've seen him on TV. That man at the end, it can't be the top management of Jiangzhou, right? Only a group of people walked in, each and every one of them was a big brother level figure that most of the crowd could only see on TV, especially those students. Every single one of them had a shocked look on their faces. These people looked around and after seeing Lin Hai's figure their eyes lit up and they immediately walked towards him. Hello Mr. Lin Hai, I'm from the Kirin Company and I'm inviting you to join our company. Only a middle-aged man threw out an olive branch. Our company is willing to offer $1 million a year to invite you. Kirin Company is one of the most famous few cell phone and semiconductor companies in the Dragon Kingdom. Its development of the Kirin chip had even attracted sanctions from Eagle Land. And as soon as these words came out there was someone who immediately retorted, hee hee, your Kirin Company is rich and powerful, $1 million a year, it's too shabby. Only to see a man with a big belly walk up to the front and said very politely to Lin Hai, hello Mr. Lin, I'm from the Goryeo countries. Sanching Group, we sincerely invite you to join the Samsung Group. By joining our group, you can enjoy an annual income of $5 million. Moreover, you can immediately become the minister of our department. It can be said to be a step to heaven. Samsung Group is the largest plutocratic group in Goryeo, not one of them. There is a saying in Goryeo that a Goryeo can't escape three things: birth, death and Sanching. It can be seen how horrible the market occupied by the Sanching Group is. Oh, these are all false. Another person stood out this time. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, rather imposing. Comrade Shaolin, no matter how powerful they are all private enterprises. I, on the other hand, represent the official Jiangzhou. As long as you have the intention, you can become the Vice Minister of our Jiangzhou Science and Technology Center at any time. After that, not only do you have a salary package of $1 million a year, but you also have the opportunity to be promoted. How's that? Someone else jumped out. Mr. Lin Wei. A large group of people surrounded Lin Hai, throwing out all sorts of rich conditions, wanting to make him join their side. The people present, as well as the viewers in the live broadcast room, all looked dumbfounded. These people, normally each and every one of them, were Big Brother level characters that could only be seen on TV. Now, it was for the sake of competing for Lin Hai that they were spitting on each other, arguing to the point of being red in the face and even almost fighting. Was this still the Big Brothers they knew? It was simply too crazy. People's three views were almost turned upside down. I'll go, the Blackheart boss is too good, isn't he? I can't even get into Kirin's company, and the other boss actually fished for people himself. That's the difference. $5 million a year. I can't even get into Kirin. What if this guy was me? Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop for a second. Lin Hai waved his hand, making the group of bickering bigwigs in front of him stop. I have my own company now. I'm not going to serve in any company, so everyone can give up. Lin Hai never wanted to go to someone else's company. It's so much more enjoyable to be your own boss. Going to work is just watching rubbing videos and blowing air conditioning, occasionally flirting with the little secretary Jiajiao and looking at Su Qingxiu as a hem. Let's not talk about this first. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Hai's current factory, the profit is really horrible. Just a few days ago, it had received a $30 billion order from Little Day. The net profit could even reach almost 99%. With this kind of horrifying profit, asking him to take a position in another company, it's just a joke. Hearing this, all the bigwigs looked at me and I looked at you. All of them could not hide the disappointment in their eyes. This was the #1 person in semiconductors in the Dragon Kingdom. If he could be recruited to his side, he would definitely be able to double this year's profits. Unfortunately, even with such a generous offer, it didn't move Lin Hai's heart. However, Lin Hai's next words rekindled these people's hopes. However, even though I can't serve with you, I do have a few deals here that I want to do with you. The eyes of all the bigwigs lit up. Could it be to sell photolithography? This would be great. However, as if Lin Hai had guessed their thoughts, he shook his finger. No, I don't intend to sell things like photolithography. What I want to do is chip foundry. Things like photolithography machines are productivity tools. Once sold, although you can get a large amount of money, but it is equivalent to fishing with the best of your ability. Sold out for a long time, the market will not need again. Chip foundry is different. Ship this thing, the annual market demand is robust, amazing. Military, civilian, cell phones, computer, CPU, video cards, all need to use. Therefore, the technology in their own hands. Do OEM is definitely a steady business. OEM or not, the boss of Kirin was overjoyed and nodded his head. Kirin didn't want a photolithography machine at all. What they needed was a stable source of chips. Some time ago, Eagle Land had directly imposed sanctions stopping all of Kirin's chip foundry work. They originally had good chip design technology, domestic fabs, and etching technology are also quite good. However, there is no photolithography. The other companies didn't dare to take orders from Kirin's foundry because they were afraid of being sanctioned by Eagle Land. Now Kirin is in trouble. Now that 7 nanometers technology has finally appeared in China, Kirin is finally able to develop new chips. Other companies are following suit. Most of them were domestic companies. For them, although they were not sanctioned by Eagle Land, however, the chips that were OEM'd abroad and shipped back had to pay another tariff, and the price was even higher. What? Do not buy? Then go to the side you lose. Anyway, the Dragon country does not have photolithography technology. In addition to our OEM here, where can you go? In Lin Hai here OEM chip, not to mention the other, alone tariffs are much less. Lin Hai smiled and ordered in Jiaojia to take all the orders directly. 50 million chips a year for Kirin. 20 million chips a year for the rice company. There are other companies adding up to 60 million chips a year. Boss, can we make it with this much? After the group dispersed, Zhao Zhao asked with some doubt. 130 million chips a year was just too much. An average company can't even eat half of it. Lin Hai laughed. There's no harm, I can eat any more chips. If the efficiency isn't enough, I'll just produce a few more photolithography machines. Today, in the eyes of others unattainable, cannot even buy a few photolithography machines a year. But I can mass produce them myself. This is an advantage that no one can compare. Lin Hai's goal is definitely not to simply occupy one area of the market, rather it is to enter all fields in an all-round way, waiting for their own chip completely into the market at that moment. By then, what the Invista AMD windmill country photolithography, all to become the market of the dragon country, is dumped. Foreign exchange. This is not a big handful to come. Lying on the chair, Lin Hai heart that called a burst of pleasure. In the past, white people took the lead in completing industrialization, producing a large number of industrial goods into the poor and weak agricultural countries began to dump a large number of. As a result, the agricultural countries became weaker and weaker, and the weaker they were, the less chance they had to turn around, and the less chance they had to turn around, the more they became dumped. This is a vicious circle. Now, it is also their turn to dump. The white market is laughing. Suddenly, boss, those guys with a piece of cloth on their heads are here again, this time with a few heavy trucks. The doorman called. The dogs are here again. What do they want this time? Lin Hai jumped straight up in surprise. This group of desert dog big tenants, really quality leaks, blah blah blah, quality customers. Walking out the door, he saw Abdullah accompanying a young man along the way. This group of dog big tenants pointed at the open factory, and from time to time their eyes were shining and their faces were all excited. Behind them, a bunch of luxury cars emitted a dazzling golden light, simply to blind people's eyes. Ha ha ha, Abdullah, my good friend, long time no see, how have you been? Lin Hai went up to greet him very enthusiastically. Abdullah nodded. Hello Mr. Lin, saying that, he began to introduce the person beside him. This is the 18th prince of our emirate and the minister of the military of our country, named Poder Eden. Poder Eden also saluted and nodded his head in rusty Dragonese. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Poder Eden, a prince, or the minister of war. There's a top dog big shot down here. Lin Hai was happy in his heart. The emirate was already famous for its wealth, with the royal family taking up the majority of the wealth, and every country for the military ministry. Military expenses were unstinting. When these two factors were stacked together, it was a top dog big family. Thinking of this, Lin Hai became even more enthusiastic. Hello Mr. Poder Eden, welcome to Dragon Country. May I ask if the goods I brought you last time are still working well for you? Poder Eden nodded and said in rusty Dragon Nation language, Dear Mr. Lin, those things are very good. Our pilots flew the planes and all said it was good. Your goods, the quality is fantastic, I like them very much. It could be heard that this dog Dato's Dragon Mandarin should have just learned it recently, so he was very rusty in terms of wording, but even so can't hide the expression of excitement and satisfaction on his face. On the side, Abdullah explained, Mr. Lin, as soon as we received the goods, we rushed to test drive them, and the results showed that the bomber you sent us was excellent and was completely the same as the bomber we test drove in Eagle Land before. Our king and prince are very satisfied with it. This time, they also wanted to come here to order some more goodies. Lin Hai was happy in his heart, but on his face he still put on a calm and collected look, coughed lightly and sighed. Alas, what a coincidence, Mr. Abdullah, you have come at a bad time. At those words, both Abdullah and Poder Eden's faces changed, flashing a hint of panic. Mr. Lin, what happened? Did we do something to offend you? I can apologize for that, Abdullah said. Hurriedly, Lin Hai shook his head. No Mr. Abdullah, we are good friends with each other, you didn't offend me. It's just that, some time ago our Dragon Kingdom's security department came to my door to investigate me. Although they don't have any evidence at the moment, they gave me a stern warning against letting me export these model toys. Therefore, even if I wanted to sell them, there's no way out. Abdullah and Poder Eden's faces changed drastically, glancing at each other. Both of them were able to see panic in each other's eyes. You have to know, as a military minister, Poder Eden came to the Dragon Kingdom to seek orders this time, but on the orders of his father, the king of the emirate. The king of the emirate had many royal consorts and thus sons all over the place, and there were at least dozens of princes within a single emirate. One could only imagine how brutal the competition for the throne was. Poder Eden went to the Dragon Kingdom to seek orders this time, and if he succeeded and was able to please the king, he would have a better chance of inheriting the throne in the future. If not, he would be impeached by the other princes. Thinking of this, Poder Eden swallowed his saliva and stepped forward. Mr. Lin, aren't we friends? Please think of a way. This order is very important to me, please. It's really important to me. Just give me the plane for any price you want. At any price. Lin Hai's heart almost went crazy with joy. It's true that he's a big dog and he's from the military, so he's not worried about money at all. Alas, you guys are making it very difficult for me. Lin Hai deliberately put on a difficult look, his brows furrowed. Poder Eden still wanted to beg. Who knew that at this moment, as if Abdullah remembered something, his eyes lit up and he said to Lin Hai, "Alright Mr. Lin, this time we came and brought a bunch of gifts for you. I forgot to mention it just now, so please go over and take a look now." Then without any further ado he came and led Lin Hai out the door. "It's all just some worthless local specialties, please take a look, it's for our friendship, please accept it." Abdullah commanded a dozen or so heavy trucks into the plant. At a command, the cargo boxes of all the trucks were opened in unison. At once a golden light shone, so blinding, was this the light of wealth? When Lin Hai saw the scene in front of him, his little heart burst into a frenzy. Only in front of him clear sports cars were displayed in front of him, emitting a dazzling light. "Mr. Lin, these are some of our local specialties, please don't be polite and accept them," Poder Eden said sincerely. "I didn't know exactly which brand of sports car you preferred, so I bought one of all of them. Also I added a bit of our Emirate specialty gold-plated modifications. Originally I wanted to use pure gold to build it, but the designer said that pure gold cars are limited, so I could only barely make it gold-plated." Lin Hai looked at the sports car in front of him and the corner of his mouth twitched. "These things is your dog big family's local specialty?" This is not pure showing off. However, when listening to Bodo Eden and Abdullah saying this, their tone was very normal and there was even a hint of begging. From this, Lin Hai could tell that these two big dogs definitely didn't have any intention of showing off. This was from the simple friendship of the Emirate. "Alas, what are you guys doing? Since you guys said so, then I have no choice but to accept it." Lin Hai waved his hand in a righteous manner, accepting the friendship from the dog Dado. Then Mr. Lin about the order. Bodo Eden's face was delighted, then he asked in a hurry. Lin Hai immediately tightened his brows and pondered for a moment. It looked like he was weighing the pros and cons, but in reality he was thinking about who looks better in black silk suit, Qing Shui or Jiao Jiao. After a long time he sighed and nodded. "In that case, then I can't refuse the Emirate's friendship." Poder Eden and Abdullah immediately breathed a sigh of relief and could not hide their excitement. "Mr. Lin, in the future you will be our Emirate's most honored guest, and also my Poder Eden's closest friend," Poder Eden said heartily, his face blossoming with joy, almost bouncing on the spot. Lin Hai humbly waved his hand. "I don't know what you two want, or B-52 bombers and Predator drones, or any other goodies." Poder Eden had originally wanted to increase the order of B-52 bombers, but when he heard Lin Hai say that, his eyes widened. "You guys here, you can produce other goodies?" Even Abdullah was shocked. "I originally thought that the B-52 was already unrivaled, but I didn't realize that you had experts here." "Of course," Lin Hai smiled slightly. "Something like a bomber, I have quite a few model licenses in my hands, for example F-35, F-22, Su-57, Tu-160M and so on. There are plenty of them." The two dogs froze in place. The wind blew through the white cloth on top of their heads, slightly rattling, reflecting the stunned expressions on the faces of the two men. F-35 inch, F-22, Su-57, all these things, but they are all 5th generation fighters. "Ah, are you the world factory here? How can you make everything?" The two almost had to vomit blood in their hearts. An ordinary country simply couldn't build a strategic bomber. Even Eagle Land only had the technology for the bomber in hand. For the bombers of the Woolly Bear country and the Dragon country, there was also no technology capable of building them, not even the slightest clue. And here you are, the world's mainstream bomber fighters can be manufactured. Are you sure this is just a model factory? How about that? Lin Hai smiled and opened his mouth. You can even get a discount for ordering now, 1,000 coupons for 100 billion. Buy more and get more, buy more and get more discounts. Don't miss out, 1,000 coupons for $100 billion. This is not with the Rolls-Royce $5 cash coupon away. But Abdullah, two people are not care but the giddy Road, F-22 and 2160M. How to sell the F-22 is the world's most advanced fighter. Famous, world famous. The F-22 is the most advanced fighter plane in the world, famous and known all over the world. Even Eagleland itself was forced to stop production because of its high cost. The 2160M is the newest bomber in Eagleland, nicknamed the White Swan. The great emperor of Woolly Bear Country was once riding on this white swan and made that famous statement in the enemy sky, 10,000 diplomatic protests are not as good as one flap of its wings. When the white swan's wings flap once, Eagleland and other western countries are like enemies. The 2160 poses a terrifying threat. The 2160 is a completely different kind of strategic bomber than the B-52, therefore even with the B-52, the two big dogs are still quite greedy for this white swan. F-22 and 2160, very discerning. Lin Hai nodded rather appreciatively. If it was me, I would have chosen these two as well. However, these two types of fighters, they are both advanced fighters in the world. The cost of construction is very high, therefore, the selling price was also very outrageous. About these, Lin Hai really didn't lie. The F-22 cost more than $150 million, while the 2160M cost more than $220 million. With such a horrible cost, naturally the selling price can't be low either. You can rest assured, Mr. Lin, our emirate is not short of money. Poder Eden patted his chest and assured, the emirate was so rich that it was flowing with oil, and this was still the military. There was no lack of money at all. Lin Hai also let go of his heart when he heard this and straightaway said, that's good, then I can open the price. F-22 fighter, $1 billion a piece, 10 starting order. 2160M, $1.5 billion a piece, 10 to start ordering. Lin Poster put out the price. This price can be considered outrageous, but there was no way around it. After all, the 2160M and the F-22, these fighters were the most top-notch technology of the Woolly Bear Country in Eagleland, absolutely not exported to the outside world. That is to say, even if one has money, one cannot buy them. The only channel to buy them is here in Lin Hai. What? Too expensive to buy? If you don't buy it, there are plenty of people who will. Lin Hai's words fell. For a long time, the two people in front of them didn't say anything. Could it be that it was too expensive? That's right, they weren't as brainwashed as the small days. Being in Eagleland's grasp of the military, their emirate could also buy weapons from other places. How about lowering it even more? Just as Lin Hai pondered whether or not to lower the price a bit, Poder Eden finally spoke up. Lin, Mr. Lin, are you telling the truth? Just $1 billion a piece? You won't back out, right? No, hurry up and sign the order. Quickly, let's sign the order. The two of them, Poder Eden and Abdullah, erupted into bright smiles and immediately pulled Lin Hai to sign the order. Looking at the numbers on the order, only then did Poder Eden and Abdullah take a long breath and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Profit, a big profit, isn't it just $1 billion for one F-22? A few random cars in the family garage could be exchanged for one F-22. Too cheap. I've underestimated the big dog. Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh. Lin Hai only knew that the dog big family was very rich and had oil flowing all over the place. But he didn't know exactly how rich he was. Now he had finally seen it. Even though I signed a big order of $25 billion directly, why can't I be happy? Next time I'll have to let this group of big dogs bid. I can't bid on my own. Thinking of this, Lin Hai suddenly had a thought. Mr. Poder Eden, Mr. Abdullah, you guys bought some bombers, which is of course great, but do you have a need for something smaller? Both men froze at the words. Something smaller? What was it? Could it be an interceptor or something? Lin Hai immediately shook his head. No, please follow me. With that, Lin Hai directly led the two to the factory where the Black Bee drones were produced. Once they entered the workshop, the two of them were completely shocked. This is your Dragon Kingdom's assembly line for military production. This is too advanced, only to see that inside the factory a mechanical arm was running, assembling the materials on the assembly line into a compact Black Bee drone. The speed and the degree of intelligence of the process were unheard of by the two. Gosh, I've been to Eagleland's factory, but the technology they claim to be the world's leader is a joke to you, Abdullah said from the bottom of his heart. Poder Eden even said, Mr. Lin, just now I still had my doubts, but now that I've taken a look at it, I can rest assured that you do indeed have the ability to produce all models of strategic bombers. Lin Hai shrugged his shoulders and smiled slightly. Oh, bombers are vital to a country's military strength. But it cannot be neglected elsewhere either. Therefore, we were authorized to subcontract this factory to produce the Black Wasp drones equipped by the Eagle Army. Abdullah sucked in a breath of cold air at this. the Blackbee drone. You can also produce this thing, as Poder Eden's most capable assistant Abdullah was familiar with the weapons of each country and naturally knew about this so-called Blackbee drone. It was precisely because of this that his reaction was so shocked, even if the emirate was so rich they couldn't buy one or two of them. What about it? The Blackbee drone is excellent for reconnaissance and man-portable operations. Eagle Land has used this technology in many wars, and you can find out about the battle results they've obtained. Lin Hai introduced with a smile. This kind of thing, the Blackbee drone, was treated as a toy in the Dragon Kingdom and sold at will. After all, what the Dragon Kingdom was currently equipped with was a hummingbird drone that it had developed itself, which was even more advanced. The radar technology, on the other hand, could easily see through the concealment of the Black Wind drone. This kind of drone for the Dragon Country almost no threat. It has even been reduced to a toy, but for other countries it was still a technical barrier that could not be broken through. Taking advantage of this information gap, they can make a fortune. The Dog Big family and not lack of money buy back as a toy or good. Blackbee drone, very good. After some introductions from Lin Hai and Abdullah, Poder Eden's eyes also lit up, keenly sensing the strategic value of this small thing. Immediately afterward he asked, "Blackbee drone, how much for one?" Lin Hai learned smartly this time and waved his hand. "This kind of thing, originally I didn't intend to sell it out, but surprisingly we are friends, so I reluctantly sold it to you. The pricing this time, it's better to leave it to you guys. However, first of all, the starting order quantity at least must be 100 sets, that is 1,200 frames." Abdullah and Poder Eden jabbered away in the Sheik language. After a long time, Abdullah hesitantly said to Lin Hai, "Mr. Lin, $1 million a piece, how about it? $1 million a piece? It's really a big dog. Out is generous." Lin Hai's heart was dying of laughter, but his face still put on a difficult look. "Alas, in that case, I can only give it to you at this cost price. After all, we are friends." Abdullah did not even think that this price can be successful, he just casually said a price. "I did not think that actually really can buy it." In this way, Poder Eden and Abdullah were even more convinced that Lin Hai was a true friend, a conscientious entrepreneur, a good man. "As usual, you have to pay for all the materials yourselves, and you have to bear the shipping costs," Lin Hai said with a smile. "No problem." Abdullah agreed painfully and immediately signed a second contract with Lin Hai. Only then did the two of them leave satisfied. It would be good to have more of this kind of dog bigot. Sending the two away, Lin Hai reclined on his chair and thought contentedly. On the little day's side, although he had pitched in 2 orders of $30 billion, but now they were all planning to make a one-time purchase and not order again in the future. It was completely different from these dog bigs who fully intended to continuously purchase from themselves. "By the way, over there in the desert, there's more than one big dog. Tenant." Suddenly Lin Hai's eyes lit up as if he remembered something. Over there in the desert, there were many countries that had gotten rich because of oil, the emirate in just one of them. There was also the country of Qatar, the emirate of Abu, and the country of Sand. These were all top dog big players. No, I have to think of a way to let all these top dog tenants know that I sell bombers here. Lin Hai's stomach turned over with bad water. That part of the desert, although they all had a piece of cloth over their heads, the various countries didn't have a good relationship with each other, especially the Qatar country and the emirate. There were still territorial disputes and some friction. The emirate has procured so many advanced weapons this time. Are the other countries panicking? Gotta let the other countries know. Lin Hai's eyes lit up, and he then anonymously sent a few emails to these countries. The content was also very simple. Just casually reveal the type of weapons the Emirates were purchasing, and their security departments would naturally verify it. In passing, they would also reveal the source of their weapons purchases. At that time, once the arms race was underway, the one who would benefit the most would be Lin Hai. Done and dusted. At the same time, Eagle Land High Copper Group, a meeting is being held. "I just got the news that Kirin suddenly cancelled the OEM chip order. What's going on here?" A gloomy bald man spoke up. This person was none other than the boss of High Copper Group, Paul. A senior at the bottom also nodded and said, "That's right, it's not just our High Copper. Kirin has cancelled all orders for foundry chips. They seem to be abandoning the cell phone segment." Everyone present was incredulous. Kirin had been sanctioned before, and none of the foundries dared to give Kirin OEM chips. Only Eagle Land's local industry could swallow this piece of fat meat. At first, Kirin was in a great hurry looking around for OEMs and even wanted to buy chips from other manufacturers. High Copper thought that they could pin down Kirin, so they took the opportunity to kill a fortune. It was about to hold business talks. Suddenly, I don't know why, but Kirin directly cancelled all the negotiations and orders. It was as if they were going to give up on the cell phone segment. Impossible. Another high-ranking person spoke out, although Kirin Corporation was also strong above the communication and other fields, but how could they possibly give up when the cell phone segment had reached this point? The revenue of the cell phone segment had become a very high percentage of Kirin's existence. If they were to completely give it up, it would be impossible, and the price to pay would definitely not be as simple as breaking their wrists. Could it be that a new foundry has been found? Some people raised doubts. But when this came out, everyone laughed. The whole world knew that Kirin had been sanctioned by Eagle Land. Those foundries were counting on the Eagle Land-controlled Windmill Nation Company to provide them with photolithography machines. Who would dare to be so bold as to give Kirin Company foundry work? That was purely because they didn't want the photolithography machine. At this moment, finally someone spoke out. I did hear something. Dragon Kingdom seems to have developed a photolithography machine. It was yesterday. The moment these words came out, everyone was looking at him, and for a moment the conference room was filled with noises. Photolithography machine from Dragon Kingdom, yesterday? Unlikely, right? How many nm photolithography machine has Dragon Kingdom researched again? 90 nm, 100 nm, it can't be more than 120 nanometers, right? Ha! A group of people were showing mocking faces. To make cell phone chips, the mainstream technology is 7 nanometers photolithography. 90 nanometers chips can't be said to be useless, but used in cell phones, it is also really too old. Even if it is really produced, at most it can only make phone calls and so on. Playing games is just, don't think about it. The same person fatally opened his mouth. The precision of the photolithography machine they had researched was 7 nanometers. All of them were dumbfounded. The atmosphere all of a sudden dropped to the freezing point. Even Paul also could not help but stand up, frowning angrily, asked, "How much? 7 nanometers? You confirm?" "I confirm." This is the news released by the official media of the Dragon State, and they imitated the chip on the spot. Put it on the cell phone can be used. Absolutely impossible to fake. This statement was made. The atmosphere is again stiff for a few minutes. To note today's cell phone chip, the mainstream or 7 nanometers. And the fact that Dragon China had researched a 7 nanometers photolithography chip showed that it already had the ability to give Kirin the OEM. It's not afraid of Eagle Land's photolithography blockade anymore. No wonder Kirin was so confident that it directly cancelled the negotiation. Paul was so angry that his teeth were itching. Damn it, Eagle Land blocked it so tightly, yet it was still researched by Dragonland. Paul was furious and directly smashed the water cup on the table, his face flushed red. To note, in the past the fate of Dragonland's semiconductor was completely pinched in Eagle Land's hands. Because of this, Eagle Land could still obtain a lot of profits, and by the way, blockade Dragon technology, why not? But I did not expect even so severe blockade or by the Dragon country to break through. In the future, those manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom, it is estimated that they will be in the local OEM and not choose their high copper chips. Thinking of this, Paul was furious. In the end, what kind of person researched the photolithography machine? Go and investigate. Also, their current semiconductor technology, in the end, to what level? The following people immediately presented a report. Boss, here is a report on a toy factory named Pingqiao. Before someone handed up, but we did not care. Taking over the report and looking at it, Paul's brows became more and more tightly locked. Lin Hai, a freshly graduated college student from the Dragon Kingdom, the owner of Pingqiao Toy Factory? Is he the one who developed the photolithography machine? Unbelievable. No, we must do something. Paul gritted his teeth and looked viciously at Lin Hai's face on the report. His face was a little twisted. No matter what the cost, I have to eradicate you. The Dragon Kingdom absolutely cannot rise. At the same time, inside the office, boss, the foundation of our technology building has been laid. Here are the drawings for you to look at. Zhao Zhao handed over a bunch of drawings. Lin Hai took it and looked at it, nodding with satisfaction. Good. Very good. Jojo Tiptoe followed half a day to see, but cannot see a reason, can only pout in dissatisfaction. Boss, our toy factory is not good. Why do we have to move away? Lin Hai smiled slightly and explained. Well, we are now making money, of course, to build a big house to enjoy. Moreover, nowadays as our company enters more and more fields, this piece of land in Jiangzhou, even if it is developed, is not enough for us to use, and it is only a matter of time before we relocate. Therefore, building a technology city that belongs to me is imperative. Zhao Zhao keenly captured the keyword in Lin Hai's words. Technology city. Lin Hai smiled and nodded. That's right, a technology city. Not some mansion or park, but a real city. Lin Hai's words carried an incomparable longing. As early as the early days of earning his first gold, Lin Hai had already started working on this dream, designing drawings, buying plots of land, filing reports, and by now it had already been developed with a prototype. At the very least, the foundation was laid for the first landmark building, the Science and Technology Building. It was still too slow. Lin Hai still felt too slow. At this rate, he probably wouldn't be able to complete the technology city he had in mind in a decade or two, let alone move in and operate it. There had to be a way to increase efficiency. Thinking, suddenly Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Right, I've heard that there's an excavator called Bagger that's the largest excavator in the world. With this kind of thing involved, the efficiency should be able to increase quite a bit, right? Immediately Lin Hai gave another order to Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao, go. Contact the Germanic country's Takla company and ask them what price they'd pay to authorize the excavator model. Remember, it has to be fast, quick. Zhao Jiao was still unsure, but could only nod her head and agree. In this way, Lin Hai was idle again. The factory side was in full swing and the workers were highly motivated. There were no orders at the moment and Lin Hai was contentedly reclining on a chair and brushing the rubbing video. Suddenly a fragrant wind came, only to see in front of him Su Qingxue playfully stood in front of him to come. Is there something wrong? Lin Hai immediately asked. Su Qingxue nodded and said somewhat shyly, tomorrow I want to take a vacation. Take a vacation? Lin Hai froze for a moment, then nodded his head and agreed. Yes, there is no live broadcast for the next 2 days. You don't have to come to the factory every day. If something happens, we will call you in advance. You'd better be more at ease with your studies. Lin Hai is very tolerant as a boss. After all, Su Qingxue is all about tolerance, and although his own chest is not comparable, he can be called broad. As a former bidder intern, Lin Hai knew how painful it was to be a worker at the bottom, so he definitely wouldn't be stingy where he could give convenience. Thank you, boss. Su Qingxue didn't expect it to be so easy to ask for a leave of absence and immediately nodded her head repeatedly with a joyful smile. Lin Hai asked again in passing. Alright, it's still summer vacation, are you taking leave to go back home? Su Qingxue shook her head. No boss, tomorrow is the release date of Illusion 5, I don't want to miss it, so I'm going to take a vacation to squat. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Illusion? What is that thing? After Su Qingxue explained, Lin Hai realized that the Illusionary Realms series is a game series produced by a well-known game company in Eagle Land, which focuses on a series of stories that take place in the continent of Kalos, a land of fantasy and adventure. This series of works in the history of the game is a rare existence, but also has tens of millions of fans around the world. The heat is very exaggerated. And Illusion 5 is the latest work of this series, as its hardcore fans of Su Qingxue naturally do not want to miss. Game. Lin Hai couldn't help but ponder. In his previous life, he was also a heavy game lover. On weekdays, whether it was online games or standalone adventure or base building, MOBA or shooting, he had dabbled in all of them and had a wide range of hobbies. However, after arriving here, he had been so busy with his career that he didn't realize that this world actually had a developed game industry. The game industry is also profiteering and the Dragon Country for this aspect is also weak. After searching on the internet, Lin Hai realized that the Dragon Kingdom was similar to the previous world in this regard and was weak as hell in terms of games and other aspects. Foreign countries, especially Eagle Land and Small Days, have popular game works. However, within Dragon Country, for many reasons apart from certain handheld games, the games that could go out were very limited. Lin Hai couldn't help but frown when he saw this. In terms of hard power, Dragon Country dared to say that it wouldn't be afraid of any country, but in terms of soft power, it was indeed weak enough. Hard power was able to defend against enemies wrapped in iron armor. Soft power, however, was able to prevent aggression from the spirit. The importance of soft power can be seen. In terms of hardware, the Dragon Kingdom no longer had to worry about it, but in terms of soft power, since no one in the Dragon Kingdom dares to be the first, then I'll be the first to eat crabs. Lin Hai smiled slightly. However, Lin Hai had another headache. Producing a game could easily take several years and one would have to find someone to set up a project or something. It wasn't his style to see a return after so long. What should be done? Just at this moment, suddenly a piece of news on the window caught Lin Hai's attention. The news was a video that was split into two images on the left and right. On the left was a man from the Dragon Kingdom who was spitefully peddling his course on how to train AI models. On the right, on the other hand, was the Eagle Land man. A group of people were surrounding a polite-looking Eagle Land man, listening to him talk about AI open source. The news headline reads, "Recognizing the gap, comparison between Dragonland AI engagers and Eagle Land AI engagers. Are you ashamed of this scene?" Commenting below the first one is the familiar publicist Two Ghosts Zhou Xinxing taking the opportunity to say a big paragraph. This is the gap between barbarians and true civilization, one for the sake of profit, the other for the development of human civilization. It's a pity that your country's war wolves still can't see through this and can only be reduced to the most barbaric creatures. Lin Hai couldn't help but frown as he watched. The Dragon Kingdom had class sellers. Did Eagle Land not have any class sellers? Piecing together this video and even taking such a title, its purpose was naturally self-evident. What Lin Hai hated the most was that he didn't move to let people reflect and said something about the inferiority of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Reflection of a chicken hair, inferiority a hammer, lust, greed, and the pursuit of profit. Aren't these all common to humans? Note they are common to all living things. Why is it that the Dragon Kingdom alone is called a bad nature? These guys, their knees are too soft, aren't they? There are also little stories about summer camps and experiments. Let alone the fact that these stories are made up at a glance. Even if they are true, how can you infer the future and character of a country or nation from them? You think you're a fortune teller. At this moment, underneath Zhou Xinxing's comments, most of them were mocking. Yo, isn't this Joe Air Ghost? How come you forgot about kneeling the other day? Haha, you said you couldn't build a photolithography machine before. Now that your face doesn't hurt, how dare you talk nonsense? How long has it been since the photolithography thing? Why don't you talk about it? Want to kneel again? Zhou Xinxing on these replies simply ignore, came a play dead. Obviously know that he is the party that is in the wrong, simply pretend to be deaf and dumb. However, there were many more Lin Hais under the comments, obviously wanting him to come and see the jokes. Lin Hai smiled slightly and knocked out a few words under this video. Half a month later, our company will launch an independently developed AI model, so please look forward to it. With it, he closed the computer, but one day, on top of the Dragon Kingdom website, it exploded again, a second declaration of war. Zhou Xinxing called out that Lin Hai claimed to be about to launch a new AI model. Lin Hai, the #1 photolithographer in the Dragon Kingdom, claimed that a new AI model was about to be released. Another bet, Lin Hai claimed to launch an AI model suspected to hit Zhou Xinxing in the face again. Due to the previous photolithography matter, the Dragon countryside was almost one-sided in favor of Lin Hai. Support the black-hearted boss. Support the boss for the sake of Snowy, haha. This two-timer wants to kneel again. I didn't get a kick out of it last time. This time, let the two devils kneel a little longer. He owes it to his face again. During a recent webcast, Zhou Xinxing was invited to be interviewed by a certain program. The host brought the topic to AI. Zhou Xinxing seemed to have forgotten about the last time he knelt and continued to shake his head and speak eloquently in a dignified manner. Oh, the AI model of the Dragon country nowadays, almost all of them are open source models from OpenAI company and then magically modified. I don't know how many versions are behind Dragon. These technology companies simply chewing gum that others have eaten, no nutrition at all. Look at Eagle Land, this is the light of human civilization. Thank you OpenAI open source, thank you Eagle Land. When Zhou Xinxing spoke of Eagle Land, his face was so flattering that it almost made people think that he was not sitting but kneeling. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was frantically brushing. This dilettante was talking nonsense again. Last time this guy was talking about photolithography, but this time he's not mentioning it. Haha, now that his face is all swollen, he deserves to talk about it? Zhou Xinxing could see the pop-up screen, but he was not affected in the least and continued to talk at length. The domestic education system is really a failure. Every day is nothing more than writing and drawing and reading from a book. How can this kind of duck-filling education educate great scientists? Only Eagle Land's excellent happy quality education can educate generations of Nobel Prize winners. This is the gap between barbarism and civilization. The host had a bit of a huff on her face, obviously not quite agreeing with this statement, but good professional qualities prevented her from cursing out, but instead, with a twinkle in her eye, she suddenly smiled sweetly and asked, "These issues may be controversial, so I'm not going to comment for the time being." Oh yes, here is a netizen question. The host pretended to look at the pop-up screen and made it up in a serious manner. Mr. Hashtag Zhou previously you said that even if you gave the Dragon Kingdom 100 years you wouldn't be able to build a photolithography machine, but some time ago Mr. Hashtag Lin Hai directly built the first 7nm photolithography machine in the Dragon Kingdom. What are your thoughts on this? The host looked at Zhou Zhenxing with a smile, and although the smile was sweet the question was sharp. Hearing this, Zhou Zhenxing froze for a moment and his face changed slightly. In his heart he was even cursing. The matter of being punched in the face and even kneeling some time ago, Zhou Zhenxing originally wanted to play dead and just deal with it coldly. Anyway, after a while everyone forgot about it. Now it is being brought up again. It is simply clanging and slapping in the live broadcast. After calming down a bit, Zhou Zhenxing said, "About this problem, I was really joking. It's just for fun, don't take it seriously." After clarifying a couple of sentences, Zhou Zhenxing again changed the topic and directly started attacking the Dragon Country again. "I have to say your country's thinking is indeed barbaric enough. These words of mine, if they were in the free and open Eagle Land, they would just laugh it off. After all, everyone is civilized. It's only the people of your country that will bite on a joke. All these are because the innate thinking of the people of Dragonland compared to Eagle Land is much worse. This is a gap that must be faced squarely. Only by looking up to, learning from and even integrating with Eagle Land could one become truly civilized." It had to be said that to be able to become a famous ergot, Zhou Zhenxing was still a bit of a leveler. In a few words he transformed his fault of losing face into being above the innate disparity of the people of Dragonland. The host continued to ride the wave of victory. "Mr. Hashtag Zhou, what you said before was a joke, so is what you're saying now also a joke? Or is your entire being a joke?" Zhou Zhenxing did not expect the host to actually dare to say this, and his face suddenly turned iron blue, stammering for half a day before dropping a sentence that "your countrymen are barbaric," said, and directly left the live broadcast room. The pop-ups were all laughing out loud. This two ghosts can't speak. The hostess was too handsome. This two devils had been hit in the face several times in a row, and now his mouth was still so hard. What the hell was he pretending? Laughing my ass off. This doppelganger's face went green. After the live video was edited and released, it immediately caused a clamor. People ran to Zhou Zhenxing's microblog and asked him to make another bet with Lin Hai, and the bet was still to kneel down and admit he was wrong. Who knows, Zhou Zhenxing learned smartly this time. In the face of these people's provocations he came to play dead and simply did not respond. Without Zhou Zhenxing's bet the crowd was greatly disappointed. But most people turned even more curious about Lin Hai's AI. Nowadays, chat-headed artificial intelligence AI, the development is very rapid. Whether it was summarizing or drawing pictures or compiling manuscripts, they were all more mature. People are also very longing for the future of AI, and some people have even predicted that artificial intelligence will be the next windfall of the internet. Domestically, whether it's university labs or the Dragon Academy of Sciences, research on AI has already begun, but none of them have come up with anything comparable to Chat. Lin Hai's claim of a brand new AI, would it beat Chat? The crowd waited and saw. Toy Factory. Inside the office, Lin Hai checked the information in his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. A one-time prop? This was too expensive, however it seemed to be worth it. Model Jarvis JARVIS Artificial Intelligence System warning. This is a disposable model that cannot be produced in an assembly line or factory. Production cost $50 billion. Description sourced from Marvel's top-of-the-line artificial intelligence system. Full name: just a rather very intelligent system is just a fairly intelligent intelligence system with a fairly strong learning ability that can evolve indefinitely with a speed of learning dependent on arithmetic power. Note: Jarvis ownership belongs to the host, cannot produce a sense of betrayal. Please rest assured, Jarvis, anyone who has seen Iron Man or the Avengers series should know about this artificial intelligence system, although in the middle of the movie it didn't show a horrible performance. But you have to know that this is the AI that assisted Iron Man in building generations of Iron War armors. From the existence of the movie and television, compared with the reality, what cannot even understand the words chat, it is simply hanging level. Lin Hai was shocked that something from a movie or TV show could be modeled. He just held on to the idea of giving it a try and went to apply for this Jarvis model. He didn't expect a scan, but it was successful. Haha, doesn't that mean that in the future I'll be able to build some kind of iron battle armor Gundam or something like that? After being slightly excited for a while, Lin Hai shook his head again. Just one Jarvis would require $50 billion apiece, and it was still a one-time thing. Even if those steel battle armor can be produced, the price is horrible. I can't afford it at all. However, a moment later Lin Hai shook his head, banishing these have-nots from his mind and focusing on the matter at hand. System, redeem a Jarvis. Do you confirm spending $50 billion to exchange for a Jarvis AI? Yes. Redemption successful. At once a black box was placed on the table in front of him. The box wasn't big, only the size of a fist, and when he gently picked it up, Lin Hai realized that the black box was very heavy, as if its entire body was cast from metal. After observing it carefully for a week, Lin Hai also knew how to use this thing. There were a few ports on the bottom of the black box, and it looked like it could be used as long as it was connected to some terminal. Finding two cables, he plugged them into the computer and turned it on. Instantly, dense black fonts and a large string of data surfaced on the computer. A long time, the interface only returned to normal. A segment of emotionless electronic sound popped out coldly from the speaker. Initialization completed. Ownership confirmed. Lin Hai, permission level, highest, current environment, low arithmetic, low storage, low running space, unable to fulfill all functions properly. Please instruct Master Jarvis is at your service. Hearing this, Lin Hai let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed like this was how this thing worked. After thinking about it, Lin Hai said, "You'll use a female voice from now on with the name Mingyu. Discard the name Jarvis and don't use it." Mingyu's voice immediately turned into a sweet female. "Yes, Master." After a pause, Mingyu added, "Master, the operating environment I'm in now is too small. I suggest expanding the arithmetic power and operating memory so that I have enough deep learning capabilities so that Mingyu can do more things for you." Deep learning? Lin Hai raised his eyebrows. Just as a person has to go to school, an AI gradually accumulates knowledge and isn't born omnipotent. And deep learning, which was the learning mode of AI, was actually just the ability to process a whole bunch of data, images and such, and then come up with judgments such as right and wrong. "Okay, what specifically do you need me to do?" Lin Hai asked. In this regard, he really didn't know anything at all. According to Mingyu's search on the internet, you need to buy at least 50 RTX 4090s online to build an arithmetic server in order to meet Mingyu's initial needs. Remind the master that the bigger the arithmetic server, the faster Mingyu will learn, bringing greater help to the master. 4090. Lin Hai nodded. "I wanted to buy this thing before, but it was too expensive to afford it. Since you need it, I'll buy more of it." In the past, when he was a miserable college student, Lin Hai had been salivating for a long time for this kind of divine card like 4090. After all, when playing the game from time to time encountered frame drops, lag is really crazy. People, but as high as 20,000 price, can only stop. Now that you have money, not to mention 20,000 graphics cards, even if it's 200,000, Lin Hai can casually afford it. He is so happy to have money. Opened the cell phone shopping software. "Just want to order." Lin Hai looked at a few eyes but could not help but be surprised out loud. "What's going on here?" Only to see the website. Although there are 4,090 graphics cards for sale, but the number is very small, and the price of each piece is as high as 5W. Only after some online inquiries did I realize that it was Eagleland again. Originally, as early as last year, Eagleland banned the current largest graphics card provider, the company selling high-end graphics cards to the Dragon Kingdom. This ban was also issued by Eagleland because it was worried about the development of Dragonland's AI technology. Currently, Dragonland's 4090 graphics cards can only be imported sporadically in very limited quantities, and the price has been speculated up. Another ban, first photolithography chips and now graphics cards. Lin Hai couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Eagleland's fear of Dragonland is really engraved in their bones, and they can guard against it from all aspects. The graphics card, right? Oh, first busy this time and then later to solve this matter. Lin Hai sighed. Nowadays, it was still more urgent to make Mingyu a deep learning. For this reason, Lin Hai had to endure the pain and acquired 100 graphics cards from a crooked merchant at a price of $50,000 per 4,090. The following day, the graphics cards then arrived at the factory. The graphics card traders were all happy and crazy, personally arranging the air transportation to know his hands of 4,090 graphics cards, although not worried about selling, but the speed of selling out compared to the past is much worse. Because it is too expensive. $5 can buy a good used car. Used to buy a video card to play the game. That's something to think about. And now, there is actually a wrongdoer directly ordered 100 graphics cards. It's really the god of wealth. After receiving the graphics card, Lin Hai set it up as an arithmetic server according to Ming Yu's instructions. After that, Mingyu was on the internet and started learning like crazy. According to the system's description, this AI Mingyu was only a prototype, and if it wanted to reach that point in the Iron Man movie, it would take a long time to evolve and learn. But this was not a matter. Even if it couldn't reach the level of Jarvis, the speed of Mingyu's learning was insane. In just one day's time, Mingyu was able to answer all the various questions that Lin Hai asked and even gave quite a few reminders. It was much better than some chat who answered questions or even made things up without knowing the answers. Lin Hai was able to have Mingyue draw any picture to his liking and every single one of them fit the bill perfectly. Mingyue was already able to generate videos on her own, whether it was an animated movie or a Hollywood-style special effects blockbuster. Mingyu could generate it within 10 minutes, even the plot, images and creativity were all no less than those so-called well-known screenwriters and directors. A short half-month quickly passed. Today it was the very day that Lin Hai had put out the word that he was going to release a brand new AI, however he hadn't held a conference, nor had he held any ceremonies, as if everything was business as usual. There wasn't even a live broadcast today. The crowd was greatly disappointed. There were even some publicists who took the opportunity to start making remarks. "Oh, I told you, how can this Lin Hai pull out good stuff over and over again? Now he's at his wit's end. I suspect that this Lin Hai originally is the official people of the Dragon Country, now is just the Dragon Country's heritage out of it, and now the heritage are gone, the Dragon Country's gas is over. So what if you can build a photolithography machine? The difference between your country and a truly civilized country is more than just a photolithography machine. You've run out of stuff now, you've run out of talent, is that all you've got?" For a moment the internet was flooded with negative comments about Lin Hai, many of them rising to the level of the state and nation. These two devils, the first few times were hit in the face too hard, and the network can only pretend to be dead. Now that they have found an opportunity, they are complacent again. Even Zhou Zhenxing also took the opportunity to open a live broadcast. In the live broadcast room smugly laughed. "I told you that Lin Hai is actually nothing capable of those so-called lithography technology. It is estimated that it is also stolen. Your country compared to foreign countries, there is still a big gap. The wolves will not think casually catch up, right?" It joke. Nowadays the two wolves led by Zhou Zhenxing are very strong in battle, and they are spraying up against the ordinary people of the Dragon Kingdom, and countless people were disappointed in Lin Hai. Finally someone noticed something. "LOL guys, look, the official website of the Pingqiao Toy Factory seems to have released something new. I saw it too. This thing is Intelligent Assistant Xiaoyu. Intelligent Assistant, isn't that the same as Fruit Company's Siri? This is what Lin Hai said, a brand new AI. Some people will believe it and download one free trial for a week, and this thing has to charge? Most of the domestic AI are free, only those capacity tools whose performance is close to chat will charge to use them. Therefore most people download. See, the prompt interface is more a few points of dissatisfaction. But even so it's still free now, so there's no harm in trying it out. Hello, I'm Xiaoyu, an artificial intelligence assistant from Pingqiao Technology. May I ask what you need to order?" A small white fox appeared on the interface, and its cute look put most people in a better mood just by looking at it. Xiaoyu now supports text processing, image generation, RP simulation, problem solving and many other functions. Please try it out, Your Excellency. After thinking about it, a young man typed in the text, "Generate a video for me about the starry sky." The dialog box immediately popped up. "Okay, according to your graphics card, 4060, this video rendering will take 10 minutes, please be patient." Oh, the man skimmed his mouth. The time spent on rendering the video was based on the arithmetic power, and there were also different qualities depending on the AI model. Generally speaking, unless it was one of those top AI big models in the lab, most of the videos rendered would just be able to look at it. There was nothing called logic or aesthetics at all. After all, artificial intelligence hadn't developed to that point yet. 10 minutes quickly passed. A video appeared in the dialog box. The man directly clicked to watch it. Boom! Just as the image started, a roaring sound came out, only to see that the screen was a boundless starry sky with countless stars spread around like glowing dust. Looking left and right as the screen moved, one could even see that on the right-hand side there was a huge planet that seemed to be close at hand. The man couldn't help but fight a cold war. This picture, it's too real, right? I have a phobia of giants. This picture, it was just too detailed and real, as if a real astronaut had shot back the cosmic space. This AI model is so excellent. The man continued to look down. After the image switched twice, the face of the observer was finally revealed. A man in a white suit, as if he were an astronaut with his entire body airtight. Intriguingly, the man was sitting inside a spaceship with a red light flashing, as if he was in some kind of danger. Suddenly, the scene shifted abruptly. The viewpoint panned from the interior of the spaceship to the exterior of the ship. The music was also here, turning from originally calm to high. The man was dumbstruck looking at the screen, only to see that in the middle of the screen two huge spaceships were running parallel to each other, shooting deadly laser weapons at each other, and at the same time countless small spaceships circling between these two behemoths were attacking and crashing into each other like swarms of bees. The images were epic, and it was at this point that the video came to a screeching halt. What's behind it? What's behind it? The man jumps up in anger. I'm in the middle of it. You give me a eunuch. The quality is too low. After 2 seconds of slowing down, the man hit a jolt. No, this is not a movie, it is an AI generated video. Where is the back? I watch an AI video, actually watch fascinated. After reacting, the man was plunged into a deep shock. To know even if it is called AI head of chat can generate the video, but also some meaningless patchwork only completely is a figure of fun. And this video, whether it's the picture, music, art or the atmosphere created, it's all top-notch. Even many of the so-called Hollywood blockbusters of recent years could not be compared to it at all. You're telling me this is an AI-generated video? Swallowing his saliva, the man immediately sent the video out. Less than an hour after the video was sent out, it attracted many people to gather around and leave comments. This picture is too shocking, right? Seek this movie. The owner, is this a movie or a game? CG beg off, leave a video without leaving a name. Chrysanthemum 10,000 characters, is this the trailer of a game? I want to play it. A group of messages are impatient. In the end, the man could only reply one by one, this isn't a game or a movie, but a video generated by me using that AI of Lin Hai's, the Little Moon Assistant. Once this sentence was posted, the crowd was stunned. What? You're lying, right? This technology, this rendering, it's more ruthless than even those Hollywood blockbusters, and you're telling me that this is an AI video? The black-hearted boss is at it again. I'll go down to the next one to have a look too. In just half a day, Lin Hai's Little Moon Assistant, then directly mention hot search again, Little Moon Assistant. Lin Hai has once again unveiled a black technology that's way ahead of the curve of AI assistants. Little Moon Assistant's performance is horrible like this. AI era is coming. Little Moon Assistant may become the biggest productivity tool on the internet people were simply convinced of. Lin Hai, Blackheart Boss Kawa, too good. Chat open source, it's not as good as Little Moon Assistant. By the way, where are the lapdogs? How come they don't talk again? People have flocked to Zhou Jinqing's live room and began to frantically swipe the screen. Kneel down. What else can Air Ghost say now? Technical accumulation, humanistic qualities, haha. Two ghosts. You guys said that Eagleland's technological lead was a result of humanistic quality and national superiority, so now that we're ahead, is it because the people of Dragonland are inherently nobler than Eagleland? Speak, I want to see what you have to explain today. Crazy pop-ups directly occupied the live broadcast room. At this moment, even if Zhou Jinqing wanted to play dead, he couldn't pretend to be blind, because there was no longer a single pop-up screen to read. This damn Lin Hai. Zhou Jinqing's face was blue and his heart was furious. It was all this Lin Hai, it was all his fault. If it wasn't for this guy, how could he have been slapped in the face 3 times? Damn it. Looking at the dense personal attack pop-ups in the live broadcast, Zhou Jinqing decisively chose to go off the air. Immediately after, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Mr. #Smith, I want to report a situation to you. Little Moon Assistant's hot streak is out of Lin Hai's expectation. In just a few days, more than 10 million copies of Little Moon Assistant's usage time have been purchased. You have to know that a 1-month subscription to Little Moon Assistant requires a full 200 Dragon Nation coins. Many Dragon Kingdom people's salaries were only 3,000 or 4,000, and on weekdays they had to think twice about opening a membership of 15 per month. However, this also precisely illustrates Small Moon Assistant for the impact of the Dragon Country. Originally, chat had been shocking enough, even threatening to be able to replace many people's positions. But up until now, no one's job had been replaced by an AI. Little Moon Assistant, however, was able to do this. However, Lin Hai had positioned Little Moon Assistant as an assistive tool, not an intelligence that truly replaced a person's job. At least not right now. Otherwise, those employees who were fired would be cursing themselves. Therefore, Lin Hai made some agreements for Little Moon Assistant. Agreement 1. All works produced by Little Moon Assistant, including but not limited to videos, images, music and text, needed to be watermarked. Of course, this watermark could not be seen by the naked eye, only you could check it out. In this way, those black-hearted bosses who wanted to use AI to replace manual labor would not be able to fire people off. Some drawings with AI that still claim to be original will also be identified directly. Agreement 2. Xiaoyu Assistant does not support fully automatic manual operation and needs to be detected manually every once in a while, although it is relatively not very convenient, but it is also a kind of limitation. Agreement 3. Xiaoyu Assistant has the right not to provide any help to some specific users. The purpose of this agreement is to limit the generation of illegal works or those works that are immoral and don't let people like them. Of course, these agreements are only limited to Little Moon Assistant. For the real artificial intelligence Akatsuki there is no such thing. Not bad Mingyu, you only used a week to write such a perfect AI. I'm very happy. Sitting on the office chair, Lin Hai smiled and said. Mingyu immediately replied. Thank you master for the compliment. Xiaoyu Assistant is just a copy of a very small part of my code and then transformed and encapsulated. I feel honored to make master happy. Lin Hai smiled. In his heart he was even more expectant. A very small portion of the code could do so much. Then if it's Mingyue herself, to what extent has she learned now? Mingyue, I want to make a game, can you help me? Okay, may I ask what type of game the master wants to make? Immortal Chivalry, I think. It's said that immortality is a romance that belongs exclusively to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Our Pingxiao game department, our first work is naturally an immortality theme. Lin Hai replied after thinking for a moment. Okay, may I ask about the type of game? Mingyu asked again. Today's game genres can be said to be varied, linear open world cards action, and the list of labels goes on and on. Lin Hai didn't hesitate at all. Open world RPG games. Although in recent years, because of some games, people have criticized the open world genre a lot, however even so the open world genre was still an excellent representation of a game company's heritage. It requires a lot of art resources, level arrangements, main storylines, and it also has to be an open world RPG in order for gamers to truly immerse themselves in it. Okay, may I ask if there's anything else to add? Mingyue asked again. Lin Hai thought for a moment and said, the world has to be made bigger, preferably the boundless kind, so that's pretty much it. Mingyue said bluntly. I understand master, may I ask if we start making the game immediately? Start. Production is in progress. Estimated production time, January, please be patient, a month's time? Lin Hai smacked his lips. It was too much shorter than he thought, to know that out, and Mingyue is just a short month. The duration has been shortened by as much as tens of times. Just wait, I'm sure Mingyue will give me a surprise. Lin Hai rubbed his hands together somewhat expectantly, and right at this moment, a piece of news caught Lin Hai's attention. Breaking news, suspected suspicion between Eagle Land and the island. What was this situation? One must realize that the relationship between Eagle Land and Island Land was the equivalent of father and son. The island nation can be said to be subservient, not daring to show a single bit of negligence. After all, Eagle Land's garrison is right in the island's face. How dare you disobey? A direct hit. What was this situation that could cause friction between Eagle Land and the island nation? Lin Hai couldn't help but click on the news to go in and take a look. Without looking, Lin Hai was happy. It turned out that some time ago the island nation had gotten a batch of extremely advanced weapons from somewhere, including strategic fighters like the F-22 and B-52. I don't know why, but Eagle Land's gods and goddesses just happened to spot check into the containers of that batch of goods. In the end things fell apart and Eagle Land was furious. Well, I knew you had a backbone in your little life, hiding these things under my nose. Are you trying to rebel? The island apologized and promised never to do it again, and only then did they barely get rid of the matter. However, in January, another batch of goods from the island was found to be carrying strategic weapons of mass destruction. This time Eagle Land was so furious that they almost had to declare war outright. To make a 3A-level game, a large studio would need several whole years to make it, and Mingyue was just a short month away and the work period had been shortened by tens of times. Just wait, I believe that Mingyue will give me a surprise. Lin Hai rubbed his hands together somewhat expectantly, and right at this moment, a piece of news caught Lin Hai's attention. Breaking news, suspected suspicion between Eagle Land and the island. What was this situation? One must realize that the relationship between Eagle Land and Island Land was the equivalent of father and son. The island nation can be said to be subservient, not daring to show a single bit of negligence. After all, Eagle Land's garrison is right in the island's face. How dare you disobey? A direct hit. What was this situation that could cause friction between Eagle Land and the island nation? Lin Hai couldn't help but click on the news to go in and take a look. Without looking, Lin Hai was happy. It turned out that some time ago the island nation had gotten a batch of extremely advanced weapons from somewhere, including strategic fighters like the F-22 and B-52. I don't know why, but Eagle Land's gods and goddesses just happened to spot check into the containers of that batch of goods. In the end, things fell apart and Eagle Land was furious. Well, I knew you had a backbone in your little life, hiding these things under my nose. Are you trying to rebel? The island apologized and promised never to do it again, and only then did they barely get rid of the matter. However, in January, another batch of goods from the island was found to be carrying strategic weapons of mass destruction. This time Eagle Land was so angry that they almost declared war. The little life side is also not pretending. Showdown, I just want to rebel, what's wrong with it? Eagle Land was furious and sent carriers to patrol the major ports of Little Day. For a moment people were terrified. Several good sons under Eagle Land, including the Goryo Kingdom, were trembling, fearing that they would be angered by Eagle Land. The dragon countryside is completely high melon eating melon watching the show. After all, today's Dragon Kingdom is not the Dragon Kingdom of a few decades ago. If they really wanted to fight, it was still uncertain who would lose and who would win. How tragic. Lin Hai looked at all of this and his face was happy out of flowers. Why did Eagle Land get the news so many times? Why was that one ship with the bomber on board the one that was sampled? Of course it had to be Lin Hai who was behind it. Fight, fight, all come to me for equipment, better than destroy together. Lin Hai smiled, a hint of treachery surfacing on his face. In the middle of a war, who would benefit the most? Of course it was him, the weapons seller. Nowadays, although the small days were outwardly horizontal, they were probably all too wimpy. After all, they still had the Eagle Army station in their hinterland, plus they didn't have any nuclear weapons at all. Even if they wanted to have a dog jump over the wall, there was no way to do it. There is no way. It can only seek the assistance of other countries. Who else in the world dares to deal with Eagle Land? Of course, the Mahuasca country is one, but now the Mahuasca country is dealing with Ermau and they are all distracted, so where can they get the resources to assist them? Then there was only one left. The Dragon Kingdom. Of course it wouldn't be easy to ask for help from the Dragon Kingdom officials, because Little Life used to do a lot of nasty Dragon Kingdom things to please Papa Eagle Land, as small as sending a fishing boat to venture the border for a bit, as big as the so-called aid that ran directly to the military base, then to the dispute over the territory. It could be said that the official Dragon Kingdom would not have wanted to get involved in wading through the muddy water, plus what it had done in the past, it would be even more impossible. So what to do? One could only seek other assistance, for example the Pingqiao toy factory. At this moment, inside a building somewhere on a small day, it's over. Eagle Land side has given an order that we are to disarm everything within 7 days or else war will be declared. A person shouted in alarm. It's no good. Eagle Land has declared sanctions against our island nation. All businesses are blocked. Another person shouted. Those foreign businesses, with the exception of Woolly Bear Country and Dragon Country, have also cancelled their orders. What should be done? Everyone was tense at this moment. Damn it, do the Eagle Land people really have to do this? A middle-aged man in a straight suit couldn't help but curse out angrily, his face filled with anxiety and despair. This person was none other than the current head of state of Little Day, Yugumo Kishida. Xiongwen was on the verge of going crazy at the moment. On the surface, Little Day's economy was a great power, second only to Eagle Land and Dragon Kingdom. However, only when they really started the war did they realize that they were far inferior to Dragonland, Woolly Bear and other independent and autonomous countries. They are just a parasite attached to Eagle Land. They are just a parasite attached to Eagle Land. They look good on a normal day, but if the host is dissatisfied, they can kick them off with one kick and they have no way to do anything about it. What can we do? What do we do? Should we apologize? Yes, apologize. Xiongwen suddenly thought of a method. The best thing about Xiao Tianzi was bowing and apologizing, and he even often knelt down, only for Yuman to then quickly realize that this matter could not be put to rest with a simple apology. Eagle Land is really angry this time. Could it be that our island country, is it really going to be over? Yufumi only felt cold all over. Suddenly, Military Minister Shigeru Kawakami spoke up. Head of state, I do have a method to try here. What? Yufumi's eyes lit up. Kawakami Shigeru paused and spat out 2 words, Lin Hai. Yuman froze. The name seemed somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall. Kawakami Shigeru and could only remind, it's that Dragon Nation man who sold us weapons. So it was him. Xiongwen remembered and asked again, Kawakami-jun, you said Lin Hai can save us, is that true? Kawakami Shigeru nodded. Yes, nowadays only Lin Hai can save us. All the other countries have succumbed to Eagle Land, only the Dragon Kingdom and the Furry Bear Kingdom are undeterred. The Momozoku is now distracted and the Dragon Kingdom is officially at war with us, so the only one who can speak to Eagle Land now is Lin Hai. Shionwen heard this and felt that it made sense, but then asked, "But how can an arms dealer who sells weapons influence a country's decision?" Kawakami Shigeru couldn't help but sigh and reminded, "Head of state, forgive me for being presumptuous, do you think that a person who can build a B-52 bomber is an ordinary person? As far as I know, Lin Hai doesn't just provide goods for our island nation, his goods can even be traced back as far as the batch of electromagnetic rifles in the middle of the war in the Woolly Bear country. And then we followed those Eagle Land people to find this company, and according to Lin Hai, he also provided Eagle Land with military labor. Therefore, the so-called Pingqiao toy factory is definitely not an ordinary small business, but a large enterprise comparable to General Atomics and Boeing. The owner of such an enterprise, his words definitely carry weight. Lin Hai is a money-grubbing man, so we just need to promise him a lot of money, and he'll naturally help us, even if it's not feasible. We have to try, right?" Kawakami Shigeru spoke in a very moving voice. Shionwen listened and pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and nodding his head in agreement. "In that case, then you go and return quickly. Remember, don't be afraid to spend money. No matter what chips he offers, we have to take them." Kawakami Shigeru took a deep breath. It only felt as if the entire Small Day nation was on his shoulders at the moment. With a heavy responsibility, Kawakami Shigeru bowed. "Yes, I will definitely not dishonor my mission." Zhangzhou inside the office, Lin Hai looked at the live broadcast with a smile. Su Qingxue was dressed according to her own instructions again today, not revealing but very flattering. This girl is also getting on, dressing gradually matured. It appeared even more voluptuous. It was estimated that as long as one was male, one would be amazed just by looking at it. Is admiring Su Qingxue's body. Who knows, at this time a phone call came over. Receiving it and listening to it only to see the voice over there come. Lin sang, "Hello, I'm Kawakami Shigeru, I've arrived at the factory gate, can I see you please?" Coming, Lin Hai's eyes lit up with joy. A mature leek has to learn to harvest itself. "Do you see that this little day is not coming?" After a pause, Lin Hai said, "Come in." But in a moment, Kawakami Shigeru's short figure appeared in the office. As soon as he saw Lin Hai, Kawakami Shigeru directly fell to his knees with a thud. Lin sang, "Help, nowadays only you can save our little life." Lin Hai knew as soon as he heard it why Kawakami Shigeru had come and was about to die of laughter in his heart, but his face remained a stoic expression. "Alas, Mr. Kawakami, I knew that this is why you came this time. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you in." Lin Hai sighed. Kawakami Shigeru froze. Lin-san, could it be that you already knew that I was going to come and ask for your help?" Lin Hai put on an inscrutable look. "Nowadays, the only one who can have a way to save your little life is probably me. Where else can you go besides here?" Kawakami Shigeru heard this and was overjoyed. You mean you have a way?" A trace of chagrin surfaced on Lin Hai's face, as if he only just realized that he had said the wrong thing. Immediately after waved his hand and said, "I don't want to get involved in this matter, you guys might as well hire another person." The expression on Lin Hai's face was keenly captured by Kawakami Shigeru, and immediately in his heart he confirmed even more that Lin Hai had a way to make Eagle Land retreat. It was just that he didn't want to do it. At that moment, Kawakami Shigeru begged bitterly. Lin sang, "The survival of our island nation is in your hands. I beg you to be kind." Lin Hai sighed, "Stop it. If I really help you guys, Eagle Land's side definitely won't let up. Even they would, as a result, cancel a large number of orders between me and Eagle Land. In that case, what can I do about my losses? After all is said and done, it's still about money. However, as long as it's about money, that's fine." Thinking of this, Kawakami Shigeru hurriedly said, "Lin-san, on Eagle Land's side, no matter how many orders there are, we'll compensate for them at the same price. In addition, as long as Lin-sang can save our island, we will order weapons from Lin-sang every year in the future." That's it. Lin Hai couldn't help but skim in his heart. This is still begging, no sincerity at all. Lin Hai could only beat around the bush and reminded him, "This isn't impossible, just that I can't go for nothing after a busy trip, right?" Kawakami Shigeru immediately understood Lin Hai's meaning, nodded his head and hurriedly said, "Lin-sang, our island country, we will never let Lin-sang run for nothing. If this matter can really be accomplished, we are willing to pay a price of $50 billion, $500 billion? Lin Hai once again sneered in his heart. The small day is really petty. This is a country in trouble, a mere $50 billion to send a beggar, Lin Hai said indifferently. Mr. Kawakami Shigeru, since you didn't come with sincerity, then I think the conversation between us can be suspended. I like to talk to an intelligent person, not a madman and a cheapskate. Kawakami Shigeru swallowed and immediately apologized. Lin-sen, I'm really sorry, I was confused just now. What I said was $200 billion. Lin Hai's heart was then satisfied for a few moments, however it was still not enough. Lin Hai continued to put on a hesitant look and pondered. It was as if he was thinking about whether or not to make a move. Lin Hai had plenty of time to spend with this guy. After all, it wasn't like he was the one in a hurry. Sure enough, but in a moment Kawakami Shigeru was crying and raised the price again. Lin sang $250 billion. This is the limit we've come up with. Lin Hai's eyes lit up. $250 billion? Not bad, that's about right. Even if it's a payout, I guess that's the amount that Little Day gave to Eagle Land. Thinking of this, Lin Hai coughed dryly a few times and finally straightened up. Well, Mr. Kawakami, your sincerity has impressed me. I'll promise you. Upon hearing this, Kawakami Shigeru was overjoyed. Really, Mr. Lin-san, I'm here to thank you on behalf of the island. Who knows, but Lin Hai waved his hand. But there's a problem, this time I'm asking for part of your compensation to be settled in gold, not dollars. Since a certain system in the last century, the dollar has been linked to gold. This thing Eagle Land want to print as much as they can anyway. There is the world together to pay the bill. They do not care about this. That's why we have the so-called bubble economy. But gold is different. This thing is rare and horribly difficult to extract, and it's not an ornamental item. It also plays a vital role in many highly refined technologies. Therefore, Lin Hai was prepared to stock up on things like gold. If Eagle Land tore himself apart one day, he would be prepared. Gold? We don't have much of that in the island. Kawakami Shigeru sucked in a breath of cold air, somewhat in a difficult situation. Oh, difficult? I think just don't do it. Lin Hai smirked. Now it's you begging me, not me begging you, and you're still picking and choosing. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Kawakami Shigeru instantly became honest. No, Lin-san, it's just difficult. Let's think of a way to do it. We'll still be able to do it. That's more like it. Lin Hai nodded in satisfaction. After Kawakami Shigeru left, Lin Hai then made a call without delay. Hello, Mr. Horace. I have a business here I want to do with you. I wonder if I have the time. On the same day, Eagle Land, inside the Pentagon, a secret meeting is taking place. Major Horace, could you repeat what you just said? A middle-aged man in a slate suit asked with an unhappy frown. This man was none other than Eagle Land's current top Air Force general, the Air Force Chief of Staff, Alexander. In front of him, Alexander took a deep breath and repeated his words. I say, General, we should stop our attack on the island. The moment these words came out, the people present all changed their faces, looking at him with puzzled eyes, one face full of astonishment. One must know that besieging Little Day, curbing its development and keeping it firmly in their hands was Eagle Land's consistent purpose. Now, the tiny Little Day has dared to hide weapons in private. Isn't this a rebellion? If we don't give the Little Day a big lesson now, what will happen in the future? Alexander said coldly. Major Horace, although you have pulled in some very cheap and good quality bombers for our Air Force, but that doesn't mean that you can dictate the decisions of our senior officers. Horace immediately waved his hand. No, gentlemen, I have absolutely nothing against you all. This is just a proposal, and this proposal comes from a Dragon Nation man. Lin Hai, Dragon Country man? The people present looked at each other in disbelief. Since when did the Pentagon need a Dragon Nation to tell it what to do? Only Alexander's face changed. Is that the Lin Hai who sold us the bombers? Horace nodded. Yes, it's that Lin Hai who offered $10 million for the Predator drone and $100 million for the B-52 bomber. The people in the room stared again at that. How much did you say? $10 million for a Predator drone, $100 million B-52 bomber. That's a lot cheaper than picking up a shipment from one of those weapons companies in Eagle Land. It's like no money at all. Your Air Force had this bargain and didn't notify us. General Alexander, you're not even close. This price, compared to buying weapons from Boeing and General Atomics, is much cheaper. Alexander dryly coughed twice, his old face reddening. Lin Hai's side had limited production capacity, and if he let these guys know about it, they would definitely want to steal orders from himself in the future. It was definitely more enjoyable to have it all to himself. Even if that's the case, a small arms merchant is just a small arms merchant, not to mention a Dragon Kingdom person. It can't sway our decision, Alexander said. Eagleland soldiers must have their own integrity. The others also nodded one after another. That's right. What Alexander said was right. Even if this arms dealer can sell us cheap weapons, he has no say here. Not just a merchant. Do you really think you can run roughshod over us here? A group of people sneered. $5 million of Predator drones, $50 million of B-52 bombers. Do you guys want them? Horus didn't talk much and spoke directly. The moment these words came out, the scene instantly fell into dead silence. A group of people froze in place as if they were petrified. The scene was so quiet that one could hear the sudden heartbeats in the chests of the crowd. How much? After a long time, Alexander asked with glaring eyes. 5 million Predator drones, 50 million B-52 bombers. That wouldn't even cover the cost, would it? You know, according to General Atomics, the cost of a Predator drone was a whopping $14 million. And selling them to the military for $34 million is already the lowest price, although the military has repeatedly asked for a price reduction, but people just won't let go. No way. For the sake of the world's leading military, Eagleland can only pinch their noses and buy some. And drones, this kind of thing, unlike fighter bombers, belong to the easy-to-consume weapons. That is to say, it is very likely that a warpast to consume do not know how many drones. Therefore, although the Predator UAVs are called drones, what they do is generally just to carry out reconnaissance and surveillance missions. Because it is too expensive, can't afford it. $5 million for a Predator drone meant that Eagleland could use it as a perishable item or even a disposable item. Think about it. On top of a battlefield, a formation of Reaper drones rushing towards the enemy, firing missiles and even blowing themselves up at any cost. What's your solution? Swallowing hard, Alexander stood up and pulled Horus, staring straight at him. Major Horus, say that again. How much? Horus had no choice but to repeat what he said. 5 million Predator drones, 50 million B-52 bombers, and the quality can be guaranteed absolutely full. Alexander was ruthlessly moved, but looking at the expressions of his old friends around him, he could only dryly cough twice and said stiffly, cough cough cough, this price is indeed good, but we Eagleland soldiers have to be ethical, maintain good virtues. We are not going to give in to the Dragon Kingdom, especially a dragon Kingdom arms dealer. Absolutely not. Lin Hai can still sell us B-2 bombers. Horus spoke again. Alexander froze in place. What B-2? You mean that ghost bomber? Alexander stood up with a slap on the table and asked with a direct growl. To know the B-2 bomber was a nightmare that haunted the hearts of countless countries. It was also Eagleland's proudest Air Force equipment. However, because the cost was too high, Eagleland had no way to mass produce them and could only stop production. But even so, Alexander, the Air Force admiral, was still obsessed with the B-2, Eagleland's ace bomber. How did he get the drawings? No, they couldn't build this thing even if they had the drawings, Alexander muttered as his face was filled with astonishment. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom is already powerful to this point? Horus shook his head. No, General Alexander, as far as I know, this Lin Hai is not an official person of the Dragon Kingdom. The last time I ventured to the Dragon Kingdom to investigate, the Dragon Kingdom officials were even very wary of Lin Hai. Besides, if the Dragon Kingdom officials really had these advanced weapons, they certainly wouldn't be hiding them if the international order was so chaotic nowadays. Analyzing it together, Alexander also nodded. Not bad. It seems that this Lin Hai is really able to create bombers for us. After a pause, Alexander directly asked the question he was most concerned about. But I do not know how much is the price of the B-2 bomber. Eagleland is not that it cannot make a B-2 bomber is too expensive. Cost, each B-2 cost $2.4 billion to build, and when measured by weight, the B-2 is 2 to 3 times more expensive per unit of weight than gold was worth in service. That was $2.4 billion a few decades ago. Nowadays the price is at least a few times more. Even Eagleland's Nimitz-class carriers sell for $4 billion a pop. That meant that 2 B-2 bombers cost $800 million more than even one of its carriers. Horus took a deep breath. General Alexander, you must pay attention to what I say next. Never pass out. Alexander frowned unhappily. Joke. I'm an Eagleland Air Force admiral. What words can make me faint? Am I one of those $500 million a B-2 bomber? At once Alexander felt a wave of dizziness and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Horus was quick on his feet and stepped forward to directly grab Alexander. General, are you all right? Do you need a doctor? Alexander waved his hand. No, how much did you say? The price of a B-2 bomber, how much was it? Horace could only repeat, $500 million a pop, General. This time it wasn't just Alexander, even everyone present couldn't help but be astonished. $500 million for one B-2, what's the difference between that and giving it away for nothing? Alexander recovered from his vertigo. It was immediately followed by a vicious heartbeat. What did Lin Hai just say? He wants to stop the strategy of the small days, right? I think that's a great proposal, Alexander said in a serious manner. After all, we in Eagle Land are peace lovers. As for what he just said about conduct and such, Alexander rightly regarded it as his own fart. Ethics, screw ethics. What ethics are more important than money? Besides, at $500 million a pop, it meant that the Air Force would be able to purchase B-2 bombers in large quantities. Imagine 100 B-2 bombers, which are said to be globally accessible, silently approaching the skies over an enemy country, ready to drop their bombs at any moment. Who wouldn't be scared? It's exciting to think about. Alexander's move quickly drew the ire of the other generals. General Alexander, you're being a little fickle, aren't you? That's right, a small benefit will make your Air Force give in. Our army will never listen to the Dragon Kingdom, our navy is as well, a group of generals said with great disdain, clutching their chests. Horace glanced at them and spoke again. Generals, Lin Hai said that not only Air Force equipment but all other weapons he can build them. General White, $1 billion for the amphibious assault ship Tripoli, do you want it? General Black, $10 million M1A2 SAPV-3 tanks, do you want them? And General Shilas, your Naval Special Warfare Unit has independent sea, air and land systems, so it seems that all three weapons you need to put? Lin Hai said he could sell them to you as a package. A set of words came down. Several generals suddenly felt that what submission, what integrity didn't seem so important. Cough, cough, cough. If that's the price, it seems like it's possible to talk about it. $1 billion for the amphibious assault ship Tripoli. I'll take as many as I can get. This Lin Hai, can he really build so many good things? This time, it wasn't just Alexandria, all the other generals were shaken inwardly. After all, they didn't want to really fight for a small time, it was just to shock and awe and then reap some benefits from it before expanding the garrison. But now it seemed that the benefits gained from knocking Little Day seemed to be far less than the benefits given by Lin Hai's side. Alas, it's a pity that this Lin Hai is from the Dragon Kingdom, and his factories are all in the Dragon Kingdom. Alexander suddenly thought of something and said with a frown, it can't be helped, the conflict between Dragonland and Eagle Land is too serious. If there's the slightest slip up, there's a good chance that the order will be dead in the water. It doesn't matter. Lin Hai said that he is willing to open factories in Saudi Arabia, at the Emirate and other such places specifically for making our Eagle Land's orders. Again Horace was throwing down the gauntlet, but it's just that while I persuaded him to take Eagle Land citizenship, Lin Hai was quick to reject it, and it doesn't seem like it's feasible. Alexander's eyes lit up at once. Being able to organize factories in these parts of Saudi Arabia, haha, it's so familiar to us that it's like a backyard. In that case, what do you all think? Alexander looked at the generals. Here, he alone didn't count, he had to have the others agree together to make it work. However, due to the bait that Lin Hai had thrown down, the several generals hardly had much of an opinion, and all of them bluntly and painfully agreed. Good, in that case let's pass it unanimously. Alexander nodded with great satisfaction. Pass down my order. Immediately stop all military operations against Little Dave, withdraw the carriers and bombers, have all the garrison troops removed from war readiness as well. By the way, I'll go back and inspect the situation in the Emirate and other places to see what's suitable for opening factories. These past few days, the international situation has been a series of twists and turns. First, there was friction between Eagle Land and Little Day and war was nearly declared. There was a lot of speculation on the internet that this was just a random excuse made by Eagle Land in order to completely incorporate Little Day into Eagle Land. What was unexpected was that after only a day or two, Eagle Land simply cancelled all military operations. Everything came to a screeching halt. It was as if it had never happened. The crowd was shocked. What in the world had happened? A group of people speculated, but no one could come up with a solid conclusion. Even the officials of Eagle Land kept their mouths shut about it, apparently not wanting to reveal half of it. However, it was worth mentioning that after this incident, Eagle Land suddenly announced that it would adjust its military spending in the future and would import a large amount of weapons from foreign countries. This move made other countries even more nervous. It is important to realize that an arms race is often a prerequisite for war. Does it mean that Eagle Land wants to have a war again? The international situation was immediately tense. Even the Woolly Bear country had drawn a portion of its troops back from the battlefield with Irmão to conduct a military maneuver. The Dragon country was naturally no exception and came to a military parade. The countries acted differently, but their nerves were all taut. However, under this tense international atmosphere, Pingqiao Toy Factory was acting like nothing was wrong and even launched another download option on top of its official website. This new download option was a game. There were no fancy teasers or promos, not even advertisements. The only thing there was a plain download interface. Ever since Xiao Yu's assistant had passed, there was a group of people staring intently at Pingqiao's official website interface every day in order to be the first to get news. After all, Lin Hai was too weird. Other products, even the most popular things, had to advertise in order for the audience to remember them. All of Lin Hai's products, however, didn't have this habit. Anyway, the stuff was just hanging there so you could buy it if you liked. And even though it was hidden so deeply, the entire Dragon Kingdom spontaneously publicized for it, just because of one word, good. All of Lin Hai's products, including hydrogen cars, small moon assistants, photolithography, either the quality is completely crushed compared to similar products, either that there was no substitute. In this way, even without any advertising, people would actively seek them out. In a word, having technology is capricious. And at this moment, inside a dilapidated rental house, a game, the name is Tai Xian. Interesting, a young man snapped his feet while clicking on the official website of Hirabashi Toy Car. Nowadays it's all popular to cross the border, but the black-hearted boss has crossed too much, right? From cars to AI to photolithography, and now the hand is reaching into the game field? This is my strong point, hehe. The man's name is Lu Shan, a freshly graduated college student. He has just been fired by the company and can't find a job for a while, so he can only squat in his rental house and play games every day, muddling through his days. However, fortunately he has a skill, because he grew up hobby game knowledge and technology are very rich, counted as a small well-known players. Therefore, in a forum to do a game board moderator every month can be considered. To earn a little advertising money, for Lin Hai to actually make a game, Lu Shan was very excited, as this was his specialized field. However, as soon as he opened the download screen, Lu Shan couldn't help but frown. Only 10G in size? Could it be a small game? To note the so-called 3A masterpieces nowadays, one by one, are almost all over 100G in size. Even more so, there were 180G ones. This 10G game, I'm afraid that compared to the size of those 3A masterpieces mapping model data, it's not even close, right? Forget it, let's take a look first. Lu Shan with a heart full of doubts waiting for the download. 10G game download quickly, just a few minutes. Lu Shan will enter the installation interface. After the installation, enter the game. At the very beginning, a black and red longsword-like logo flashed by carrying the text, Pingqiao Game Studio. It seemed to be a subsidiary of the black-hearted boss. Lu Shan nodded his head. The game officially started. The screen dimmed and became pitch black. Immediately after, a cosmic starry sky-like scene slowly emerged, countless stars forming countless galaxies slowly rotating in the middle of the screen, emitting a faint light. This scene was not rare amongst games, but unlike other games, the grandeur of this scene and the richness and vividness of the details, one couldn't help but be shocked by looking at it. I'm going so scary. Lu Shan originally wanted to serve a glass of water, but when he saw this, he sat down hard and watched carefully. After watching for a few seconds, Lu Shan couldn't help but wonder, isn't the game called Tai Xian? How is it a starry opening? Could it be a science fiction theme? Before the words fell, the screen changed abruptly, only to see a huge figure emerge in the endless starry sky. This figure, incomparably tall, spanned across countless galaxies and exuded dazzling golden light all over its body. Even the light emitted by the trillions of galaxies together could not compare to that golden light in the slightest, and appeared incomparably dim. Oh my, is this an immortal emperor? Is it so awesome? Lu Shan also loved to read web novels in his daily life, and naturally he could not help but be astonished at this moment as he was open-mouthed about what immortal Emperor Supreme was. This expressive power is really too terrifying. You know, those Eagle Lens Hollywood blockbusters, the biggest scene is just a group of spaceships in space battles. See, once feel fresh behind the tired, because the scene is just too small, and this horrible expressive power directly dumped those so-called Hollywood blockbusters a few streets. However, this horrifyingly magnificent figure collapsed like glass a few seconds later. In an instant the golden light dimmed. Before the light completely dissipated, the huge golden figure let out a sigh. Alas, am I really still unable to reach the other shore? No matter what, I will grant you this cosmic being a creation, this Tai Xian, it will be gifted to the one who has the destiny. As the words fell, a scroll of jade slips cut through the universe and rushed towards a star. Eventually, everything in the star returned to normal. After watching this CG, Lu Shan's back almost broke out in sweat. It was too real. This detail, this picture quality and physical effect, compared to those Hollywood blockbusters, it was no less. Even because of the culture of the people of the Dragon Kingdom and the magnificent imagination, it is even better than Hollywood in these aspects. This is the opening CG of the game. Lu Shan could not help but be shocked. But after a moment, Lu Shan shook his head. No matter how good the opening CG is, the most important thing about the game is the content of the game. Even if the beginning is good and the content is bad, I will still criticize it. Lu Shan was very serious about games. No matter what others said, he would bluntly point out a game's shortcomings. The opening animation hadn't ended yet. The screen went black, then steeply transferred to a small village in the middle of the mountains in beautiful water. Look at the dress and style, just like the ancient Dragon Kingdom. There were farmers plowing, there were also people carrying hoes walking by, and there were young children playing next to them. Listening sideways, one can even hear a faint sound of chanting in unison coming from the left, which seems to be organized by a village school. With this image, Lu Shan was once again shocked. He had played quite a few so-called Eagle Land 3A masterpieces, but none of them, just the opening CG, could shock people so much. If the starry sky just now was too vast and huge to reflect the tension, then now this small village can be said to be the details and physical effects to the point of horror. Every flower, every grass, every tree, every villager who walked, the clothes on their bodies trembled as they walked, and even the mud that splattered under their feet and burst onto the grass by the side of the road could be shown. This is really a work made by the people of the country. Lu Shan swallowed his saliva. It was a well-known fact that the Dragon Kingdom's game industry was weakening. Even if there were some games that made it out of the country, most of them were just secondary style. Such an original Dragon Kingdom immortal style, not to mention seeing it, Lu Shan didn't even dare to think about it. The CG continued. The screen panned over to a small hillock only to see a young man with a clear face sitting cross-legged on top of a boulder, his eyes half closed, his face somewhat sad, and by his feet he was placing the tiny jade brief Tai Xian. This is the main character, right? Lu Shan looked on. Sure enough, after a long time had passed, the teenager opened his eyes with a somewhat depressed look and couldn't help but mumble, "Is my qualification really that stupid? This immortal cultivation tome that I picked up by chance, I actually can't get started? Alas, could it be that Lin Xian can only become a one-term country village boy in this life?" Hearing this name, Lu Shan couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xian, Lin Hai, the black-hearted boss, is a bit naughty. However, what Lu Shan didn't expect was that right at this moment the CG ended, but there was no interface or prompts such as choosing the game difficulty like a normal game. Lu Shan slightly moved the keyboard only to find that he was able to manipulate the protagonist Lin Xian at will, but he didn't know exactly what to do. There's such a thing. How can I play without quests? Lu Shan could only manipulate the protagonist to wander around. Everywhere he went, there were villagers greeting him. There was a smiling little widow with a loving brow winking and asking the protagonist to go to her house for dinner at night. There was also a little girl with big eyes and a bun head who called out to Brother Xian and pampered him. There are also a few people who looked bad after seeing the protagonist frown and did not say anything. Obviously there is a conflict with the protagonist. Lu Shan wandered around the small village for half a day, and the more he explored, the more frightened he became. Holy shit, this is the quality that the first act of the novice village should have? Those CGs just now, it turns out that they weren't animated in advance, but rendered in real time. Physical effects, details, all of these originally existed. What shocked Lu Shan even more was that he couldn't find where the boundary line was at all. It seemed that outside of the entire village he was able to walk out and explore at will as if it was the real world. But Lu Shan had no way to do so, because after a few hours in the game, the protagonist's stomach began to growl, and when he looked closely his mouth was dry. There was actually a need to eat and drink, there was hunger present. Lu Shan licked his lips, thought about it, and ordered a takeaway, bought 10 bottles of Green Ox, 5 buckets of instant noodles and 10 ham sausages. He decided to study this game all night today. Jiangzhou Pingqiao Toy Factory. Lin Hai was comfortably blowing on the air conditioner and was thinking about having a nap. Who knows, at this moment, Lin Hai, an earth-shattering roar made Lin Hai almost fall to the ground in fear. Without waiting for Lin Hai to react, he only saw several people barging into the present. Fixing his eyes on them, it was Li Shu, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Li Shu's face was furious, and he opened his mouth to ask, "Lin Hai, what have you done to make Eagle Land actually retreat? Do you know this is enough to shoot the fault?" So it was for this matter. Lin Hai immediately took a long breath. At the same time there was some fear in his heart. It seems that in the future he will have to decorate his office inside and outside. At least he can't let people casually break in. Cough, Chief, I can explain this matter. Lin Hai gave a dry cough and said, "Explain." Li Shu looked like he wanted to kill someone. "Do you know that we in the Dragon Kingdom had planned to take this opportunity to secretly weaken the ties between Eagle Land and the island, but you suddenly asked Eagle Land to withdraw their troops. What else do you want to explain?" Li Shu was about to be furious. Originally, the Dragon Kingdom had wanted to use this opportunity of infighting between Eagle Land and the island nation to make a move so as to break Eagle Land's military hegemony. At the very least, it couldn't allow Eagle Land to still be so close to Little Day. What he didn't expect was that Lin Hai had intervened in this matter. This made the Dragon Kingdom's calculations directly fall through. In that case, how could Li Shu not be angry? Lin Hai hurriedly pacified, "Don't be anxious, Chief, I can really explain. You sit down first, let's talk slowly." Li Shu snorted coldly. "If it wasn't for the sake of your past, the one who came to you now would be the special brigade, not me." With that, still sat down. Although Li Shu was furious from past contact with Lin Hai, he didn't seem like the kind of person who would sell out his country, which was why he gave her the chance to explain. Only then did Lin Hai speak eloquently. "Chiefly, do you really think that Eagle Land will take military action against Little Day?" Lin Hai asked rhetorically. Li Shu was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "Impossible. Although Eagle Land is furious, it's absolutely impossible for Eagle Land to cut off one of its own arms and lose the power to hamstring our Dragon Kingdom." Lin Hai clapped his hands. "That's right, therefore even if I don't intervene, Eagle Land will only be a deterrent and will definitely not generate any military action against Little Day. I am merely maneuvering from the middle." Li Shu sneered. "Even if that's the case, you're still accelerating Eagle Land's speed of closing down, making our plan a lost cause, so you can't be blamed for that." Lin Hai waved his hand. No, Chiefly, what if I took this opportunity to actually accelerate Eagle Land's demise?" Eagle Land's demise? Li Shu froze. Even a country as powerful as the Dragon Kingdom with regards to Eagle Land, it was only trying to find ways to get rid of its blockade and then stopping it from developing. Letting Eagle Land perish? Not even thinking about it. Eagle Land was the most powerful country in the world, there's no doubt about it. Even though Li Shu regarded Eagle Land as a thorn in his side, there was still no denying that Eagle Land was the most powerful country in the world, bar none. Whether it was military, economic, or development, Eagle Land was a big step ahead of other countries. In a few decades ago, Eagle Land, although the country compared to the Dragon Country small, but the economy is full of Dragon Country several times or even a dozen times. It wasn't until these years that Dragonland's economy had kept up and was only second to Eagle Land. But per capita, it was still quite a bit worse. Such a big country, the Dragon Kingdom, although it is not as small as the days that fear to the bone, but it is also very scornful and regards it as its number one enemy. You Lin Hai actually said that you wanted to exterminate it? Isn't this just nonsense? As if he could see Li Shu's doubts, Lin Hai began to speak eloquently. "Remember what I told you before, the proposal of dumping into the Eagle Land market, causing their local industry to collapse?" Li Shu naturally remembered and immediately nodded. "Of course I remember, but what does it have to do with this?" Lin Hai smiled slightly. "This time negotiating with Eagle Land, I'm selling all the high-end weaponry of their Navy, Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard and the recently established Pacific Air Force, a total of 6 militaries, at a very low price. Including but not limited to amphibious combat ships, transports, bombers, tanks, rifles, everything." Li Shu was dumbfounded by what he heard. It took a long time before he uttered a sentence in a trembling voice. "Why don't you fucking sell me out?" The strength or otherwise of a country's military power is not based on the number of soldiers. Because in this day and age 10,000 single soldiers with rifles are not as high a threat as one bomber. If not numbers, then what? Military weapons, of course. The quantity and quality of weapons are all determining factors. For example, Eagle Land's most advanced B-2 bomber can bypass the radar of all countries and bomb. Other countries don't even have the ability to fight back. That's the power of technology. But technology often means expensive. A B-2 bomber was too expensive to build, so even if Eagle Land wanted to dominate the world, they could only produce a few dozen before stopping. and Lin Hai was so good that he actually sent the sharp edge into the hands of the enemy. What was this about? Lin Hai smiled faintly and waved his hand without haste, interrupting Li Shu's next words, and continued, "Oh chief, don't be in a hurry, listen to me. The weapons and equipment I sold them are all very backward and not worth mentioning. That is somewhat B-2 bomber, Tripoli amphibious assault ship, B-52 bomber, M1A2 SAPV-3 tanks and so on. Originally I would like to sell nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, but the thought of taking out this at once a bit scary, so it suspended." Li Shu was dumbfounded. "B-2 bombers, the amphibious assault ship Tripoli, you call this backward, not worth mentioning? This is a technology that other countries are coveting. How come in your mouth, as if the weeds on the side of the road is commonplace, and you want to sell nuclear-powered aircraft carriers to Eagle Land?" At this moment, even Li Shu couldn't help but be shocked and marveled in his heart with a shocked expression on his face. After a long time, Li Shu swallowed his saliva, looked at Lin Hai and shook his head. "Lin Hai, you kid, I'm kind of convinced of you. If you say that selling arms to Eagle Land is treason, then selling to Eagle Land aircraft carriers, that must be something else. You tell me. As the saying goes, those who steal the hook are executed, those who steal the country are the vassals, and the absurdity to the extreme will become normal instead." Lin Hai heatedly smiled. "That's for sure. I just said it earlier, wanting to dump goods in Eagle Land. I'm precisely using extremely low prices for weapons, selling them these arms no molds so that their local General Atomics, Boeing, and so on will all go bankrupt one after another, and that's just from the military side. I guess you've noticed that I'm actively trying to take over the market from other civilian aspects such as gaming, artificial intelligence and automobiles. Heh, when all my quality goods enter Eagle Land, their local market will surely expand instantly. Those businesses will surely die out straight away. In that case, wouldn't Eagle Land be the equivalent of chronic suicide?" As Li Shu listened to these words, he deeply felt that they made sense. However, he thought of another thing that is not right and asked, "Even if you are dumping arms, then if you wait until Eagle Land's military power expands, what should we do if it is unfavorable to our Dragon Kingdom? With so many weapons, who can resist?" Lin Hai hemmed and hawed and patted his chest. "Of course it's wrapped up in me. I've said it all. What B-2 stealth bomber for me is just a backward toy. I have more good things here." Huh? Li Shu stared at Lin Hai dead in the face. Lin Hai had good things here, that he knew. But to call a B-2 bomber a backward toy, that sounded a bit braggadocious. After a long time, Li Shu suddenly thought and reacted. "You kid, you ate the benefits at Eagle Land's end and then you want to sell something on the Dragon Country's side? How come you're taking advantage of everything?" Although Lin Hai was selling Eagle Land weaponry at a low price, he was definitely making a profit, not to mention selling to Eagle Land, but also to Dragon Land. This kid, he's eating at both ends. Actually, it's a three-pronged meal. I even took a favor at Little Day's place. Lin Hai silently recited in his heart, but he didn't dare to say this out loud. He just coughed dryly and then said, Chief, words can't be said like that. Isn't my selling advanced weaponry to the Dragon Kingdom also to help the Dragon Kingdom grow? Anyway, it's for the benefit of the Dragon Kingdom, a great deal of benefit." Facing Lin Hai's thick-skinned, Li Shu could only sigh helplessly. Then Lin Hai rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Chief, what kind of weaponry do we need for the Dragon Kingdom? Just ask, I have it all here." "What weaponry does the Dragon Kingdom need?" Li Shu was confused. For a moment he really couldn't say. There are too many weapons and equipment in modern warfare, and many of the Dragon Kingdom's equipment is not inferior to Eagle Land. Li Shu thought for half a day and finally said, "This matter is too important. I can only go to ask the heads of the military region to discuss it first. By the way, as for this price or something," Lin Hai patted his chest, "don't worry, the weapons procured by our own people we will definitely give the lowest price, and it's guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Anyway, it's the officials who provide the materials and they only need to pay for some manpower. It's equivalent to a no-cost business." Lu Shan was going crazy. How in the world should he embark on the path of immortal cultivation? Throughout the night, Lu Shan maneuvered the protagonist around the village, not daring to go out. It was not because of the air wall restriction, but because there were many fierce beasts outside the village. The area where the protagonist is located is similar to the ancient times of the Dragon Kingdom. The village is cheaper, not to mention that the surrounding ecology is still very good, with many fierce beasts infesting the area. Even in the village, from time to time can be rumored whose family still son was taken by the wolf or fierce tiger down the mountain, hurt people, and other rumors can be seen to be rampant. Once Lu Shan do not believe in evil, manipulate the protagonist wants to go out to explore, did not expect to be met with a hungry eyes or glowing green wolf. Fortunately, Lu Shan maneuvered to climb up the tree only to avoid a cut. Lu Shan can surmise that according to the degree of realism of this game, its death penalty is definitely very serious. With no choice but to temporarily exit the game, Lu Shan searched for Tai Xian on top of the major forums. There's a posting bar so soon? Lu Shan was a bit surprised, only to see that a posting bar named Tai Xian had already been established and the number of followers had already exceeded 100,000. In just one night's time, a posting bar had been created and the number of followers had exceeded 100,000. If it wasn't Tai Xian, other people could totally say that it was a brushed water army. Clicking inside the posting bar, sure enough, most of the posts were complaining about the game's difficulty being too high, the lack of guidance, and so on, but all of them will add a sentence. But this game is really real, whether it is details or picture quality, completely ahead of the world and era. Lu Shan secretly nodded in his heart in agreement. This game's picture quality and details, physics engine and so on, was really too horrible. Even the so-called Unreal V engine was not even worthy of mentioning shoes in front of it. What was even more terrifying was that this game was actually only 10 gig, countless people speculated, but there wasn't a concrete statement. Continuing to browse on, suddenly a post aroused Lu Shan's curiosity. It turned out that none of the birth points were the same. Click in to take a look, and a netizen shared his findings. This game is 2 on the head. Yesterday played an all-nighter early. This morning roommate saw a special shock, thought I was watching a movie. Know that after I play the game, always do not touch the game. He also bought a copy to play. I just downloaded it and I was going to give him a few pointers, but then I realized that his birth point and protagonist's identity were completely different from mine. My character's birthplace is called Tianxian Continent and the protagonist is the descendant of a blacksmith from Lian County in the Daqian dynasty named Xiao Fan. And the place where my roommate was born is called the Fire Swallow Realm and is a princess of the Great Liang dynasty named Su Qingxue. Everyone could see that. They were all different in terms of status, identity and worldview, but the only thing that was the same was that they all possessed the heavenly Xian Jade Slip. Seeing this, Lu Shan couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was actually multiple protagonists. This game volume was actually so terrifying. However, what made Lu Shan feel amazed was yet to come. I was curious, just how many worlds and birth points does this game have? So I pulled a group and collected about a couple hundred groupies in. Once I counted them, guess what? I can't believe that everyone's identity, world status, are all different. What kind of concept is that? That means there are at least a few hundred different worlds, plotline, stories, etc. This game is too scary, right? Lu Shan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw this. It wasn't like there were no games with multiple protagonists and multiple plot lines, but it was the first time he had heard of one that had at least a few hundred worlds and made the details and such so horrible. Nope, there were only a couple hundred people in his group, all with different worldviews. If there were really only a few hundred storylines, there must be so many duplicates. That is to say, this game is very likely. Lu Shan's heart suddenly popped up a horrifying thought. Could it be that this game has an infinite number of worlds? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Shan was startled by himself. Are you kidding? Infinite? Unless it is my world kind of square game. Infinite generation is just using the code to repeat the same material over and over again. If every world is as vivid as their own protagonist and even has complex relationships, life this is a game that can be made by human beings? Below the post, many people followed up with replies. I also found out that my girlfriend and I are also in different worlds and we were going to play together, but it fizzled out. No way. How big is this game? 10G can actually do this? The black-hearted owner isn't an alien, is he? Woo, awesome. After flipping through half a day, Lu Shan was getting more and more excited about this game, rubbing his hands together, ready to go back to the game again to explore. However, just as he was about to close the page, a newly minted fine post was what caught his attention again. What is the use of Tai Xian? How to cultivate Tai Xian? Clicking in, it turned out that the owner had already begun to embark on the path of immortal cultivation and displayed a panel on which the words "refined Shi first level" were clearly written. Lu Shan immediately burst out in foul language. I go, the original is not no panel and UI because there is no officially embarked on the road of immortal cultivation. Sure enough, the world is too big, there are too many people. Actually, someone really feel out the road to cultivate immortality. Lu Shan sighed above, then couldn't wait to look down. Is everyone stuck for the night, not knowing what to do? I unintentionally opened Tai Xian, finally officially embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, finally on track. Next, I'll share my experience with you. First of all, the starting point must be high. Take for example my character born as the third prince of the Great Liang dynasty, although not favored, but after all, he is a prince. I wandered around the palace for a few days and was worried about what to do, but I found that the imperial dynasty's state sect, the Qingyang sect, had come down to accept disciples. Saying that the owner of the building with a few pictures, it is that day the scene of the Qingyang sect to accept the apprentice. Just see a few immortal Taoists hovering above the palace, countless ministers kneeling, even the head wearing a golden crown of the emperor is also bowed to salute, surrounded by clouds and mist, cranes flying. What a fairy weather! A screenshot alone shows how horrible the aesthetics of this game are, and the crowd is in awe again, although my character's qualifications were very incompetent. But after all, he was a royal son, and after I proposed to join, I was reluctantly allowed to join this immortal cultivation clan. After piling up the resources in the palace, I easily succeeded in condensing qi and stepped into the path of immortal cultivation. Everyone can see that birth is very important. I am the prince, only barely joined the immortal cultivation sect, have enough resources to condense qi. The average poor kid of whatever probably won't be able to find a way to successfully condense qi for the rest of his life. Real life is like that. It's the same in this game. If you don't have a good birth, I'm afraid you won't be able to turn your life around in your lifetime. Haha, do not say I went to find the little sister to cultivate immortality to go. See the end of the post. Lushan Samsai. His own character is the offspring of a hunter. In reality, his parents are both farmers. It can be said that both sides are the bottom of the roll. Is the bottom destined to not be able to turn around for the rest of his life? Who says that hunters can't cultivate immortality? Lushan ignited a burning fighting spirit. What prince? So what if you're of high birth? Even if I'm a step behind, I can still catch up with you. After saying that, Lushan picked up the green cow on the table and took a sip, then re-engaged in the game. Southern Military Region. As one of the 5 major war zones in the Dragon Kingdom, the Southern Military Region was formed by the union of several municipal and provincial military regions, and was also the highest military region command center in the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, inside a secret small room within the military region, several bigwigs were gathered here. From the patterns above the shoulder insignia, it could be seen that every one of them was at least at the general level. And at the head of the group was an old man with white hair, quite a flavor of non-angry authority. Next, we're going to discuss something about how to deal with this Lin Hai. The old man looked around the room, taking in all the different expressions of the others. The people below looked at each other, some were shocked, some were curious, but more were skeptical. They had heard about this person before they came. They heard that this guy had gotten into some kind of scheme to try to dump Eagle Land weapons. And he also wanted to sell weapons to Dragonland. This kid, his guts were too big. After a long period of silence, someone finally spoke up. Only a middle-aged man said, "I don't think it's right. We must make Lin Hai stop and restore international order." If Lin Hai had been dedicated to private enterprise, messing around with his hydrogen cars or photolithography or whatever, it would have been fine and we wouldn't have had a place to point our fingers. But if he extends his hand to the military, I can only say no. After all said here, the middle-aged man drank a mouthful of tea and then said, "This Lin Hai, his technology in the end from where, why before the precariousness and suddenly skyrocketed." Among the doubts, naturally, there is no need to elaborate. When these words came out, many people nodded in agreement. Unlike Eagle Land, their military was one that didn't care where you got your weaponry or whatever from as long as it was favorable. Dragonland was cautious about this because of the international situation and basically only manufactured weapons from within certain factories that carried the endorsement of military factories or from their own departments. Sourcing from private companies? There are certainly such things. But most of them are other things such as vegetables and meat, weapons and equipment, etc. were not available at all. Now that they're going to follow Eagle Land's lead and break the mold and procure equipment from a civilian company, they're sure to get a lot of opposition. I don't agree with your statement. Suddenly a person in the corner spoke out. When the crowd looked around, they saw a man in a white coat raise his hand. "Oh, Li Yuan? You say something?" The old man was nodding after. Seeing the man, Li Yuan took a deep breath and spoke eloquently. "This kind of technology, should it be divided into good and bad, good and evil? The ones who should be categorized into good and evil are the people who use the technology, Lin Hai's technology. Although we don't know where it came from, what we can confirm now is that Lin Hai is indeed a patriotic entrepreneur. Isn't that enough? Do we still have to force Lin Hai to hand over all of his technology, and that wouldn't be our most hated Eagle Land little day? The moment these words came out, the crowd also nodded in agreement. This kind of technology, only the use of the master can be divided into good and evil. For example, the atomic bomb in the hands of some people is a killing weapon, but in the hands of some it was transformed into a nuclear power plant for the benefit of all mankind. The old man nodded. Not bad. Continue. Li Yuan was inspired. A hint of joy flashed across his face and continued. Although we previously had no precedent of purchasing weapons from private enterprises, but the rules are dead, people are alive, and it's not something that violates the rules even if it's an exception, so what? Besides, Lin Hai's factory is not an arsenal, so let's just give him a license. When these words came out, even those middle-aged men who spoke out against Lin Hai couldn't help but nod their heads. Those who could sit in this position were all human beings. It was impossible for them to not see what was at stake, so none of them objected much either. However, they were still a little hesitant. Should they trust Lin Hai or not? Did he, a small private enterprise, really have the ability to dump the Eagle Land market and provide the Dragon Kingdom's military industry? Seeing that the crowd still had doubts, taking a deep breath, Li Yuan finally threw out a heavy bomb. General Lu, your Air Force nowadays, how is the equipment aspect? General Lu froze for a moment, not expecting to name himself, just wanted to open his mouth to speak, but didn't expect Li Yuan to wave his hand to stop it. Immediately after slowly said, B-2 bomber, do you want, B-2 bomber? General Lu stood up at once, his eyes staring at Li Yuan. Which B-2? Li Yuan smiled slightly. Besides that Eagle Land's ghost bomber, is there any other bomber in this world named B-2? The weapons Lin Hai was going to sell to Eagle Land included these things. The words came out. A chorus of cold air was heard in the conference room. B-2, you're not kidding, are you? Li Yuan, this is a meeting here, don't talk nonsense. How is this possible? Impossible. Lin Hai can build a B-2. You know, the B-2 bomber is the world's most advanced stealth bomber. Even today, it's still the same. How dare a small private company say it can build a B-2? It was simply a fantasy. At this time, someone else spoke up. Oh, I do believe it. The crowd couldn't help but physically tremble as they looked at that person incredulously, only to see that the one who spoke out was none other than that old man. The old man smiled and said, previously I had given Lin Hai a chance to leave his behavior alone for the time being. I didn't expect that in just a short period of time he would be able to come up with so many things. Photolithography machine, F-35 bomber, Reaper drone, holographic radar, hydrogen enhancement system, hummingbird drone. You guys, has he done less for the Dragon Kingdom? Piles and piles of glorious achievements were listed, and it was only at this time that the crowd realized that Lin Hai, it seemed like he was really good. These achievements and technologies, originally too, everyone didn't believe that Lin Hai was able to develop them. But he had indeed done it. Since that was the case, the so-called B-2 bomber, it wasn't impossible. The stage I gave him last time was too small, so perhaps he couldn't make it work. This time I'll give him a bigger stage. Oh, I want to see just how far this Lin Hai can go. Finally, Lu Shan exhaled a breath with a smile on his face. In front of him, the character in the picture, Lin Xian, was sitting cross-legged on top of a huge rock, a mysterious transparent gas lingering all over his body. As the character breathed, strands of the gas were sucked into his abdominal cavity, looking rather peculiar, and in the character's hand a volume of jade slips emitted a shimmering light. That's right, after a few days of exploration, Lu Shan had finally embarked on the path of cultivation and was now a genuine first-level qi refining immortal cultivator. However, compared to that prince's ease, Lu Shan's process of embarking on the path of immortal cultivation could be described as tortuous, and he had suffered a lot. For the first few days, Lu Shan had no way to go out of the village on his own because there were fierce beasts outside, so he could only wander around the neighborhood. And even in the neighborhood, Lu Shan found nothing. In the end, it was only from the unintentional teasing words of a certain villager that Lu Shan stumbled upon a strange rumor. The back mountain behind the village seemed to have something strange. From time to time in the middle of the night came out sharp roaring sounds and bursts of red light. The locals said it was haunted by ghosts and monsters, and no one dared to approach it even in broad daylight, let alone in the middle of the night. While others thought so, Lu Shan felt differently. Ghosts? There are indeed ghosts in this world. But it may not really be ghosts and monsters, instead it may be chance. In the end, because he really couldn't find a way to break the game, Lu Shan could only decide to try his hand at backstabbing, getting up in the middle of the night and going up the back of the mountain. I have to say, this game and the horror rendering and other aspects of doing is also too real. That day Lu Shan almost changed 2 pairs of pants, but no matter what, Lu Shan is ultimately in the middle of the back of the mountain found a heavy emanation of blood red smell of foreign fruits. It seems that this thing is the thing that caused the rumors of the back mountain. Lushan hesitated for a while, then he will control the character and stuff the fruit into his mouth. Unexpectedly, as soon as the fruit entered the stomach, the protagonist began to suffer from abdominal pain and even rolled on the ground with a twisted face. Lushan panicked, this can't be eating the wrong thing, it will kill people, right? But fortunately, after a while of pain, the protagonist fainted. When he woke up again, it was already dawn, and after slightly checking his body, Lushan was pleasantly surprised to find that he had broken through to become a chi refining layer. However, that crimson foreign fruit, although it had brought Lushan a miraculous encounter, it had likewise brought about a considerable negative effect. Only to see the screen in the middle of the screen checking his dantian, the protagonist flashed a hint of surprise, but soon he was worried again, muttering, I become an immortal cultivator, great. But the medicinal power of that foreign fruit is also damaging my dantian. It seems that if I can't repair my dantian within half a year, I'm afraid that my journey to immortal cultivation will be cut short in the future. In front of the computer, Lushan couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he listened and couldn't help but shake his head. It's true that the gap between man and man is bigger than between man and dog. He is a prince, he can casually join an immortal cultivation sect, there are pills and resources to enjoy, and he has entered the first level of chi refining without any danger. But what about me? Not only did I have to work hard to get a foreign fruit, but eating it also broke my dantian. Alas, Lushan sighed for a moment, but soon perked up again. After becoming an immortal cultivator, I don't have to fear any wolves, tigers or leopards, and I can go to the outside world to have a look. At that time I might be able to find a chance to repair my dantian. Thinking of this, Lushan immediately went down the mountain and packed his bags. At the entrance of the village, looking back, a group of villagers were still busy. To be honest, not to mention the main character, after a few days of getting along, Lushan was a little reluctant to part with these simple and kind villagers. But so what? The world he wants to pursue will never be limited to a small village. Taking a deep breath, Lushan turned around and disappeared straight into the dense forest. Jiangzhou Pingqiao Toy Factory. Inside the office, Lin Hai and Li Shu sat opposite each other, neither of them speaking. After a long time, finally Li Shu couldn't help but open his mouth first. Kid, don't you want to ask what I came here to find you today? Lin Hai heatedly smiled. If the chief wants me to do something, he will definitely take the initiative to say, since he didn't say anything, it must be that it has nothing to do with me. Li Shu was so angry that he rolled his eyes, but finally said, the above has decided to give you a chance. If it is possible, you will be able to become our arsenal in the future. Originally, I thought Lin Hai would be ecstatic. After all, the brands that could be issued as arsenals were invariably not existences of superior quality. Unexpectedly, Lin Hai slightly frowned, but shook his head. No, chief, I can provide arms molds and all that, but forget about the Arsenal brand. After all, I still want to do business with Eagleland. Arsenal is a guarantee of quality, but all the same, Eagleland will be wary of an arms factory. If it really became a military factory, then maybe one day in the future one's dumping of weapons would be stopped. Li Shu was slightly stunned, but he also shook his head. Forget it then. In that case, I won't force you, right? Let's talk about weaponry. Lin Hai laughed. Good, I just don't know what the military currently actually needs. You guys just make your requests, I can fulfill them all. As these words were spoken, the corner of Li Shu's mouth twitched. I can fulfill them all. This tone was too arrogant. However, once he thought that this guy could even build something like a B-2 bomber, Li Shu could only swallow his doubts. Taking a deep breath, Li Shu said, what we want most is naturally the B-2 bomber. After all, this is the most advanced bomber in the world. If we can get the technology, the Dragon Kingdom's warplane technology can be upgraded quite a bit. Unexpectedly, Lin Hai is waving his hand. No, Li Shu frowned. What do you mean? You can sell to Eagleland B2 but not to Dragon Kingdom? Unexpectedly, Lin Hai was laughing. No, what I mean is that something like the B2 is too backward. For our Dragon Kingdom, we naturally have to use something better, right? B2 backward. Hearing this, Li Shu almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. If those weapons experts were to hear those words, they would probably all just pass out from anger. You know, the B2 bomber even today is the most advanced existence. But in your mouth, it has become something backward. Lin Hai laughed. I do have a good thing here that I would like to recommend to you. It's much better than the B2 bomber. Hearing Lin Hai's words, Li Shu was also aroused with curiosity. What is it? You don't have an aircraft carrier, do you? Lin Hai smiled. Yes, it's an aircraft carrier. Aircraft carrier, Ford. Want one? What? Li Shu was not calm and once stood up and stared with wide eyes. What did you say? You're talking about an aircraft carrier, and it's a Ford-class aircraft carrier. The USS Ford, Eagle-Land's 11th carrier in service, the most expensive carrier ever built at a staggering $13 billion. However, the high cost has also brought considerable technological advantages. The ship uses a lot of high-tech, mainly including integrated electric propulsion. Electromagnetic catapult technology is the Eagle Army sea power of the absolute hegemony of the force. What's more, the Ford is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Therefore, the power source that does not need to be renewed for decades gives this aircraft carrier the ability to be globally accessible and strike globally. The strategic significance to a nation is evident, and in the world there are only two countries that can have a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. One is Eagle-Land, the other is Gaul. However, the Gallic countries' nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are relatively speaking a little behind, and it's not like other countries can't build them, it's just a matter of cost and reluctance. As a result, the only country in the world that has mastered the advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is Eagle-Land, and among the Eagle-Land nuclear-powered carriers, the Ford deployed the most powerful and advanced technology in the Dragon Kingdom, although there are also a few aircraft carriers. But on the matter of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, but also has not been conquered, not because it couldn't be built, but many places were not optimized well. For example, the nuclear reactor, if it was built too big, it would only allow the carrier to increase its displacement. And the carrier volume is too large, the power will not be able to keep up even if it can move. But also, as the so-called nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in Gaul, the speed is slow to the turtle crawling, and even have to let the frigate wait for it. This kind of carrier, the strategic value is lower than the general carrier. No wonder countries are reluctant to build such things. Lin Hai smiled and said, "You heard right, Chief. I said I can build a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and it's at least an Eagle-Land Ford-class carrier. Dare I ask, does our military have this intention or not?" Li Shu almost choked. "Good guy, so you weren't bragging when you said that you were prepared to sell an aircraft carrier to Eagle-Land if you weren't afraid of scaring them. You kid can really build an aircraft carrier." Looking at the office, the kind Pingqiao toy factory, a few big words. Li Shu cannot help but want to curse two swear words in his heart. "Can build a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? You say you are a toy factory?" Taking a deep breath, Li Shu only felt his hands trembling a little. "This matter is too big. I have to report to the chiefs to discuss it before." Originally, Li Shu's intention was to have Lin Hai build some F-22B2 fighter or something like that so that he could prove his worth in front of all the chiefs. Unexpectedly, this guy actually directly pulled out a big guy like a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Nowadays, this wasn't something that a tiny security department cadre could decide. One must consult their superiors. "Lin Hai, if it's true that you can really build an aircraft carrier as you said," Li Shu said extremely solemnly, "then it's not just us, the Jiangzhou military region and the southern military region. The entire Dragon Kingdom will undergo a huge change as a result." Saying that, Li Shu gave Lin Hai a respectful military salute. Afterwards he hurriedly left. When Li Shu left, Lin Hai smiled faintly. "System scanning the model." Ding, model parsing in progress, parsing complete. Instantly, a large section of information was transmitted into his brain. Model, Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier Spellbinders Automation Factory, can produce Spellbinders versions of model products. Selling price, $60 billion apiece. Standard Automation Factory, can produce standard versions and below. Selling price, $100 billion apiece. Enhanced Automation Factory, can produce enhanced versions and below. Selling price, Gold X 10 tons, Platinum X 10 tons. Otherworldly Automation Factory, can produce model products of otherworldly versions and below. Selling price, Energy Coins X0 #01, it's actually not money anymore but gold. Lin Hai was quite surprised and frowned. 10 tons of gold, 10 tons of platinum, adding up the price it was only a few billion Dragon Kingdom coins. It might seem like a small amount, but this was a real precious metal, and to some extent it was even a strategic material. To know the world can be mined, gold add up to only about 100,000 tons, and platinum is even more rare. Global platinum resources have proven reserves of about 69,000 tons. It can be said that a one-time consumption of 10 tons of platinum and 10 tons of gold will definitely cause turmoil. Short-term skyrocketing prices of gold and platinum are to be expected and will even cause some international organizations to be wary. And that's just one plant. If in the future, how horrible would the demand be? Lin Hai helplessly chose the enhanced version of the Smart Factory. The Pinyin version was naturally, needless to say, the Dragon Kingdom had the technology to manufacture it. Now it was just that it wasn't willing to spend that cost. The ordinary version, on the other hand, relatively speaking, possessed a very significant strategic significance. However, Lin Hai had boasted that the B2, for example, was all just backward technology, therefore naturally they couldn't build a standard version of a Ford-class carrier, it had to be an enhanced version. It seemed like there had to be a way to obtain precious metals, Lin Hai sighed. If the factories in the future would still require all sorts of precious materials, relying on the reserves on a tiny blue planet alone would definitely not be enough. Since this was the case, one could only set their sights on other places. What place had more gold that could be easily mined? Looking at the entire solar system, it was probably those floating asteroid belts. Mining asteroids, Lin Hai couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile at the thought. This difficulty was no less than mining gold in the Earth's crust. Although mankind now possessed all sorts of space technology, but it was at most used in the direction of exploration and scientific research, the technology that truly made spaceflight productive was almost non-existent. Sighing, Lin Hai could only ask, "Mingyue, do you have any ideas?" Mingyue immediately replied, "Master, according to my information, the storage of gold in the Earth's crust is very rich, but the storage of platinum metals is quite rare, and in the asteroid belt in space there is not only an abundance of gold and platinum, but also many other rare elements. In terms of long-term development, moving into space is an inevitable requirement. Therefore I strongly suggest that Master set his goal amongst space development." Lin Hai nodded at his words, but then sighed helplessly. "How could I not know? It's just that this is also too difficult and I don't have a clue." Developing space has always been a dream of mankind. As early as in the last century, Eagle Land and other countries had begun to conduct research such as manned spaceflight, and by now it was also quite successful. But comparatively speaking, it is still too far away to really mine minerals from the middle of space. Some experts claimed that it would be very difficult to obtain resources from space in 30 years, and that space engineering would be at best a scientific exploration in the early days. "Master, I do have an idea. I can use Master's power to obtain a large amount of outer space resources." Lin Hai froze. "Oh, what do you have in mind?" Once Tai Xian was released in just 1 month, it quickly exploded the game market of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Whether it was handheld gamers, single-player gamers, online gamers, console gamers, anyway, anyone who played games had heard of this game. Free, and the quality crushed the so-called Eagle Land 3, a masterpiece. What reason not to play? Many people even directly indulged in it, shocked by the twisted and bizarre story and delicate world. All the major forums and video sites, even for more than a month in a row, were dominated by Taijin's cheats and videos. Countless anchors had turned to Tai Xian. Although some people were dissuaded from playing because of the not-so-small difficulty, it was still the vast majority who stayed. Even the fame of this game was so great that it even spread to the extranet. Foreigners first didn't believe it. After all, most of the games in the Dragon Kingdom were synonymous with shoddy production, and many people had been fooled. And this Tai Xian had such horrifyingly detailed graphics as well as a physics engine. How could it be from the Dragon Kingdom? However, when they saw the rich Dragon Kingdom style in it, they were completely convinced. Immediately afterward they were completely shocked. The game technology of the Dragon Kingdom could actually reach this point. The graphics of this game were even more realistic than those games made by the so-called Unreal V engine. It was even no less than a Hollywood movie. It turned out that Dragon Kingdom had been hiding and had this kind of thing. Countless foreigners expressed their keen interest, but even then, there was no way for them to play it. It wasn't that Lin Hai was preventing foreigners from downloading it, but this game was only in the Dragon Kingdom language, so even if they got their hands on it, they couldn't understand it at all. For this reason, countless foreigners wailed and demanded that the Pingqiao Games department update the foreign languages. This scene made quite a few people from the Dragon Kingdom snicker. This scene, why was it so familiar? In the past, it was always the Dragon Country people who begged other foreign game manufacturers for support of the Dragon Country language. But now, it was finally their turn. Some people were the ones who seized this opportunity, and in the middle of the largest foreign live streaming platform Tuchi Live, a foreigner started the first Tai Xian livestream. This foreigner named Adam was an Eagle Lander who claimed to be a researcher of the history of the Dragon Kingdom and thus had lived in the Dragon Kingdom for 10 years. He didn't just know the Dragon Kingdom language very well, he also knew the culture of the Dragon Kingdom very well, and thus was able to tour Tai Xian smoothly, not to mention translating and explaining what was going on to the viewers of the livestream. Pay attention, friends. Adam maneuvered his character to a stop. The character he was controlling was a bald big man with a rough, muscular body and a good cultivation level as high as the 7th level of chi refining. The big man was bare-chested holding a Zen staff, and although he was robust his face was very kind and a glance would even produce some good feelings. There seems to be a group of mountain bandits in front. Haha friends, your favorite moment is coming again, Adam said excitedly. Inside the live broadcast room, the number of viewers had already exceeded 200,000, making it the hottest live broadcast room on the entire platform at this time. The pop-ups were also swiping wildly. Is it coming again? These magic fights in the Dragon Kingdom are just too good to watch. Adam ripped these guys' heads off. I can't wait to see these damn guys go down. At the 7th level of chi refining in his world, he could only be considered a bottom-tier immortal cultivator, but these mortal thieves, they were simply gods. Adam could unilaterally abuse these guys. As a result, every time they were robbed, extorted, or the beast sneaked up on them, etc., it became the audience's favorite bridge. Adam was also very aware of what the audience wanted to see and immediately maneuvered his character to walk up. Sure enough, the group of mountain thieves noticed Adam and a few of them extended their swords to stop him. This mountain was opened by me, this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass from here, leave the money to buy the road. The leader of the mountain thieves in the lead smiled fiercely and the big knife in his hand glittered. Adam acted as an interpreter at the moment, explaining. What this guy said meant that this road was opened by him and these trees were planted by them. Therefore, if I want to pass through here, I must leave money behind. It is also commonly known as robbery. It was also the first time that the pop-ups in the live broadcast room had heard this argument, and they all said that it was new. There is actually this kind of saying, the culture of the Dragon Kingdom was indeed profound. After all, it is a large country with a history of several thousand years, and its heritage is not something that can be compared to some countries that are a few 100 years old. Are you talking about Eagle Land? Adam looked at the pop-up and smiled, then began to answer. That's right, he wasn't choosing whether or not to leave the buy money behind, but rather answering directly. All of the choices in this game were not just a few cold options, but rather typing in your own words to talk to an NPC. Different words had different results. This was what was called a truly vivid world. Adam typed in a few words in the dragon language. You guys are looking for death, as the character read the words out. Those mountain bandits couldn't help but change their faces, seeking death. I think you were looking for death almost, little bald donkey. I saw that you were a monk and thought of taking some money to let you pass, but you were so unaware of the good and bad. In that case then you go to hell, saying that the leader of the mountain thieves moved only to see a big cold shining sword slashing down towards Adam. Vajra skill. Boom, on the screen a layer of golden light rose from the character that Adam was controlling and the mountain bandit's great sword slashed up, surprisingly making the sound of clanking metal meeting metal. The leader of the mountain bandits was shocked and the great sword in his hand was shaken out by a carelessness. Are you a human or a ghost? The mountain thieves present couldn't help but feel horror in their hearts when they saw this scene. Seeing the mountain bandits' terrified looks, the pop-ups expressed their relief. Adam, as usual, killed them all. The magic of the Dragon Kingdom is too interesting. The setting of cultivating immortality is more interesting than the mages in our culture. It turns out that the Dragon Kingdom has this kind of good stuff, which we didn't know before. In the past, people in the West were exposed to things like dragons and magic and knights. Those magic, although it is also a supernatural power system, but most of the things have long been tired of by them, back and forth just a few sets, and now exposed to the mysterious power from the great eastern countries, naturally look very fresh. To explain to the new viewers, this magic I'm using is called a spell in the Dragon Kingdom language and the name is Vajra skill. The effect is that after using it, you can make your body as hard as steel and have unlimited strength, Adam said excitedly, then let out a sardonic laugh. Now, who is the one looking for death? Saying that, Adam maneuvered his character, directly stepped forward, grabbed a mountain bandit, and with a slight force of his hand he actually directly tore it apart alive. This was the difference between immortal cultivators and mortals, heavenly difference. Such a bloody scene led to another frenzy of pop-ups. It's too cool, this game is so real, it's interesting. It's a pity that I can't read Dragon Mandarin, otherwise I would have played it myself. Strongly request the official to come out with a foreign language. Unlike the Dragon Nation's exploration of power, the foreigners' favorite thing was the gory scenes like the chainsaw murderer, which could visually stimulate their nerves and make people excited. This scene caused the popularity. Within the live broadcast room to rise again, looking at the number of viewers in the live broadcast room, 312014, Paul smiled smugly, and in his heart he felt a little more grateful to Tai Xian and that Dragon Nation man Lin Hai, whom he had never met before. If it wasn't for this quality game, I'm afraid that up until now he would have been nothing more than an ordinary scholar, and it would have been impossible for him to become one of the head anchors of Tucci Live. Haha, Tai Xian and Lin Hai, I love you to death. At the same time, Southern United Military Region, with trepidation Li Shu walked inside a plain office. As soon as he entered, an old man looked up and was nodding. Li Shu, you're here. This old man was the one who had twice authorized Lin Hai's Pingqiao toy factory to provide arms. It was also the highest commander of the Southern Joint Military Region, Yan Chuanqing. Li Shu nodded. Elder Yan, I'm back. Yan Chuanqing was handling the documents. His head didn't raise, and he said indifferently, how is it, little Li, have you finalized the negotiations with Lin Hai? He sent Li Shu to negotiate with Lin Hai about the acquisition of new weapons and other things. Now Li Shu back should be to report to the duty. But what I didn't expect was that Li Shu stammered for half a day but couldn't say a word. Seeing him like this, Yan Chuanqing immediately stopped the penned frown and asked, is it that you talk about the collapse, or that Lin Hai not willing to sell us weapons? Yan Chuanqing, in a high position for many years, a frown quite some majestic look, even if it is Li Shu this iron blood man, see, or some trembling, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Li Shu hastily shook his head to deny, no. No chief, I talked to Lin Hai, very cordial. Just hearing this, Yan Chuanqing only sort of nodded. Harmonious is good. Just what? Could it be that it's not good that he only sells us things? Li Shu shook his head again, a bitter smile in his heart. Not very good, on the contrary, it is too good. I'm afraid that talking to you will cause you to have a heart attack, old chief. Old chief, what I'm going to say next, you must not get excited, you must stabilize, your blood pressure can't handle such excitement, Li Ju advised bitterly. In case one of his own news, the old chief was hospitalized, it would not be worth it. Yan Chuanqing couldn't help but laugh. Small Li, you're not going to have a disease, right? What good news can make me so excited that my blood pressure goes up? Just kidding. Who is Yan Chuanqing? A veteran of several decades, countless times wandering in life and death, let Yan Chuanqing practiced a huge heart. He couldn't really make waves with the usual good news. A Lin Hai at most would only bring himself a little surprise. Let himself get overexcited? Nonsense. Swallowing his saliva, Li Shu could only stammer and open his mouth. That's fine. The news I brought is that Lin Hai said that he can sell us an aircraft carrier, and it's an Eagle Land Ford-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The words fell, only Yan Chuanqing's face stiffened. For a whole half a minute he remained motionless in this movement. Immediately afterward a deafening roar rang out. What did you say? A Ford-class aircraft carrier? At this moment the composure and majesty that was originally on Yan Chuanqing's face was all gone at this moment. Instead, it was replaced by endless shock and amazement. Did I hear you right? An aircraft carrier? And a Ford-class carrier? Did you say it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? With a swish, Yan Chuanqing directly stood up, took 2 steps to Li Shu's side, grabbed his shoulders and shook them hard. It was evident how out of sorts and incredulous he was. If this scene was seen by outsiders, they would probably think that they had blurred their eyes. After all, who was Yan Chuanqing, the supreme commander of the Southern United Military Region? A big brother-level existence that could make the entire Dragon Kingdom shake when he stomped his foot. Such a big shot would actually lose his temper like this. What's going on, chief? Don't get excited, calm down. Li Shu hurriedly pacified up, helped Yan Chuanqing to sit down on a chair, took out a few antihypertensive pills from the table and fed them to him before barely letting his breathing stabilize. Jokingly, the old chief was so excited that his face was red, his blood pressure soared miserably upwards, and then it was estimated that he would have to go into the hospital. After calming down for half a minute, Li Shu then bitterly smiled and said, Old chief, you heard correctly, Lin Hai is talking about the Ford-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. I couldn't believe it at first, but Lin Hai seemed so serious that I had no choice but to return to the military district to report to you. At this moment, although Yan Chuanqing's blood pressure has dropped, his face is still flushed and his breathing is still a little rough. Isn't he a private enterprise? How can he build this kind of thing? This is impossible, right? Yan Chuanqing's face was full of shock, incredulously muttering, but saying that Yan Chuanqing himself was unable to resist secretly shaking his head. Photolithography, holographic radar, hummingbird drones, all kinds of military technology. Which of these is something that a private company should do? Chief, this aircraft carrier, in the end, if we do not want, Li Shu asked. Yan Chuanqing glared. Why not? Who dares to stop this aircraft carrier? Not, then he will become the sinner of the whole dragon country. Yan Chuanqing stood up and paced back and forth, obviously very excited inside, unable to calm down at all, after a long time. Suddenly gritted his teeth, "Shall we pass it down? Let's go to inspect the Pingxiao toy factory. Remember to call on the institute those guys." A few days later, a group of people entered within Lin Hai's factory in great numbers. These people for the most part were wearing uniforms, some had a white coat over their uniforms, indicating that they had a different identity. However, what attracted the most attention was an old man surrounded by all of them who looked unruffled with a somewhat superior air. However, at this moment, this old man's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. It was as if he was a youngster who was about to meet his girlfriend. Lin Hai saw these people from afar and with a slight smile he walked up to greet them. "Gentlemen, welcome to the inspection on behalf of the entire Pingxiao Technology. I offer you my sincere blessings." Because Lin Hai's industry has been developed to all aspects, so the name of a toy factory was mentioned, always a little lost face. Therefore Lin Hai directly registered the name of Pingxiao Technology, which is also a good name to say out loud. Pingxiao Technology? Good. See Lin Hai Yan Chuanqing face of excitement, more flourishing eyes, more than a trace of gratification. "You are Lin Hai, it is the newborn. I did not expect so young. When I was your age, I guess I was still fighting with the Animites. I didn't know anything about high technology." Ha ha. Lin Hai slightly smiled. Chief fallacious praise are for the country to contribute regardless of size. This statement Yan Chuanqing face news is more than a few points, cannot help but sigh. Nowadays, most of the dragon's talents flow into Eagle Land. Can be as patriotic as you young people, but not much. Lin Hai smiled and directly changed the topic. "The head of this time to visit the production plant, right? Let's go," said and led straight forward. Nowadays Pingxiao Technology's plant, and before there is a gap like a chasm, can be said to be a change in the world in general. A 7 or 8 soccer field size of the factory, like a giant prostrate general located in the factory area in various places, covers an area even wider than some towns. Looking at the surrounding factories, even a figure like Yan Chuanqing couldn't help but nod his head in relief. And just at this moment, Mr. Lin, I would like to ask a question about Steam Catapult Technology, only to see a woman with a beautiful appearance and a graceful figure stand out with a questioning expression on her face. The woman's name was Song Xiaoyao, a graduate student of the Dragon Academy of Sciences University who had just graduated and joined the Southern Military Region Research Institute as a researcher. Just a few days ago she had however heard of something shocking. A private enterprise called Pingxiao Technology actually claimed to be able to produce an aircraft carrier. And it was still the most top-notch Ford-class aircraft carrier. The moment she heard it, Song Xiaoyao couldn't help but sneer in her heart. This is not a liar. One must know that the only country in the world that had truly mastered nuclear-powered aircraft carrier technology was Eagle Land. Although Dragon Kingdom had been researching painstakingly, it had been researching about steam catapult technology as well as nuclear fission reactors. She was one of those researchers. Such difficult problems, and a small private company claimed to have overcome them. Wasn't this nonsense? However, what made Song Xiaoyao feel incomprehensible was that Chief Yan Chuanqing actually believed it, and he was going to bring people to that private enterprise to inspect and study it. Song Xiaoyao had offered admonitions many times, but the chief didn't have any reaction. Instead, he told her to study hard and said nothing else. The chief couldn't be senile, could he? Yeah, Song Xiaoyao only felt that her dignity was being provoked. A small private company dared to challenge his specialty. Today Song Xiaoyao was here to come to this so-called Pingxiao Technology to expose that boss Lin Hai is a liar. Steam catapult technology? Oh, it seems like this girl has a lot of research on aircraft carrier technology. Lin Hai smiled. The two biggest difficulties with nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, one was the safety of the nuclear reactors, the other was the issue of steam catapult technology. Steam catapults were aircraft takeoff devices on aircraft carriers used for steam catapult takeoffs of carrier aircraft using a flat deck as the runway for the aircraft. Only then can the takeoff be made to drive the airplane to takeoff speed in less than 2 seconds. Today there are only 2 countries in the world with steam catapult technology. One was naturally Eagle Land and the other the Sunset Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom and other countries were unable to break through until now. The principle of steam catapult is very simple, is to use high-pressure steam catapult but in reality this set of equipment was huge and needed to consume a lot of steam. So in addition to the equipment of the catapult itself, there are desalination equipment, storage tanks, high-pressure pumps, boilers, heating devices and many other ancillary facilities. Is a very complex system. Steam catapult technology. Oh, I don't understand this. Lin Hai shrugged his shoulders very frankly. Song Xiaoyao's eyes immediately lit up. Steam catapult technology was a hurdle that nuclear-powered aircraft carriers couldn't avoid. Lin Hai claimed to be able to build a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. But you don't even know about steam catapult technology. Now I've caught you, liar. Song Xiaoyao immediately laughed coldly. Didn't Mr. Lin Hai claim to be able to make a Ford-class aircraft carrier? How is it that he doesn't even know the steam catapult technology that comes standard with aircraft carriers? Could it be that Mr. Lin is lying? Song Xiaoyao looked at Lin Hai with a smug expression, wanting to see a terrified expression on his face. However, Lin Hai's face remained calm as if it was a deep sea. The people around him were also casting curious and inquiring expressions. Even the old head Yin Chuanqing couldn't help but frown. Lin Hai said indifferently, steam catapulting, this kind of technology, I really don't understand it. But there's no need to understand it either. Because this kind of backward technology, the efficiency is really too low. The moment these words came out, not only Song Xiaoyao, even all the surrounding researchers couldn't help but frown. Hubris. This was their evaluation of Lin Hai. One had to know that steam catapult technology, even if one looked at the entire world, there were only 2 countries that could manufacture it. Such high technology, the researchers had studied it for many years, but they had only scratched the surface of it. A private enterprise owner, actually said that this is just a backward technology. It's too arrogant. You make your words clear. Song Xiaoyao took a deep breath and angrily rebuked at Lin Hai. In her heart, her evaluation of this guy Lin Hai was a few points lower again. Lying and cheating the military region was already a major offense. Now that he had been dismantled by himself, he actually still had a stiff upper lip. This kind of person really looking at Song Xiaoyao with a puffed up look. Lin Hai skimmed his mouth. He remembered that he had nothing to do with this girl. Why was it as if he had messed with her? However, in order to reassure the old chief beside him, Lin Hai could only explain, I said that there's a reason why steam catapult technology is very backward. It's because I've already mastered the mature electromagnetic catapult technology.